Chapter 1 First Impressions of Shanghai, the understated contrast between a sports car and a dormitory. In the underground parking lot of the high-speed rail station, Gu Yunfei's gaze swept over rows of vehicles, finally settling on a silver-gray Aston Martin 177. This globally limited edition sports car boasted sleek lines, its body shimmering with a subtle yet luxurious sheen under the lights. It wasn't a flamboyant bright red or yellow, but rather a restrained silver gray, like a moving work of art, existing only for those who could appreciate it. Gu Yunfei skillfully pressed the car key, and the car door opened silently, like an eagle spreading its wings. He sat in the driver's seat. The leather seats offered just the right amount of comfort, and the cool touch of the steering wheel gave him a sense of reality. The master-level driving skill rewarded by the system was now fully integrated into his memory. He knew every performance parameter of this car like the back of his hand, as if he had driven it 1,000 times. With a light touch of the accelerator, the engine emitted a deep, powerful roar, then smoothly pulled out of the parking lot and merged into the traffic of Shanghai. The navigation system was set to Shanghai University Student Dormitory. A supercar worth tens of millions was now heading towards the most ordinary student dormitory. This extreme contrast caused a barely perceptible smile to appear on Gu Yunfei's lips. When the Aston Martin 177 slowly drove into the gates of Shanghai University, it instantly became the center of attention. At the school gate, the bustling freshmen and their parents stopped in their tracks, their eyes all turning to this luxury car that they usually only saw in magazines and movies. My God, is that an Aston Martin 177? It's a limited edition. Whose kid is so awesome? Driving a car like this to school on the first day? He must be the son of some super rich tycoon. He's way too high profile. A mix of speculation and envious glances mingled around Gu Yunfei, but he paid no heed. He simply parked the car smoothly in front of the dormitory building, as if it were just an ordinary means of transportation. He knew this was only the beginning. He turned off the engine and got out of the car, his tall figure stepping out of the driver's seat and casually closing the door. The surrounding chatter grew louder, but Gu Yunfei's face remained expressionless. He simply took his luggage from the trunk, an unremarkable-looking suitcase. Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out behind him. Student, parking your car here will block other people's way. Gu Yunfei turned around and saw a girl in a white dress. She was tall and slender, with a cool and refined air. Her long, black hair was simply draped over her shoulders without any extra adornment, yet it made her exceptionally beautiful. Especially her eyes, which seemed to hold a clear spring, untouched by worldly dust. Su Wanqing, a genius in the Chinese painting department and the undisputed campus belle of Shanghai University, was currently frowning as she looked at Gu Yunfei and the dazzling sports car. She had a natural aversion to those ostentatious rich kids, feeling that they only knew how to flaunt their wealth and lacked any substance. Gu Yunfei's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he calmly said, "Sorry, I'll drive away right away." His voice was deep and magnetic, devoid of any arrogance typical of a rich kid, instead carrying an unexpected composure. Su Wanqing was slightly taken aback. She had expected to hear explanations or boasting, but she hadn't anticipated his straightforward apology. Gu Yunfei placed his suitcase by the roadside and got back into his car. He didn't rush to leave, but instead opened his phone and searched for nearby parking lots on the map. He was used to keeping a low profile and didn't want to attract too much attention because of his car. He was just an ordinary college student, at least on the surface. Looking at him, Su Wanqing's prejudice lessened slightly. Perhaps he wasn't the kind of person she had imagined. But that sports car still dazzled her. Gu Yunfei quickly found an underground parking lot not far from the dormitory area. He started his car, once again attracting attention. This time, he didn't stop at the school gate, but drove directly to the parking lot. When he reappeared downstairs at the dormitory building, the sports car was gone. He carried his suitcase and walked into the dormitory building. The dormitory was a 4-person room, and Gu Yunfei was the first to arrive. He chose a bed by the window and began unpacking. His luggage was very simple. Besides a few clothes and toiletries, he only had a sketchbook and a few paintbrushes. Ding! System mission, experience ordinary university life, reward, master-level culinary skills. A system notification sounded in his mind. Gu Yunfei's lips curled into a slight smile. This was exactly what he wanted. He wasn't pursuing money or status, but rather a rich and profound life experience. Not long after, the other 3 roommates arrived one after another. The first roommate was named Zhang Wei. He wore glasses and seemed a little shy. He was somewhat surprised to see that Gu Yunfei had already made the bed. "Hello, my name is Zhang Wei." "You're here very early," Zhang Wei greeted him. Gu Yunfei nodded. Hello, Gu Yunfei. My second roommate was named Li Ming. He was tall and had a cheerful personality. As soon as he walked in, he shouted in a loud voice, "Wow, this dorm is pretty good. Guys, let's have a blast together for the next 4 years." When he saw Gu Yunfei, he warmly extended his hand. "Hello, brother, my name is Li Ming. Please take care of me in the future." Gu Yunfei grasped his hand, feeling the other's warmth. Gu Yunfei. My third roommate was named Wang Hao. He was stylishly dressed, with his hair dyed a granny gray. As soon as he came in, he took out his phone and started taking selfies, muttering, "Shanghai University, here I come. My university life is about to begin." He saw Gu Yunfei and Zhang Wei, and just waved casually, "Hey, buddy." Gu Yunfei merely glanced at him without saying a word. He disliked overly flamboyant people, but that didn't make him prejudiced against them. The dormitory quickly became lively as the three of them busied themselves unpacking and introducing themselves to each other. Gu Yunfei sat quietly to the side, occasionally responding with a few words. He was used to this quiet and enjoyed the pleasure of observing life. Li Ming suddenly looked at Gu Yunfei. "Gu Yunfei, where are you from? Judging from your accent, you don't seem to be a local from Shanghai?" Gu Yunfei calmly replied, "I come from Jiangcheng." "Jiangcheng, what a wonderful place!" Li Ming exclaimed. Wan Hao suddenly interjected, "Hey, did you guys know? There was an Aston Martin 177 parked at the school gate just now, a limited edition. That car is so cool, I wonder which rich kid is driving it." Zhang Wei pushed up his glasses. "I saw it too, that car is indeed very beautiful." Li Ming said enviously, "Yeah, it would be great to sit on it and experience it. I wonder which department it's in." The three men chatted amongst themselves about the sports car, while Gu Yunfei listened quietly, his face expressionless. He knew they were talking about him, but he didn't want to break the misunderstanding. Ding! System mission: integrate into dormitory life discreetly. Reward: master level fighting skill. Gu Yunfei chuckled inwardly. This system really knew how to amuse him. Keeping a low profile was exactly what he sought. That evening, the four of them went to the cafeteria for dinner. The cafeteria was bustling with noise, and Gu Yunfei ordered the most basic set meal. He sat in a corner, chewing slowly and deliberately. Li Ming suddenly exclaimed, "Holy crap! Gu Yunfei, is that a Patek Philippe?" Gu Yunfei raised his wrist, revealing a seemingly ordinary wristwatch. This watch was a system reward, and he hadn't made any effort to hide it. Wang Hao also came over, took a closer look, and then gasped, "Holy crap! This looks like a Patek Philippe 5711 series, Nautilus. A limited edition. This watch is now being resold for millions." Zhang Wei's eyes widened as well. Although he didn't know much about luxury goods, he did know the name Patek Philippe. Gu Yunfei calmly withdrew his hand and said indifferently, "It was a gift from a friend." He wasn't lying, it really was a gift from the system, his friend. The three men exchanged bewildered glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. They had assumed Gu Yunfei was just an ordinary college student, never expecting him to be wearing a watch worth millions. "Gu Yunfei, what does your family do?" Li Ming couldn't help but ask. Gu Yunfei put down his chopsticks, raised his head, and said with a calm and profound look in his eyes, "Let's do some small business." He didn't explain in detail, nor did he boast. He simply stated a fact. The three men stared at him, momentarily speechless. The stark contrast between Gu Yunfei's low-key demeanor and the wealth he displayed left them somewhat incredulous. Wang Hao suddenly thought of something, and he leaned close to Li Ming's ear and whispered, "Li Ming, do you think that Aston Martin at the school gate might belong to Gu Yunfei?" Li Ming stared wide-eyed at Gu Yunfei's retreating figure, lost in thought. Gu Yunfei ignored their whispers and simply ate his meal in silence. He knew that this misunderstanding would continue, and he was happy to enjoy this low-key pleasure. The next day, Gu Yunfei went to register. At the registration desk for the Chinese painting department, he saw Su Wanqing again. She was wearing a light blue shirt and a white long skirt, looking elegant and refined. Su Wanqing also saw Gu Yunfei. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment before shifting away. Her impression of Gu Yunfei was somewhat complicated. He wasn't like those ostentatious rich kids, but that watch and that sports car made it impossible for her to completely ignore his wealth. Gu Yunfei lined up to register and received a course schedule. He glanced at it and realized that he and Su Wanqing had several overlapping general education courses. Ding! System task: have a meaningful conversation with Su Wanqing. Reward: master level art appreciation skill. Gu Yunfei raised an eyebrow. The system really knew how to create opportunities for him. He didn't rush to strike up a conversation. He knew that being too eager with a cool girl like Su Wanqing would only backfire. He simply stood quietly to the side, observing Su Wanqing. She was talking to a teacher, a serious expression on her face. Her profile was soft and delicate, appearing exceptionally beautiful in the sunlight. Gu Yunfei suddenly felt that this kind of college life seemed more interesting than he had imagined. Chapter 2, Low-Key Strength, Revealed Unintentionally. University life officially began, and Gu Yunfei attended classes on time every day, occasionally going to the library to read. He integrated into campus life like any other ordinary college student. However, the appearance of system tasks would always inadvertently reveal his extraordinary side. The first PE class was basketball. Gu Yunfei was wearing simple sportswear and didn't stand out in the crowd. He didn't try to show off, he just joined everyone in the warm-up exercises. The PE teacher blew his whistle. Students, let's start with a friendly match today, divide into teams. Li Ming and Wang Hao were assigned to one group, while Gu Yunfei and Zhang Wei were assigned to another group. Li Ming patted Gu Yunfei on the shoulder. Gu Yunfei, can you play basketball? Gu Yunfei nodded, I know a little. Li Ming laughed and said, just know a little bit, don't get crushed by the other side. The match began, and Gu Yunfei's team was at a disadvantage from the start. The opposing team had several athletes with special talents who coordinated well and quickly widened the score gap. Gu Yunfei remained calm throughout. He didn't rush to steal the spotlight, but quietly moved around, looking for an opportunity. He wasn't the type to show off, but he could demonstrate his strength if needed. During one offensive play, an opposing player made a layup attempt. Gu Yunfei turned to the side, accurately predicting the opponent's route, and delivered a clean and decisive block, swatting the basketball away. Great shot, came a shout from the sidelines. Li Ming and Wang Hao were also stunned. They hadn't expected Gu Yunfei to have this trick up his sleeve. Gu Yunfei gained possession of the ball, but instead of playing individual hero, he passed it to Zhang Wei, who was open. Zhang Wei received the ball, seemed a bit lost, and ultimately his shot missed. It's okay, come again next time. Gu Yunfei encouraged. In the following games, Gu Yunfei gradually began to showcase his abilities. His dribbling was fluid, his passing precise, and his shooting unerring. He wasn't the flashy type of player. Every movement he made was concise, efficient, and powerful. He didn't deliberately try to score, but whenever he got the ball, he always found the best offensive opportunity. He could not only score himself, but also inspire his teammates. Under his leadership, Gu Yunfei's team gradually caught up in the score. In the end, Gu Yunfei's team won the game by a narrow margin. Holy crap! Gu Yunfei, you don't just know a little bit, you're practically a pro. Li Ming rushed over and excitedly patted Gu Yunfei on the shoulder. Wang Hao was also shocked. Gu Yunfei, did you play in a professional league before? Your skills are amazing. Zhang Wei looked at Gu Yunfei with admiration. Gu Yunfei, you're amazing. Gu Yunfei simply smiled faintly, just lucky. He neither explained nor denied it. He simply enjoyed the pleasure of inadvertently revealing his strength and then seeing others' astonishment. Ding! System mission, win MVP in basketball game. Reward, master level athletic skill all-rounder. Gu Yunfei looked at the system notification in his mind, a slight smile playing on his lips. He knew this was just the beginning. The afternoon session was a professional class for the Chinese painting department. Gu Yunfei, who had chosen art appreciation as an elective, also came to this classroom. He immediately spotted Su Wanqing sitting in the front row. Su Wanqing was listening attentively to the teacher's lecture, her profile appearing exceptionally gentle in the sunlight. Gu Yunfei found a seat at the back and sat down. He didn't disturb Su Wanqing, but listened quietly to the teacher's explanation. This lesson was about appreciating Chinese landscape painting. The teacher placed several pictures of famous paintings on the podium and explained their composition, artistic conception, and brushwork in detail. Gu Yunfei listened attentively. The master-level art appreciation skill rewarded by the system gave him a deeper understanding of these paintings. He could see the profound meaning contained in the paintings and feel the artist's state of mind when creating them. The teacher suddenly asked, "Class, what do you think this painting, dwelling in the Fujian Mountains, best represents?" The students raised their hands to speak, some saying it reflected the idea of reclusion, and others saying it reflected the artistic charm of literati painting. Su Wanqing also raised her hand. She stood up and her clear, cool voice rang out in the classroom. "I think that dwelling in the Fujian Mountains best embodies a kind of simple and innocent realm. It has no deliberate embellishment, no gorgeous colors, but only uses the simplest brushstrokes to depict a transcendent and integrated artistic conception with nature. The teacher nodded approvingly. Su Wanqing spoke very well. Do any other students have different opinions? Gu Yunfei suddenly raised his hand. The teacher looked at him with some surprise, because Gu Yunfei was an elective student and rarely spoke up. This student, please share your thoughts. Gu Yunfei stood up, his voice calm yet penetrating. I believe that besides plainness and innocence, this painting also contains a state of selflessness. When the painter was creating it, he was completely immersed in the landscape, forgetting himself. He wasn't painting the landscape, he was the landscape. This is a philosophical reflection on the unity of man and nature. The classroom fell silent instantly. The students stared at Gu Yunfei in shock, and Su Wanqing turned her head as well, a hint of surprise flashing in her cool eyes. The teacher's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "This student speaks so well. The state of selflessness is precisely the essence of dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. Many researchers have overlooked this point, and you've actually grasped it. That's truly remarkable." Gu Yunfei simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. He knew that this was the master-level art appreciation skill rewarded by the system coming into play. After class, Su Wanqing took the initiative to walk up to Gu Yunfei. "Classmate, what you just said about the state of selflessness has enlightened me." Su Wanqing's voice was still cold, but there was a hint of sincerity in her tone. Gu Yunfei looked at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You flatter me. These are just some personal reflections. Are you very knowledgeable about traditional Chinese painting?" Su Wanqing asked. Gu Yunfei shook his head. "I know a little bit." A hint of curiosity flashed in Su Wanqing's eyes. She had thought he was just an ordinary rich kid, but she hadn't expected him to have such profound insights into art. Ding! System mission: a meaningful conversation with Su Wanqing has been completed. Reward: master-level art appreciation skill has been upgraded. Gu Yunfei smiled inwardly. He knew this was just the beginning. He didn't deliberately pursue her, but Su Wanqing had already begun to develop curiosity about him. He knew that such a university life was full of possibilities. Chapter 3: A Chance Encounter in the Cafeteria, First Glimpse of Talent. The university cafeteria was bustling with activity. Gu Yunfei habitually avoided peak hours, choosing to eat when it was less crowded. He ordered a simple fried rice and found a corner seat. Just as he was enjoying his meal, a somewhat jarring voice rang in his ear. "Hey, isn't this young Master Gu? What are you doing eating fried rice here all alone? It doesn't seem like you're worth millions of dollars, does it?" Gu Yunfei looked up and saw a stylishly dressed boy with dyed blonde hair standing in front of him with two followers. He recognized the boy. He was Wang Hao's cousin, named Xinyu, also a student at Shanghai University, and a notorious playboy. Xinyu was always showing off and, relying on his family's wealth, often bullied his classmates. He had seen Gu Yunfei's Aston Martin at the school gate before and had also heard Wang Hao mention that Gu Yunfei wore a Patek Philippe watch, so he had always been somewhat resentful. Gu Yunfei ignored him and simply ate his meal calmly. Seeing that Gu Yunfei was ignoring him, Chen Yu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He walked over to Gu Yunfei's table, plopped down, and placed his phone on the table, the screen displaying a picture of a luxury car. "Young Master Gu, how much is your fried rice? I'll treat you. And my car, a brand new Ferrari, what do you think? It's way worse than your Aston Martin, isn't it?" Chen Yu said sarcastically. Gu Yunfei finally raised his head and looked calmly at Chen Yu. "I'll pay for my own meal. Your car is none of my business." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable composure. Chen Yu was momentarily intimidated by Gu Yunfei's imposing manner, but quickly regained his arrogance. "Oh ho, you've got quite the personality, huh? What, are you pretending to be poor because you're afraid people will find out you're a rich kid?" Chen Yu sneered. Gu Yunfei put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. He knew that reasoning with this kind of person was useless. "I've finished eating, please move aside," Gu Yunfei said calmly. Chen Yu refused to move aside. Instead, he reached out to take Gu Yunfei's phone. "Let me see if there's any secret hidden in young Master Gu's phone," Chen Yu said with a malicious smile. Gu Yunfei's eyes instantly turned cold. He didn't like others touching his personal belongings. Just as Chen Yu's hand was about to touch Gu Yunfei's phone, Gu Yunfei suddenly made his move. His movements were swift and precise, and he grabbed Chen Yu's wrist. Chen Yu felt a sudden tightening of his wrist, followed by a tremendous force that made him cry out in pain. "Let go! What are you doing?" Chun Yu struggled, but Gu Yunfei's hand was like an iron clamp, making him unable to move. Gu Yunfei slowly stood up. He was half a head taller than Chun Yu and looked down at him. His eyes were calm, yet they carried an invisible sense of oppression. "I'm warning you, don't cross my line." Gu Yunfei's voice was deep and powerful, sending a chill down Chun Yu's spine. When Chun Yu's two henchmen saw their boss being subdued, they wanted to go and help, but Gu Yunfei only glanced at them and they felt an invisible pressure coming down on them, making them dare not make any rash moves. The surrounding students were also attracted by the commotion, and they started discussing it amongst themselves. "Isn't that Chun Yu? How come he's been subdued? Who is that boy? He's amazing. I think I saw Gu Yunfei. Could it be him?" Gu Yunfei released his grip, and Chun Yu's wrist was already red. Chun Yu clutched his wrist, looking at Gu Yunfei in horror. He hadn't expected Gu Yunfei to have such strength. You just wait," Chun Yu said harshly, then slunk away with his two henchmen. Gu Yunfei ignored them, calmly tidied up his plate, and left the cafeteria. Ding! System mission: demonstrate your strength in the cafeteria conflict. Reward: master-level business management skills. Gu Yunfei chuckled inwardly. This system really knew how to amuse him. He just wanted to have a quiet meal, but he was forced to demonstrate his strength once again. He knew such things would continue to happen, but he didn't care. He possessed top-tier abilities and wealth, yet chose to live a low-key life. This contrast was precisely the pleasure he enjoyed. Back in the dormitory, Li Ming and Wang Hao stared at Gu Yunfei in shock. "Gu Yunfei, did you deal with Chun Yu in the cafeteria just now?" Li Ming asked. Gu Yunfei nodded. "He provoked me." Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. "Awesome, Gu Yunfei. Chun Yu is usually arrogant and domineering, and nobody dares to mess with him, but you actually subdued him." Jiang Wei looked at Gu Yunfei with admiration. "Gu Yunfei, you're amazing." Gu Yunfei simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. He knew that from now on, his status in the dormitory was completely different. He turned on his computer and began learning the master-level business management skills awarded by the system. He knew these skills would come in handy someday. The next day, Gu Yunfei went to class as usual. In the corridor, he ran into Su Wanqing again. When Su Wanqing saw Gu Yunfei, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She had heard about what happened in the cafeteria, and she hadn't expected Gu Yunfei to have such a powerful side. "Gu Yunfei, are you alright?" Su Wanqing asked. Gu Yunfei shook his head. "I'm fine." Su Wanqing looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Thank you." Gu Yunfei was a little confused. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you, for not holding it against them." Su Wanqing's voice was low. She knew that with Gu Yunfei's strength, he could have taught Shen Yu a much bigger lesson, but he chose to handle it discreetly. Gu Yunfei smiled slightly. "It's nothing." A smile appeared on Su Wanqing's face. It was the first time Gu Yunfei had ever seen such a bright smile on her face. Ding! System mission: gain Su Wanqing's approval. Reward: master-level psychology skills. Gu Yunfei smiled to himself, knowing that he was one step closer to completing his mission. He didn't deliberately pursue anything, he simply let things take their natural course. He enjoyed this low-key yet surprising life. He knew that his future university life would be even more exciting. Chapter 4, just a bowl of noodles, but it made the whole building drool. What Lu Zhi took out of that ordinary backpack was anything but ordinary. He didn't even use a bag. Instead, he carried a supermarket shopping bag printed with XX Fresh in one hand. Inside the bag were a few bright green bok choy still glistening with water droplets, a small bundle of neatly tied dragon beard noodles, and a piece of beef carefully wrapped in cling film, displaying a perfect snowflake pattern. Roommate A, who was the first to wake up, rubbed her eyes and mumbled something sleepily. "Old Lu, you bought instant noodles? Give me a sip of the soup." Before he could finish speaking, he saw the piece of meat on Lu Zhi's cutting board. The red and white stripes, resembling marble artwork, instantly brought him to his senses. "Holy crap!" Roommate A's voice even changed tone. This is Wagyu beef?" Lu Zhi didn't turn around, he just hummed in response, as if it were just an ordinary piece of pork. He picked up a seemingly ordinary fruit knife. There were no flashing blades, no dazzling techniques. The only sound in the dormitory was a rhythmic thump, thump, thump sound. The sound wasn't fast, but it was exceptionally steady. Each beat seemed to be stepping on a person's heartbeat, calm and confident. Roommates B and C were also woken up and were about to complain when they were instantly drawn to the scene. Lucia's movements were devoid of any worldly flair. Rather than chopping vegetables, they resembled an elegant ritual. The green vegetables were neatly arranged, and the beef was sliced into evenly thin pieces. He even took out a small, sealed jar containing ground white powder. "They've opened fire." Lucia gave a casual reminder, opened the window, and poured water into a small electric pot. The roommates looked at each other, feeling a bit like it was a magic tale. "What's going on here? Is this performance art? Cooking noodles in the dorm and making it look like a Michelin-starred kitchen." However, when the water boiled, the noodles were put in, and then Lucia lightly dipped the few slices of crimson beef in the boiling water, finally sprinkling in that mysterious white powder. An overpowering, unreasonable aroma exploded instantly. That wasn't the taste of a regular instant noodle seasoning packet, nor was it the mixed smell of a cafeteria meal. Instead, it is a pure and rich bone broth with an extremely fresh aroma, mixed with the fragrance of oil released by the top-quality beef after it is instantly cooked, and also mixed with a faint, indescribable, unique spice aroma. The aroma seemed to have grown hands, forcefully entering everyone's nostrils, then sliding down their throats to their stomachs, instantly arousing the most primal feeling of hunger. Gulp. Roommate A swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the small pot, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly. This is some kind of heavenly taste?" Roommate B muttered to himself, feeling his mouth watering uncontrollably. Roommate C jumped out of bed and went over barefoot, his face full of disbelief. This aroma is so overpowering. It not only filled the entire dormitory, but also restlessly drifted out through the cracks in the doors and the open windows. In the corridor, a boy who had just finished playing basketball suddenly stopped and sniffed hard. "What's that smell? Holy crap, who's cooking in the dorm? It smells amazing. Knock, knock, knock." There was a knock on the dormitory door. "Dude, open the door. Is this your dorm? What are you cooking? Let me smell it, I'll be happy." A wail came from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, the sound of doors opening and gasps of surprise echoed through the corridor. "Damn it, who is it that's releasing poison in the middle of the night? I'm starving. This smell is absolutely awful. Is it 302? It smells like it's coming from over there." The aroma of that bowl of noodles seemed to ignite the entire dormitory building. Inside the dormitory, Lucia, the instigator, calmly scooped out the noodles, put them in a bowl, added a few slices of perfectly cooked beef, and garnished them with bright green vegetables. He carried the bowl of hot noodle soup, which could be described as a work of art, and sat back down in his seat under the blank, longing, and almost dumbfounded gazes of his three roommates. Then, he said something softly. "I'm hungry, I'll just grab a bite." Chapter 5, The whole school is in an uproar. That basketball god is also an Aston Martin owner. Gu Yunfei's casual just playing around instantly extinguished all the words Su Wanqing had prepared. She stood there, stunned. "My mind was originally filled with countless questions. Why are you so good at playing basketball? Are you a professional gamer? And this is what I got in return? Just playing around?" This word was like an invisible needle, piercing the courage she had mustered. How can someone jump that high just by playing around? Can you really perform a monster-level dunk in mid-air with just a casual game? She felt that the compliment she offered was casually brushed aside, carrying no weight whatsoever. What made her feel even more frustrated was Gu Yunfei's gaze. It was a pure tranquility. It was as if her attention, her amazement, and even her initiative to approach him were all part of a pre-rehearsal of his script. Not far away, several students who hadn't left yet also overheard this conversation, and their expressions instantly became incredibly interesting. "Holy crap, did you hear that?" The school beauty took the initiative to chat him up. And then that guy said, "Just playing around?" This level of sophistication is off the charts. That's the true demeanor of a big shot, calm and collected. The whispers were kept low, yet they reached Su Wanqing's ears like the hum of mosquitoes. Her cheeks couldn't help but feel hot. This was the first time in her life that she had so proactively praised a boy. The response she received, however, left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Gu Yunfei, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He smiled at Su Wanqing again, a smile that seemed to hold something deeper, then turned and joined the group of his roommates who were already waiting, heading towards the changing room. He left Su Wanqing with only a composed silhouette. She stood there, looking in the direction he had disappeared, her feelings extremely complicated. That night, the campus forum of Shanghai University almost crashed due to the overwhelming traffic. A post with an extremely eye-catching title was pushed to the top of the homepage by countless hands in just half an hour. Shocking. A mysterious expert appeared on the basketball court today, attracting the attention of the ice-cold school beauty. The poster was clearly a spectator at the event and a knowledgeable football fan. The post not only contained eloquent writing but also vividly recounted the crushing defeat that afternoon. They even released several videos and dozens of high-definition photos. The video's shooting angle is undeniably professional. There's a slow-motion replay of Gu Yunfei's ghostly breakthrough. There's a close-up of his sudden stop jump shot, the basketball swishing through the net with a smooth motion. What truly ignited the crowd and made everyone who clicked on the video swear that earth-shattering alley-oop dunk. In the video, Gu Yunfei leaps into the air, his body stretching into a near-perfect posture, grabs the basketball with one hand, and slams it into the hoop with overwhelming force. Clang! The loud bang exploded through the phone speaker, making everyone watching the video's heart skip a beat. The photos captured countless incredible moments. After landing, he simply clapped his hands calmly. As he wiped his sweat, the sweat slid down the taut curve of his jawline. There's one last one. Su Wanqing stood in front of him, and the two looked at each other. The photos are silent, but the images are full of stories. The hesitation and barely concealed surprise on the goddess's face, combined with Gu Yunfei's nonchalant smile, created a strong dramatic tension. This post is like a deep water bomb dropped into the calm lake of the campus. Instantly, it ignited the entire Shanghai University community. Holy crap! Holy crap! Are these students from our school? Are you sure their jumping ability isn't enhanced with special effects? My mom asked me why I was kneeling while looking at my phone. That hang time, that explosiveness, I'd believe you if you told me he was the CBA's #1 draft pick. Who is this guy? What department is he in? I want his name and WeChat. He plays basketball well and is so handsome. Give me a break, upstairs. Didn't you see the last picture of the investiture of the gods? Even the Ice Queen school beauty Su Wanqing has taken the initiative. Do you think you still have a chance? The key point is his expression after the dunk. So calm. It was as simple as if he'd just taken a sip of water. That's true godlike demeanor. The number of replies and likes skyrocketed at an alarming rate. In just 1 hour, the number of replies exceeded 10,000, and the number of likes soared to an astonishing 50,000, making it the undisputed top trending topic that night. There are all sorts of speculations about Gu Yunfei's identity. I bet it's a hidden ace athlete, a deadly weapon the school is hiding. Impossible, I know all the sports students. I have a feeling it's some streetball legend who came to our school to experience life. You guys are all too narrow-minded. Look at his demeanor and physique. What if he's some retired professional gamer coming to our school to study and enhance his resume? The various speculations are wildly imaginative, each one more outrageous than the last. Holy crap! Yunfei. You're famous. You're fucking famous. In dormitory 404, roommate A let out a terrifying scream and suddenly jumped up from his chair. He held up his phone and rushed to Gu Yunfei's bedside like Columbus discovering a new continent. Look! The school forum. You're on the front page. Roommates B and C immediately dropped their headphones and came over. When they saw the post title and those shocking photos on their phone screens, their jaws nearly dropped to the floor. A mysterious expert? Who attracted the attention of the school beauty? Roommate B read the title aloud, his face full of disbelief. This is exactly you. Awesome, Yunfei. Roommate C slapped Gu Yunfei on the shoulder, so excited he was almost incoherent. You've been hiding this for so long. You're so good at basketball, and you told us you only knew a little bit? The dormitory instantly erupted in chaos. The three roommates surrounded Gu Yunfei as if he were a monster, their eyes filled with a mixture of shock, admiration, and an overwhelming curiosity. Tell us honestly, have you been secretly practicing for 10.5 years behind our backs? You call this a little bit? Then what are we compared to? Those who have just learned to walk? Also, what did you and school beauty Su talk about at the end? Did she ask for your WeChat? Faced with his roommate's torture, Gu Yunfei simply looked up from his book, his expression remaining as calm and unwavering as ever. He uttered a few words casually. I just play around with it casually, whatever. An eerie silence fell over the dormitory. The three roommates looked at each other, and each saw 2 words on the other's face. Despair. It's that line again. Can casual play really make the college team so demoralized? Can just messing around make the whole school go crazy for you? This Versailles-esque response did not dispel their doubts. Instead, it made Gu Yunfei's image in their minds even more unfathomable. Just then, the sentiment on the forum suddenly shifted to an even more explosive direction. A sharp-eyed comment was praised and became the top-rated comment. Wait a minute. Guys, don't you think this mysterious expert looks familiar? Isn't that watch on his wrist the same one worn by the Aston Martin owner in the incident a few days ago? This comment came as a thunderbolt. Holy crap! Now that you mention it, I went back and looked at the photos. It really is the Patek Philippe Starry Night series. Exactly the same. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! So, he's the one who drives the Aston Martin, and he's also the one who's incredibly cool on basketball? Case solved. The biggest case of the century solved. It was all the same person. No wonder such an amazing person appeared out of nowhere. So he's not the driver's son at all, he's the car owner himself. A super rich man who drives a top-of-the-line sports car, lives in a dormitory, and can even dunk in mid-air? This character design is fucking amazing. The discussion was instantly propelled to another boiling point. Girls' dormitory. Su Wanqing also saw the post. She slid her fingertips across the screen, playing the dunk video over and over again, her gaze fixed on Gu Yunfei's calm yet meaningful face in the photo. The curiosity in her heart grew wildly like vines, entangling every inch of her thoughts. When she saw the comments section combining her two identities as a basketball pro and an Aston Martin owner, she wasn't surprised at all. Instead, it gave me a sense of as expected and that everything had settled down. The simple label of rich second generation is no longer enough to define the man in front of her. There are too many mysteries surrounding him. He can cook such delicious food, drive such a nice car, and play basketball like a professional. Yet he lived in the most ordinary dormitory, wore the simplest clothes, and when faced with everyone's admiration and his own praise, he would only say indifferently, just playing around. What kind of person is he? Su Wanqing stared at Gu Yunfei's photo on the screen, feeling a strong desire to explore a boy for the first time. At this moment, in dormitory 404, Gu Yunfei was also browsing forums on his phone. He took in all sorts of discussions, speculations, and praises. A smile curved his lips once again. Ding! Detected that the host has attracted widespread attention on campus, significantly increasing their popularity. The persona of a low-key powerhouse has been initially established. Phase 1 showing initial potential, completion rate, 60%. Everything was unfolding perfectly according to the script. He turned off his phone, the screen went dark, revealing his deep, composed eyes with a faint smile. Phase 1 showing initial potential, completion rate, 60%. Everything is proceeding perfectly according to the system's rhythm. He turned off his phone, the screen went dark, leaving only a meaningful smile on his lips. Chapter 6. The whole class was waiting to see him make a fool of himself, but one sentence from him caused the renowned professor to lose his composure on the spot. Gu Yunfei didn't even glance at the popularity of the campus forum. He simply laughed off his roommate's loud and boisterous behavior. A dunk on the basketball court is just one check-in on a life experience card. That's all. He had only just begun to read the prologue to the Great Book of Life. The next day, at Shanghai University, in the large lecture hall, Gu Yunfei chose a corner in the back row, his fingertips tracing the thick pages of Global Economic Overview. This course is infamous at universities in Shanghai. Professor Lu Wenhai, the main speaker, is a leading figure in the School of Economics. He is extremely strict in his academic pursuits, and his failure rate has consistently been among the highest. At this moment, half the students in the classroom are fast asleep, and the other half are playing on their phones. Only a few top students in the front row are nodding their heads like pecking at rice. Gu Yunfei is an anomaly. He listened with great interest. Just then, that familiar mechanical voice rang in my mind. Ding! Host is experiencing a university classroom. A new task has been triggered. Task: gain a deep understanding of economic principles. Reward: proficiency in elementary economics. Accept. Gu Yunfei lowered his eyelids slightly. The next second, a vast and sophisticated torrent of knowledge washed over his brain. Macroeconomics, microeconomics, currency, finance, countless difficult models and concepts instantly become as clear and understandable as the lines on the palm of your hand. He looked at the podium again, and the complex theories the professor had been talking about seemed to have been reduced to the simplest addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. On the podium, Professor Lu Wenhai, with his gray hair, pushed up his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the dejected atmosphere below the stage, his brows furrowing into a knot. He decided to drop a depth charge. Regarding the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis, I won't repeat what's in the textbooks. I'll ask something beyond the scope of the curriculum. Can anyone explain, from the perspective of credit default swaps, or CDS, why this crisis swept the globe like a plague in an instant? The classroom fell silent as soon as the question was asked. CDs? What the hell is that? The students looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion, wondering, who am I? Where am I? The top students in the front row also lowered their heads. This question was like a foreign language to them. The awkwardness lingered in the air. Professor Lu Wenhai's eyes dimmed. Just as he was about to answer his own question and hastily end the topic, a hand was raised in the corner at the back of the classroom. No rush, no delay. Lu Wenhai looked in that direction and paused. Was it him? The boy who had always listened quietly in class since the start of the semester, but had never spoken a word. Gu Yunfei. This student, you speak. Whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of eyes in the classroom focused on Gu Yunfei like searchlights. Holy crap, it's him? That dunk guy? Isn't he a sports student? How can a sports student understand economics? Trying to show off in Lu Yanwan's class? Just wait to embarrass yourself. The whispers were filled with schadenfreude, eagerly anticipating a good show. Gu Yunfei stood up, his expression completely calm, as if he were simply answering the question, how's the weather today? Professor, students, hello everyone. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a pebble thrown into stagnant water, spreading clearly outwards. Regarding CDS, I believe it is not a tool, but a risk amplifier, and even more so a cancer cell in credit transmission. Professor Lu Wenhai's pupils contracted sharply upon hearing his first sentence. That's a really clever metaphor. Gu Yunfei did not pause, his voice flowing calmly. First, CDS creates the illusion of security. Banks issue junk loans and then immediately buy CDS insurance, thinking they are safe. Meanwhile, AIG, which sells the insurance, collects premiums like crazy, thinking it's a sure thing. Both sides think they are winners, but no one sees that the bombs on the gambling table have piled up like mountains. Secondly, there is the packaging and spread of risk. Junk loans are packaged into MBS, then broken down and reassembled into CDOs. Each packaging comes with a new CDS contract. Risk is transferred layer by layer, like a virus injected into every capillary of the global financial system. Information is completely opaque before the avalanche, no one knows how big the snowflakes will be. He spoke at a steady pace, yet every word was piercing, breaking down an incredibly complex financial model into something as simple as a child's building blocks. Those students who were originally drowsy were now wide-eyed and mouths slightly open, completely drawn into that crazy financial game. The most crucial aspect is conductivity. When housing prices fall, defaults erupt, and the first domino falls. Institutions holding CDOs suffer huge losses and seek compensation from AIG. But can AIG afford to pay? No. If it collapses, the credit chain of all financial institutions worldwide that have transactions with it will instantly break down. It's like a martial arts leader suddenly dying, and all the internal energy cultivation methods of all the sects are bound to him. With his death, all the martial arts in the entire world become useless. This is the fundamental reason why a mortgage crisis in the United States could instantly trigger a global financial tsunami. At this point, Gu Yunfei changed the subject and delivered the fatal blow. Moreover, according to data from the Bank for International Settlements last year, the outstanding notional principal of CDS at that time already exceeded global GDP. This is no longer gambling. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, before softly uttering the last few words. This is using the future of the whole world to set off a fireworks display. The words fell. The entire lecture hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by this shocking analysis. This is something a freshman in college would say? This is no longer answering questions, this is lecturing them all. Slap. 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 Professor Lu Wenhai suddenly stood up, and because he stood up so quickly, his chair tipped backward with a loud bang. He couldn't care less. His face flushed red, and he clapped his hands vigorously until they were red. His eyes were filled with volcanic excitement and admiration. Great. Well said. He nodded repeatedly, looking at Gu Yunfei as if he were looking at a peerless gem. Insight. Perspective. This is true insight and perspective. What bullshit textbooks? What you say is 100 times more profound than any textbook. Hey student. I'm giving you full marks for participation in this course. Whoosh. The whole class was in an uproar. Lu Yanwang got a perfect score on his daily test? That's even more outrageous than getting 100 on the final exam. Those students who were just waiting to see the joke now felt a burning pain on their faces. Driving a sports car means you're a rich kid. He can dunk, he's a sports student. Now, even economic giants are losing their composure because of him? What kind of monster is this? After class, Professor Lu Wenhai pulled Gu Yunfei aside and chatted with him about everything from the digital economy to international trade. The more they talked, the brighter his eyes became, and he immediately invited him to attend an internal academic seminar that was only open to doctoral students and teachers. When Gu Yunfei walked out of the classroom, I paused as soon as I reached the door. Su Wanqing stood under the eaves of the classroom next door, her beautiful profile almost transparent in the sunlight. She had clearly heard everything that had just happened. On the basketball court, he is a beast that can fly and leap across the sky. In the classroom, he is a wise man who commands the world. The label of rich second generation was shattered in her heart. Just how many faces does this man have? The two passed each other by. Su Wanqing looked at him, and for the first time, a strong emotion appeared in her clear and cold eyes. She hesitated for a full 2 seconds before finally nodding very, very lightly at him. It was an acknowledgement, a subversion, a nod that could no longer be examined with prejudice. Gu Yunfei smiled faintly, returned a polite smile, and walked away calmly. Chapter 7: A little interlude in class, the professor's unexpected appreciation. The next day, Shanghai University. In the large lecture hall, Gu Yunfei, as usual, sat in an inconspicuous corner at the back, his fingertips lightly tracing the pages of Global Economic Overview. This course is known as the Hypnotic Song, and the lecturer, Professor Lu Wenhai, is a leading figure in the School of Economics. He is strict in his academic approach, and the failure rate has been consistently high. Students privately call him Lu the King of Hell. At this moment, half of the students in the classroom were drowsy, while the other half were engrossed in scrolling through their phones. Only a few top students in the front row were barely keeping up. Gu Yunfei, however, was an exception. He listened intently, showing no signs of fatigue in his eyes. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in my mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host is experiencing a university classroom. A new task has been triggered. Task: gain a deep understanding of economic principles. Reward: proficiency in elementary economics. Accept. A torrent of knowledge rushed in instantly. Macroeconomics, microeconomics, monetary banking, international finance. Abstruse theories were quickly dismantled and reassembled in his mind, transforming into clear insights. Looking up again, the complex model that Professor Lu had mentioned was as clear as basic arithmetic. On the podium, Lu Wenhai adjusted his reading glasses, scanned the listless students below, and frowned. He suddenly stopped lecturing and said coldly, I won't repeat what's in the book. I'll ask a question that's beyond the scope of the textbook. Can anyone explain, from the perspective of credit default swaps CDS, why the 2008 U.S. subprime mortgage crisis was able to sweep the globe so quickly? The classroom fell into a sudden, deathly silence. CDs? Everyone looked blank, even the top student in the front row lowered his head and dared not answer. Just as Professor Lu was about to answer, an arm slowly rose from the back row. His gaze sharpened. It was the boy who had been quietly listening to the lesson and had never spoken. Please speak, student. Hundreds of eyes instantly focused on Gu Yunfei. Isn't he that dunking guy from the basketball court? A physical education student coming to Professor Lu's class? He's asking for trouble. The whispers were full of sarcasm. Gu Yunfei stood up, his expression calm and composed. Professor, students, hello. CDS is not a hedging tool, but a risk amplifier and even a cancer cell in credit transmission. One sentence made Professor Lu pause slightly in the hand holding the chalk. Gu Yunfei continued. First, CDS creates the illusion of safety. Banks buy CDS after lending money, thinking they are worry-free. Insurance companies collect premiums, thinking they are guaranteed to make a profit. No one realizes that the bombs on the gambling table have already piled up like mountains. Secondly, the risks were packaged layer by layer. Subprime loans were packaged into MBS, and then cut into CDOs, with new CDS contracts embedded at each step. Risks, like a virus, seeped into the capillaries of the global financial system through opaque chains. Finally, there's its cascading effect. Once housing prices fall and defaults erupt, the first domino falls. Institutions holding CDOs seek compensation, but insurance companies are simply unable to pay. When one giant collapses, the global credit network breaks down instantly. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. It's like the leader of the martial arts alliance dying suddenly, and all the internal skills of all the sects depend on him. Once he dies, all the martial arts in the martial arts world are rendered useless. What's even more alarming is that, according to data from the Bank for International Settlements, the outstanding principal of global CDS at that time exceeded the total global GDP. This is no longer a gamble, he said softly, but a fireworks display using the future of the whole world. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Lu Wenhai jumped to his feet, his chair crashing to the ground. His face flushed with excitement, he clapped vigorously. Excellent! Fantastic! Insightful! Broad-minded! Far beyond the textbook. He walked up to Gu Yunfei in a few steps. Hey classmate, what's your name? I'll give you full marks for participation in this course. The room erupted in uproar. Professor Lu gave it a perfect score? Unprecedented. Those who were waiting to see the joke fall from the sky are now filled with shame. After class, Professor Lu pulled Gu Yunfei aside and they talked about everything from the digital economy to global trade. The more they talked, the more excited they became, and he invited Gu to attend an internal academic seminar that was limited to doctoral students and young faculty members. Gu Yunfei walked out of the classroom, his steps pausing slightly. Under the eaves, Su Wanqing was standing at the door of the classroom next door. The afternoon sunlight outlined her clear, bright profile. Professor Lu's excited praise seemed to penetrate the wall, making her stand there for a long time. On the basketball court, he is a beast that can fly and leap across the sky. In the classroom, he is a wise man who analyzes the world. The label of ostentatious rich second generation was completely shattered in her mind. The two passed each other by. Su Wanqing looked at him, a flash of shock and re-examination in her clear, cold eyes. She hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded very slightly. It was an admission, a subversion, a silent tribute after prejudice collapsed. Gu Yunfei returned a polite smile and left calmly. She stood still, her fingers unconsciously tightening as she gripped the scroll in her hand. Chapter 8 Private Kitchen, The Birth of a Mysterious Owner. After returning from Professor Lu Wenhai's academic seminar, Gu Yunfei politely declined the invitations from several of his fellow doctoral students to have dinner together. He went straight back to his dormitory. The classroom incident is now in the past. However, on the campus forum, several more posts about him appeared. Academic genius, both academically and athletically gifted, hidden master, all sorts of new labels are emerging one after another. Gu Yunfei didn't care at all. He took a shower, lay down on the bed, and prepared to review the new knowledge he had gained at today's seminar. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest, Experience University Classroom Learning. Task evaluation, perfect. The host demonstrated knowledge and vision beyond their years, earning the high praise of a leading professor. Task reward, proficiency in basic economics, already awarded. Ding! Host's cooking skill has been unlocked. A new main quest has been triggered. Mission name, Fireworks in the Clouds. Task objective, open your own private restaurant in Shanghai and achieve profitability for 1 consecutive month. Task reward, advanced culinary skill mastery. Open your own restaurant? Gu Yunfei's eyes brightened slightly. Compared to the cold, numerical games of the financial markets, he seems to prefer this more down-to-earth and creative experience. Accept. He did not hesitate at all. The next day, Gu Yunfei began to wander through the streets and alleys of Shanghai during his spare time. He did not use an agent. Instead, they relied on their intuition and found a quiet alley in an old town that might not even be clearly marked on a map. Deep in the alley, a 2-story old-fashioned shop with a separate courtyard has a for rent sign hanging on it. The walls are made of blue bricks, the windows are made of wood lattice, and there is an old osmanthus tree at the entrance. Gu Yunfei was delighted after just one glance. He dialed the number on the sign. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with a local accent arrived. He looked at the overly young tenant in front of him with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Young man, the rent here isn't cheap, and you have to sign a 3-year lease at least." Gu Yunfei didn't say much. He only asked about the price. The figures quoted by the landlords are enough to deter ordinary entrepreneurs. "Sure, we can sign the contract right now." Gu Yunfei nodded directly. He didn't even haggle. "I paid the full amount of 3 years' rent and deposit directly using my mobile phone." That decisiveness made the landlord double-check the payment information several times, fearing that he had encountered a scammer. Young boss, what kind of business are you planning to do?" The landlord's attitude instantly became respectful. "Open a small restaurant." Gu Yunfei took the key and walked into the courtyard. The courtyard is a bit messy, but the structure is very good. For the next 2 weeks, this place became a small-scale renovation site. Gu Yunfei rejected all the design proposals from the design companies. He personally drew the plans and personally supervised the construction. The main structure of the old house was completely preserved, with only repairs and reinforcements carried out. The first floor was opened up and used as a lobby for individual travelers, with only 6 tables set up. The spacing between the tables is extravagantly large. The second floor is divided into 3 private rooms, each with a different style. The weeds in the yard were cleared away and paved with bluestone slabs. Bamboo and flowers were planted in the corner, and a small water feature was also built. The interior design style does not follow any trends. Dark solid wood tables and chairs, warm yellow retro lamps, and several ink paintings with a profound artistic conception hanging on the wall. Every detail exudes a serene and elegant charm. Gu Yunfei's roommates only knew that he had been very busy lately and often stayed out all night. They thought he was in a relationship. No one could have imagined that he was quietly building his own culinary empire. He had already thought of a name for the restaurant. Cloud Pavilion. Taking the character Cloud from her own name also implies delicious food on earth above the clouds. Before opening, Gu Yunfei recruited 4 students who were working part-time to work as waiters through the school's part-time job for him. During the interview, he only made 2 requests. First, "I love cleanliness." Secondly, it can remember the guests' faces and preferences. He did not reveal the identity of his boss. He only said that he was the head chef and manager of the restaurant. After a brief pre-job training, Yunjian Xiaoguan quietly opened on an ordinary Friday. There were no flower baskets, no publicity. Gu Yunfei simply registered his shop information on a niche food app and posted a few photos of the dishes and the ambience. The price is quite high. The average cost per person starts at least 500. On the opening day, around noon, the store was deserted with not a single customer. Several part-time students were somewhat worried. "Brother Gu, should we go to the alley entrance and hand out some flyers?" a boy named Shama suggested. Gu Yunfei was in the kitchen, calmly and methodically processing a piece of top-grade Wagyu beef. Upon hearing this, he simply smiled. "No need, just wait patiently." His confidence made several students feel inexplicably at ease. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was getting dark. The wooden gate to the courtyard was pushed open, and a young couple walked in. The girl is a moderately well-known food blogger. She was drawn to the app by a photo of amber pork belly. "The environment here is nice. I never expected to find a shop like this in an alley." The girl excitedly took out her phone and started taking pictures. The two sat down and ordered several recommended dishes. When the first dish, Longjing shrimp, was served, everyone was taken aback. The translucent shrimp are not simply scattered on the plate. They were carefully arranged in the shape of a blooming lotus flower, garnished with emerald green Longjing tea leaves. It has a pleasant, refreshing fragrance. It's less like a dish and more like a work of art. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. She took more than a dozen photos from every angle before she finally decided to eat. The shrimp explodes on the tongue with a burst of freshness, sweetness, tenderness, and smoothness. It also carries a faint tea fragrance, refreshing and cleansing. "Oh my god! Are these shrimp alive?" Next came the second dish, amber dompa pork. The piece of dompa pork was stewed until it was translucent and amber in color. When you gently pick it up with chopsticks, the meat trembles slightly, yet the skin and flesh do not fall apart. It can be put into the mouth with almost no chewing required. The richness of the fat and the tenderness of the lean meat are perfectly combined, sweet but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. This is so delicious. This is definitely the best dompa pork I've ever eaten. The girl ate while mumbling incoherent praises, completely disregarding her image. Her boyfriend buried himself in his food and didn't say a word. The couple's reaction was like flipping a switch. One by one, several more tables of guests arrived. Without exception, they were all drawn in by the vague photos and exorbitant prices online. But as the dishes were served one by one, all the doubts turned into amazement. Holy crap! What kind of genius came up with this molecular gastronomy Buddha jumps over the wall dish? It concentrates the essence of dozens of ingredients into a soup ball, bursting with flavor in every bite. The layers of taste are absolutely amazing. Where's the boss? Who's the head chef? I want to kneel down before him. Don't say anything, let me have another bite of this black truffle crab roe rice. I feel like I can ascend to heaven. Throughout the hall, there were constant exclamations of admiration and the clicking of camera shutters. The students working part-time are already extremely busy. Their faces showed shock and a sense of pride and excitement. They finally understood where Brother Goo's confidence came from. This isn't just opening a restaurant, it's a devastating blow to the entire food scene in Shanghai. That evening, the restaurant sold out of all its ingredients and closed early. Gu Yunfei saw off the last table of guests, looking at the messy table and the employees who were looking at him with admiration. The joy he felt was not from making money. Rather, it is the satisfaction of creating and being recognized. At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of a university in Shanghai, Su Wanqing's roommate, a short-haired girl who loves food, is holding up her phone and letting out excited screams. Wanqing! Wanqing, look! A new amazing private restaurant has opened near our school. Look at this amber dumpa pork, look at the presentation. Su Wanqing was preparing to lay out paper and grind ink. Upon hearing this, she glanced at it indifferently. With just one glance, her gaze froze. On the phone screen, there's that quaint and elegant little restaurant, that timeless ink painting, that dish that's like a work of art. All of this exuded a sense of familiarity that she greatly admired yet couldn't quite put her finger on. Chapter 9, The Campus Belle Explores a Shop, An Unexpected Part-Time Encounter. The name Yunjian Shaoguan caused a sensation in Su Wanqing's WeChat moments. The art students were the first to fall for it. Sisters, there's a fantastic little restaurant near the school. The environment is amazing, and the owner's aesthetic sense is on the same planet as mine. That plating isn't food, it's clearly installation art. I want to become its apprentice right now. Don't even mention it. I just came back from Yunjian Shaoguan. Looking at the food in the cafeteria now, it feels like I'm eating dirt. My roommate, Lin Fei, a short-haired food enthusiast, kept talking about food on her phone for 2 whole days. Wanqing, look, this dessert called ink-dyed landscape is simply a painting. And this amber pork belly is so translucent, my mouth is watering. Su Wanqing initially responded indifferently. She has never been interested in this kind of influencer-style adoration. It wasn't until Lin Fei shoved her phone in front of her that she saw the photo. Su Wanqing's fingers, which were holding the paintbrush, paused slightly. The photo shows a quiet little courtyard. Green bricks and gray tiles, a corner of emerald bamboo, and a gentle stream flowing nearby. The store's interior is decorated with dark wood and warm yellow lighting. A traditional Chinese ink painting with a profound artistic conception hangs on the wall. That calm elegance precisely struck a chord with her aesthetic sense. Let's go take a look this weekend, Wanqing. The reservations are almost booked until next week. Lin Fei said, clinging to her arm and acting coquettishly. Su Wanqing looked at the photo and nodded as if possessed. On Saturday evening, Su Wanqing, Lin Fei, and 2 other close friends were there. Following the map, we walked through several old alleyways. Finally, we found that inconspicuous wooden door. A simple wooden sign hangs on the door, engraved with the 4 characters Yunjian Shaoguan. Pushing open the wooden door, the faint fragrance of osmanthus wafts towards you. The sound of flowing water in the courtyard is gentle and clear. There weren't many customers in the shop, they were sitting in 2s and 3s. They all deliberately lowered their voices to talk, afraid of breaking the silence. Everything is just like in the photos. It even has a more vibrant, down-to-earth feel than in the photos. Wow, this place is amazing! Lin Fei exclaimed in a low voice. Su Wanqing's gaze swept across the hall and landed on the semi-open kitchen. The kitchen was bright and clean, without a trace of oil fumes. A tall figure stood with his back to them. He was dressed in a pristine white chef's uniform and wearing a tall hat, intently preparing the ingredients. The movements were practiced and efficient, without a single unnecessary step. Each stroke of the knife carries a unique rhythm. As if sensing the movement, he turned slightly to the side. That handsome and familiar profile was exceptionally clear under the bright lights. Gu Yunfei. Su Wanqing's breath caught in her throat for a moment. Lin Fei and another close friend next to her also saw it clearly, their mouths agape in an O shape. I'm not seeing things, am I? That's Gu Yunfei? What's he doing here? And wearing a chef's uniform? Su Wanqing's mind went blank. She had imagined countless possibilities. Gu Yunfei might be a guest, or someone who's just visiting his restaurant. But to my utter surprise, he is the chef who was praised by countless people, mysterious and extremely stylish. The boy who arrived in a sports car worth tens of millions but lived in an ordinary dormitory. That boy who could fly and leap across the basketball court, eliciting screams from the entire audience. That boy who, with just a few words in economics class, made the old professor lose his composure and become agitated. Now, he's wearing an apron and wielding a spatula in front of the stove. All of these things come together. It created a strong sense of absurdity that made her feel dizzy. Gu Yunfei also saw them. There was no surprise on his face, as if he had expected it all along. He simply faced their direction, his lips twitching slightly, offering a calm smile. Then, he ladled the food from the pot into a plate. He gave a brief instruction to the waiter next to him, then took off his gloves and wiped his hands. He came out of the kitchen. He walked straight up to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing looked at him, her eyes filled with doubt and inquiry. She opened her mouth, but it took her a long time to find her voice. He asked softly, Gu Yunfei? You're doing a part-time job here? She herself felt that the word was somewhat outrageous as soon as she uttered it. Who can work part-time and become the head chef of a top-notch private restaurant? Gu Yunfei nodded, his tone calm and natural. Experience life and learn something along the way. He spoke of it casually. But it deeply moved Su Wanqing and her best friends. Experiencing life? What kind of life experience is this? A part-time waiter came over and respectfully said to Gu Yunfei, Brother Gu, the guests at the table by the window just left, and it's been cleaned up. Gu Yunfei gestured to Su Wanqing and the others, please sit over there, the view is better. The group followed him in a daze and walked to the seats by the window. Gu Yunfei did not hand over the menu. Instead, they asked directly, are there any dietary restrictions? Lin Fei quickly shook her head, no. We'll eat anything. Then I'll make the arrangements, Gu Yunfei said, adding, the osmanthus rice pudding is quite good today, I'll serve one to each of you. After saying that, he turned and went back to the kitchen. Four girls were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Was he just taking our order? His tone was so professional. Is he really working part-time here? Su Wanqing did not speak. Her gaze followed the figure busy in the kitchen, watching him intently toss the wok and precisely season the food. Finally, the dishes were carefully plated. That's seriousness and dedication. This caused a certain preconceived notion in her mind to quickly crumble and collapse. The label of pretentious rich kid attached to him became blurred in her mind at this moment. It's even a little ridiculous. Soon, the dishes were served one by one. From the exquisitely elegant Longjing shrimp to the rich and tender amber dompa pork. Then there's the incredibly creative, molecular gastronomy Buddha jumps over the wall. Every dish, both the artistic presentation and the layers of flavor far exceeded their expectations. Lin Fei has completely given up on her image. While eating, he made mumbled exclamations of praise. Wow! It's so delicious. Wanqing, I feel like I've been eating pig swill all this time. This is food for humans. Su Wanqing took a small sip. She discovered that these dishes were not only delicious, but also possessed a unique artistic conception. For example, the Longjing shrimp dish combines the sweetness of the shrimp with the subtle bitterness of the tea leaves. She even came to appreciate the charm of leaving blank space in landscape paintings. She looked up and gazed at the kitchen again. Gu Yunfei was looking down, intently carving a radish. His profile was sharp and clean, and his expression was calm. It was as if all the noise and commotion outside had nothing to do with him. At that moment, ripples spread across Su Wanqing's heart. She suddenly realized that this boy. It was unfathomable, far beyond her imagination. Wanqing, Lin Fei whispered in her ear, her voice barely concealing her excitement. Gu Yunfei is so cool. He drives a sports car, lives in a dormitory, is so good at basketball, and can leave professors speechless in class. Now they're even taking on a part-time role as a master chef. How many more surprises does he have in store for us? Another close friend nodded vigorously. Really, it's so mysterious. The contrast is absolutely amazing. I hereby declare that from today onwards, he is my new male god. Su Wanqing listened to her best friend's whispers without making a sound. She simply picked up the cup of warm osmanthus rice pudding and took a small sip. Sweet and soft, with a lingering aftertaste. Her gaze, however, never left the figure in the kitchen. Curiosity, once it takes root, it will then grow wildly. Chapter 10. The charm of contrast. Su Wanqing's heartstrings stirred. When the first dish was served, the private room fell silent instantly. Longjing shrimp. It was arranged like a blooming lotus flower. The shrimp meat was crystal clear, as thin as cicada wings, and shimmered with a moist light under the lamp. A few emerald green Longjing tea leaves are scattered among the shrimp, their refreshing aroma mingling with the fresh scent of shrimp. Lin Fei held up her phone and took more than a dozen photos from 360 degrees before reluctantly putting it down. It's so beautiful, how can I bring myself to eat it? Su Wanqing picked up a shrimp and put it in her mouth. The ultimate sweetness of the shrimp meat explodes on the tip of your tongue. Immediately afterwards, a refreshing aroma of tea spread out, perfectly balancing the slight sweetness, and the two flavors intertwined and sublimated in the mouth. She paused. It's not just delicious. This is a form of expression. The freshness of shrimp is like a rich, vibrant color. The bitterness of tea is like a lingering, profound meaning. A single dish evoked in her the image of a traditional Chinese ink painting. How was it? Lin Fei leaned closer, her eyes sparkling. Su Wanqing didn't answer, but silently picked up another piece. The second dish is amber glazed dompa pork. The whole piece of meat was stewed until it was translucent and had a warm, lustrous color, just like a piece of fine amber. When the chopsticks touched it lightly, the meat trembled slightly, yet the skin and flesh remained firmly connected. Su Wanqing picked up a small piece and put it in her mouth. It requires almost no chewing. The richness of the fat and the tenderness of the lean meat blend together on the tongue, sweet but not greasy, melting in your mouth. She instinctively closed her eyes. What came to mind was not the food, but Gu Yunfei's silhouette in the kitchen. That focus, that composure. He wasn't cooking, he was using ingredients to create a work of art. Wanqing, you look so blissful, her best friend teased in a low voice. Su Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes, a blush quickly creeping onto her cheeks. She put down her chopsticks, looked past the dining table, and gazed towards the kitchen. Gu Yunfei was preparing the next dish, his movements fluid and graceful, with a pleasing rhythm to the eye. He seemed to sense something, suddenly turned his head, and his gaze met hers precisely. Then, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Su Wanqing's fingertips trembled, and she hurriedly lowered her eyes, picking up the teacup in front of her. The dishes that followed were more and more mind-blowing than the last. Molecular gastronomy dish Buddha jumps over the wall concentrates the essence of dozens of ingredients into a crystal-clear soup ball. It bursts with flavor in your mouth, with layers of rich taste that explode like fireworks on your taste buds. Black truffle and crab roe rice, every grain of rice is evenly coated with the fresh aroma of crab roe and the unique fragrance of black truffle, so rich that it makes your soul tremble. The final dessert, ink-dyed landscape, left Su Wanqing, an art student, completely speechless. The black sesame paste was prepared to resemble the rich texture of an ink painting, complementing the pure white milk pudding. The dish itself is like a freehand landscape painting. Lin Fei had completely abandoned her image, eating while letting out satisfied moans. I declare this to be the best meal I've ever had in my life, bar none. Another close friend nodded vigorously. My taste buds have been reawakened today. Su Wanqing did not speak. She simply stared at the nearly empty plates on the table, a strange feeling spreading through her. Behind this lies an extraordinary understanding of ingredients, a precise deconstruction of taste, and a love for life itself. She suddenly remembered Gu Yunfei's nonchalant explanation. Experience life and learn something along the way. What kind of person would call running such a top-notch private restaurant experiencing life? What kind of person, who possesses wealth that is unimaginable to others, chooses such a hands-on, down-to-earth approach? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Gu Yunfei was like a deep mountain shrouded in mist. You might think you'd glimpsed a corner of it, but you never knew how vast the world was hidden within. After the meal, Su Wanqing stood up as if possessed and began to clear the table of dishes. Gu Yunfei happened to come out of the kitchen and paused slightly when he saw her movements. "Leave it alone, I can handle it." His voice was calm. Su Wanqing shook her head, continuing her work. "You've cooked so many dishes, you must be tired." Gu Yunfei smiled. "I'm not tired," he said, walking up to her with clear eyes. "I would rather you and your friends enjoy a complete meal than have to clean it up at the end." His tone was gentle, yet it possessed an irresistible power. Su Wanqing froze, and her hands slowly stopped moving. Looking at the boy in front of her, she suddenly felt that his sports car, his basketball skills, his economics knowledge, and his cooking were all completely different people, yet they were all perfectly unified in him. He is unassuming and unpretentious, yet in every unintentional detail, he exudes a composure and strength rooted in his very being. "Gu Yunfei," she said softly. Gu Yunfei looked up and quietly gazed at her. "The food you cooked was delicious." Su Wanqing paused, then added a sentence. "I will come again next time." Her tone carried a sincerity and expectation that she herself was unaware of. Gu Yunfei's lips curved into a deeper smile. "Welcome to visit any time." His eyes held a knowing smile, which made Su Wanqing's heart skip a beat. As I stepped out of the cloud pavilion, night had already fallen. The alley was quiet, with only the occasional vehicle passing by in the distance. Lin Fei took Su Wanqing's arm, lowered her voice, and asked excitedly, "Wanqing, tell me honestly, have you fallen for Gu Yunfei?" Su Wanqing was taken aback. "No." "Still saying no?" "The way you looked at him just now, you were practically drooling." Another girlfriend chimed in. "Who can resist this unexpected charm? This kind of low-key, mysterious, and all-around talented guy is just too irresistible." Su Wanqing did not refute. She simply looked up at the sparse stars in the night sky. Gu Yunfei's image became clearer in her mind than ever before. He drives sports cars, he plays basketball, and he speaks eloquently in class. Now, there's another person who moves with ease in the kitchen. Each of them is completely different, yet they all point to the same person. She could no longer simply define him with the labels of student or rich second generation. She developed a strong desire to explore and understand him as a person and the life he led. "Wanqing, your face is red." Lin Fei poked her cheek with a mischievous smile. Su Wanqing turned her head away and said softly, "It was the wind." But the ever-accelerating heartbeat couldn't lie. Meanwhile, inside the cloud pavilion, Gu Yunfei finished cleaning up the last bowl and dried his hands. The system notification sounded in my mind right on time. Ding! Detected an increase in favorability towards target Su Wanqing. Current favorability, 35. Hint, curiosity is the beginning of entanglement. The target has developed a strong desire to explore the host. Please maintain your persona and subtly reveal a richer world to her. A knowing smile appeared on Gu Yunfei's lips. He walked to the window and watched those figures disappear into the depths of the alley. The moonlight shone on the bluestone path, creating a peaceful and beautiful scene. He recalled the words Su Wanqing had said before she left, and the fleeting, sparkling light in her cool eyes. Gu Yunfei withdrew his gaze, turned around, and walked back to the kitchen. Tomorrow will be another new day. And it seems that his and her story has only just begun to turn the most interesting page. Chapter 11 Club Activities, The Amazing Hidden Skills. The noise level in the gymnasium of Shanghai University was so high it almost lifted the roof off. The annual freshman talent competition is a showcase of hormones and youth, as well as a battleground for various clubs to vie for new talents. Gu Yunfei was pressed into his seat by his roommate Zhang Hao, ignoring the noise around him, his expression as calm as a deep pool of water. "Fei Ge, don't be so laid back. I heard the music club hired a professional band this year, it's going to be amazing." Zhang Hao said excitedly. Gu Yunfei didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Just then, that familiar voice rang in my mind. Ding! Host detected at a university club activity, triggering a new mission. Task: experience university club activities and showcase an artistic talent. Reward: intermediate musical instrument proficiency. Choose one. Do you accept? Gu Yunfei's eyes finally showed a slight change. Accept. Mission accepted. Please select instrument type. Optional: guitar, piano, violin, drum set. His gaze swept across the stage, to the music club's performance area, where several guitars stood quietly. Guitar. Confirmed selection. Intermediate guitar mastery course has been awarded. Note: the skill has been integrated into the host's muscle memory and can be used immediately. A strange sensation flowed from his nerve endings into his fingertips, and countless knowledge and insights about chords, fingering, and music theory were integrated into his body as if they were innate. He subtly moved his fingers, a knowing smile playing on his lips. On stage, the music club's performance was getting better and better. Just as the music ended and thunderous applause erupted, an accident occurred. The guitarist, who was about to perform the second song, suddenly clutched his stomach, his face turning deathly pale in an instant, and was hurriedly helped off the stage by the staff. At the edge of the stage, the music club president was sweating profusely. What should we do? The next song is an original composition, and we can't perform it without a guitar. The murmurs from the audience began to spread like a tide. Is this going to be a broadcasting accident? The music club's recruitment for this year is all depending on this performance, and now it's all over. The president gritted his teeth, preparing to go on stage to bow and apologize, when an unusually calm voice pierced through the noisy crowd. I can give it a try. Swish. All eyes in the room turned to him. Gu Yunfei stood up, his expression calm. Zhang Hao's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Brother Fei, don't tell me you can play the guitar? Gu Yunfei ignored him and walked straight to the stage. The president was taken aback at first, and even more bewildered after seeing who it was. You are Gu Yunfei? This name has been all over the campus for him lately. Gu Yunfei nodded, lend me a guitar. The president's brain raced for 2 seconds, and finally, as if grasping at a last straw, he handed over a folk guitar. Please. Gu Yunfei took the guitar and walked to the center of the stage. The spotlight shone on him, and the audience fell silent instantly. Holy crap, isn't that the super rich guy who drives the Aston Martin? That's him. I heard he plays basketball like a pro, and he even moved Professor Liu to tears in his economics class. He can play the guitar? Discussions rose and fell, filled with doubt and curiosity. In a corner of the audience, Su Wancheng and her best friend Lin Fei sat together. She was initially uninterested in such occasions and was dragged along. But when that familiar figure appeared in the center of the stage, her gaze froze instantly. Wanqing, it's Gu Yunfei. Lin Fei lowered her voice, unable to hide her excitement. Su Wanqing did not respond, but simply watched quietly. Gu Yunfei sat on a high stool, casually plucked the strings a few times, and tested the pitch. The clear, melodious sound resonated throughout the enormous venue, possessing a strange, comforting power. He raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the dark audience seats, finally pausing very slightly in a certain direction for a moment. Su Wanqing's breath caught in her throat for a second. The next second, Gu Yunfei's fingers landed on the strings. A deep and melodious tune, like a stream under the moonlight, flows out slowly. It's neither the strained rock and roll nor the saccharine pop. Those musical notes carry a story. All the noise from the audience came to an abrupt halt. Gu Yunfei spoke, his voice deep and resonant, with a unique graininess, like aged whiskey. I've walked through streets teeming with people, and I've seen mountains bathed in the setting sun. But of all the beautiful scenery in the world, none can compare to the glance you give me. His singing voice wasn't loud, but it easily pierced everyone's eardrums and penetrated their hearts. Each word is like a pebble, precisely thrown into the lake of the heart, creating ripples. Su Wanqing's fingertips curled up unconsciously. As an art student, she had attended countless top-tier concerts and witnessed numerous dazzling performances. But Gu Yunfei on stage at this moment gave her a primal and pure sense of awe. It wasn't a mere accumulation of skills, but a torrent of emotion. He is using music to tell a story about pursuit and belonging. The guitar melody flowed from his fingertips, each chord transition was smooth and effortless, as if the guitar itself was a part of his body. Some people in the audience had already raised their phones and started recording. Most people simply listened intently, completely absorbed in the story. Halfway through the song, Gu Yunfei's fingers suddenly accelerated on the strings, entering a cadenza. The notes cascaded down like a waterfall, so fast they were dazzling, yet each note was clear and distinct. The layers of emotion constantly overlapped and exploded in the rapid melody. At the edge of the stage, the president of the music club was completely dumbfounded. This is intermediate level? He had practiced guitar diligently for 5 years, but watching Gu Yunfei's performance, he felt that he hadn't even scratched the surface. The last note trailed off, leaving a long, trembling sound in the air before slowly dissipating. The entire room fell silent. 2 seconds later. Boom! Thunderous applause and screams instantly ignited the entire stadium. Holy crap! This is incredible! Is that guitar playing some kind of magic? Original. Absolutely original. These lyrics are absolutely amazing. I hereby declare that from today onwards, Gu Yunfei is my male god. The audience went completely crazy. Gu Yunfei simply put down his guitar, his expression as calm as if he had just played an etude. He stepped off the stage, but before he could take more than a few steps, he was stopped by the president of the music club. Gu Yunfei. Join our music club. No, please become our technical advisor. Before he finished speaking, the heads of the dance club, drama club, and photography club all surrounded him. Gu Yunfei, our drama club is just missing a male lead as talented and photogenic as you. Come to our photography studio. With your looks and charisma, you're the perfect model. Surrounded by people, Gu Yunfei simply smiled politely. Thank you all for your kind offer, but I just want to experience life in a low-key manner and don't plan to join any clubs for the time being. His tone was gentle, yet it naturally drew a line, making it impossible for anyone to go any further. The group looked at each other in bewilderment, and in the end could only disperse with regret. Gu Yunfei returned to his seat, and Zhang Hao looked at him as if he were a god. Brother Fei, tell me honestly, how many more skills are you hiding? Gu Yunfei glanced at him indifferently. Just playing around. Zhang Hao. He's almost immune to this Versailles-like atmosphere. Meanwhile, on the other side of the audience seats, Su Wanqing's gaze remained fixed on Gu Yunfei's figure. Lin Fei leaned closer and whispered, Wanqing, it's over, you've fallen for her. Su Wanqing did not answer. She simply stared at that composed figure as the melody from before replayed in her mind over and over again. He plays basketball, he cooks, he talks about economics, and now, there's another side of him, singing with a guitar. How many other facets of him are there that she doesn't know about? Su Wanqing felt a tightness in her chest, so she stood up. I'm going to the restroom. She walked out of the gymnasium, the evening breeze carrying the lingering heat brushing against her cheeks, but it couldn't dispel the ripples in her heart. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Su Wanqing. She turned around and saw Gu Yunfei standing not far away in the moonlight. The moonlight cast a hazy glow on him, making him look somewhat unreal. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. She tried to make her voice sound calm enough. You play very well. Gu Yunfei smiled and said, thank you. A brief silence. Su Wanqing suddenly asked the question that had been lingering in her mind for a long time, Gu Yunfei, is there anything you can't do? Her voice trembled slightly, without her even realizing it, and she couldn't hide her curiosity. Gu Yunfei looked at her, his eyes appearing exceptionally deep in the moonlight. A lot of. He paused, then added. However, you can learn it slowly. Su Wanqing was stunned. She suddenly understood. He wasn't doing it to show off, nor was he trying to gain anything. He was simply experiencing and enjoying life itself. Then, why don't you join the music club? She asked. Gu Yunfei smiled and said, because freedom is more precious. His tone was soft, yet it was like a feather, precisely tickling Su Wanqing's heart. Just then, the host's voice came from inside the stadium, reminding them to go back. Gu Yunfei turned around. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Su Wanqing. By the way, Cloud Pavilion will be serving new dishes this week, so feel free to visit any time. After saying that, he turned and left, his figure quickly disappearing into the night. Su Wanqing stood there, her cheeks burning hot in the moonlight. Lin Fei walked over at some point, and with a mischievous grin, poked her cheek. Still saying you're not tempted? Your face is as red as an apple. Su Wanqing did not refute. She looked up at the sparse stars in the night sky. Gu Yunfei is like a huge mystery. Each time, she thought she had glimpsed a corner of the truth, only to find that what lay before her was an even wider unknown. She could no longer suppress her desire to delve into this mystery and find out the truth. At the same time, Gu Yunfei returned to his seat. The system notification sounded in my mind right on time. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, Intermediate Guitar Mastery. Detected an increase in the favorability rating of target person Su Wanqing. Current favorability, 42. Hint, curiosity has reached its peak, she's falling for you. Please maintain your persona and, at the appropriate time, reveal a corner of a more fascinating world to her. A knowing smile appeared on Gu Yunfei's lips. He looked out the window, moonlight bathed the tree-lined paths of the campus. The story is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 12, Helping the Weak and Completely Changing Prejudice. In the afternoon, the air at Shanghai University was thick with the heat of the day. Gu Yunfei left the library and planned to go to the cafeteria. Just as I reached the small square behind the teaching building, a shrill argument shattered the afternoon's tranquility. "Hey kid, hand over your meal card, we're a bit short on cash today." "Stop fucking dawdling, or I'll show you why flowers are so red." Gu Yunfei paused, his gaze falling upon them. In a corner of the square, a thin boy was surrounded by three shady-looking older students. One of the blonde-haired boys was trying to snatch the meal card from the boy's hand. The boy's face turned pale as he clutched his meal card tightly, being pushed backward repeatedly. "Senior, this is my living expenses for this month, please." "Bag?" The blonde-haired man sneered and snatched the meal card away with a sudden burst of strength. Not satisfied with that, he gave it a push. The boy stumbled and fell to the ground, his eyes instantly turning red. Students passing by looked at the scene as if they had seen a plague and took a detour. Just then, that cold, mechanical voice echoed in Gu Yunfei's mind. Ding! Detection of a vulnerable person being bullied mission triggered. Mission: uphold justice and help the weak. Reward: basic combat mastery. Do you accept? Gu Yunfei's eyes turned cold. Accept. Mission accepted. Basic combat mastery skill issued. In an instant, a vast and sophisticated torrent of combat knowledge washed over his senses. Joint locks, grappling, force deflection, vital point attacks, countless techniques are integrated with bodily instincts. He suddenly moved his wrist and stepped over. "Give him back his meal card." His voice was calm, yet it was like a pebble thrown into still water, causing all three people to turn around at once. When the blonde-haired man saw who it was, he was taken aback for a moment, and then a playful smile appeared on his face. "Hey, isn't this Gu Yunfei who drives an Aston Martin? What, want to be a hero?" Another crew-cut man whistled, "Pretty pretentious, rich kid." The third fat man was even more direct. He swayed as he walked up to Gu Yunfei and reached out to push him. "Get lost, mind your own business." Gu Yunfei stood rooted to the spot, not moving an inch. His gaze passed over the fat man and landed on the blonde man's hand holding the meal card. "Give it back to him one last time." The blonde-haired man felt uneasy under the man's calm gaze, and then became enraged. "What if I don't pay you back? You fucking want to hit me?" Before he finished speaking, he suddenly threw a punch at Gu Yunfei's face. The fist whistled through the air, its angle darting in unexpected directions. Some of the girls watching instinctively let out short gasps of surprise. However, the expected bloody and mangled scene did not occur. Gu Yunfei merely slumped his shoulders slightly, and his head tilted back in a way that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. That powerful punch grazed his cheek and missed its mark. The blonde-haired man missed his attack, lost his balance, and didn't have time to react. A hand had already grabbed his wrist with lightning speed. Gu Yunfei's 5 fingers were like iron clamps. Following the force of Huang Mao's forward charge, he twisted his wrist outward and pressed in the opposite direction. Click! A crisp sound of bones dislocating. "Ah!" Huang Mao let out a scream and fell to his knees uncontrollably, his wrists tightly twisted behind his back, causing him to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. "Holy crap!" The crew-cut guy and the fat guy reacted and charged forward at the same time, roaring. Gu Yunfei released the blonde-haired man, slipped, and instead of retreating, he advanced, cutting into the side of the crew-cut man like a ghost. A swift chop to the back of his neck. There was no loud noise, only a muffled groan. The crew-cut man rolled his eyes, his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, the fat man's heavy punch, taking advantage of his weight, was already at Gu Yunfei's chest. Gu Yunfei neither dodged nor avoided, but reached out with his right hand and deftly grabbed the fat man's elbow joint as he threw a punch. I pressed my left hand on his shoulder. Use your waist to generate power and twist your body. A standard over-the-shoulder throw. The fat man's massive body, weighing over 200 pounds, was easily propelled into the air, tracing an arc. Bang! The fat man's back slammed solidly into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He clutched his lower back, writhing in pain like a boiled shrimp, unable to speak. From the moment the blonde-haired man threw his punch until all three of them were rendered unable to fight. It all happened in no more than 10 seconds. The entire process was devoid of unnecessary movements or angry shouts, characterized only by extreme efficiency achieved through sheer calm. The small square was deathly silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, incredulously at the calm-looking figure. Gu Yunfei walked over to Huang Mao, bent down, and picked up the meal card from Huang Mao's loose hand. He looked down at the three of them, his voice remaining calm. "Don't let me see you again." The sound was very soft, yet it sent a chill down the spines of the three people groaning on the ground. Yellow Hair clutched his dislocated wrist and scrambled away. The other two, ignoring their own pain, helped each other and fled in a disheveled state. Gu Yunfei turned around, walked to the boy who was still sitting on the ground, and handed him his meal card. "Are you all right?" The boy took the meal card, his eyes welling up with tears again, this time from emotion. "Thank you so much, senior. Really, thank you so much. It's nothing." Gu Yunfei reached out and pulled him up from the ground, patting the dust off his shoulder. "If you encounter something like this in the future, go to your teacher or the security office. Don't try to handle it on your own." The boy nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Gu Yunfei didn't say anything more, turned around, and prepared to leave. The students watching made way for them, their gazes a mixture of awe and curiosity. Just as he was about to walk out of the square, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Su Wanqing. She stood under a sycamore tree not far away, holding a drawing board in her hand. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on her. She clearly witnessed the entire process. Their eyes met in mid-air. Su Wanqing's usually cold eyes were now filled with shock, surprise, and a kind of intense emotional fluctuation that she herself could not understand. Gu Yunfei simply nodded at her. His expression was natural and composed. It was as if he had just casually picked up a fallen leaf. Then, he turned around and left without looking back. Su Wanqing stood there, watching his figure disappear around the corner of the teaching building. Her heartbeat was more erratic than ever before. He drives a sports car. He can fly and leap across the basketball court. He is as focused as an artist in the kitchen. He was holding a guitar and singing softly. Now, another one has emerged, a man who bravely stood up for justice in the sunlight. His skills were unbelievably agile. Just how many other sides does this guy have hidden? More importantly, she discovered that the label of pretentious rich second generation that she had once firmly attached to Gu Yunfei now seemed so ridiculous. No, it's not a wavering. It was completely shattered. Would a true spoiled brat stand up for a weak junior he doesn't even know? Would a true playboy, after swiftly subduing his opponent, not boast or claim credit, but simply offer a few gentle words of comfort before turning and leaving? Won't. Su Wanqing suddenly realized that she had been wrong from the very beginning. That's completely wrong. Wanqing, what are you looking at? My best friend Lin Fei walked over at some point, and I looked in the direction she was looking. Su Wanqing snapped out of her daze and gently shook her head. Nothing. Still saying nothing happened? Lin Fei chuckled mischievously as she leaned closer, lowering her voice. I saw it all. Gu Yunfei's skills were absolutely amazing. Yes, it's pretty impressive. Su Wanqing's voice was very soft, with a hint of etherealness that she herself was unaware of. He's more than amazing. He's like a superhero from a movie. Lin Fei exclaimed excitedly. Did you see that? Those three thugs didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Su Wanqing did not reply. She simply lowered her head instinctively, looking at the drawing board in her hands. Above is an unfinished charcoal sketch. The painting depicts Gu Yunfei's profile in the kitchen of Yunjian restaurant. At the time, she told herself that she simply felt his silhouette and lighting were suitable for a painting. But now, she can't fool herself anymore. That night, in the dormitory. After washing up, Su Wanqing sat at her desk and opened her diary. The moonlight, like water, filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a small, gentle patch of light on the pages. She picked up the pen, held it in mid-air, and remained silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly wrote down a line. Gu Yunfei, what kind of person are you exactly? The pen paused for a moment, and the ink spread slightly on the paper. She continued writing. Your humility, your talent, your kindness. It all makes me more and more curious. I want to get closer and closer. After writing the last word, Su Wanqing closed the diary and hugged it tightly to her chest. She lay in bed with her eyes closed. But Gu Yunfei's image kept appearing in his mind, uncontrollably. That figure in the small square, calmly facing three opponents single-handedly. That gentle profile as she comforted her junior. The calm and indifferent look in his eyes when he nodded to her. She suddenly realized that the word curiosity was no longer enough to describe how she felt at that moment. It was a deeper, more turbulent emotion that made her panic. Meanwhile, Gu Yunfei returned to his dormitory. Zhang Hao was playing games with headphones on when he saw him come in, and immediately put down his phone. Fei Ge. Holy crap! I heard about what happened this afternoon. That was awesome. What's up? Stop pretending. Zhang Hao gestured wildly, spittle flying everywhere. In the small square, 1 against 3. The campus forums are all buzzing now. Oh, that one. Gu Yunfei spoke calmly, taking off his coat and hanging it up. I just helped out casually. Zhang Hao. He decided that he would never speak to Gu Yunfei again today. Gu Yunfei sat on the bed, and the system's notification sounded in his mind right on time. Ding. Mission complete. Reward, Beginner Combat Mastery. Detected a significant increase in the favorability rating of target person Su Wanqing. Current favorability, 56. Hint, prejudice has been completely shattered, and the foundation of trust has been laid. Please maintain your established persona and, at the appropriate time, reveal a deeper level of charm. A knowing smile appeared on Gu Yunfei's lips. He looked out the window. The campus lights shone brightly in the night. The story is unfolding in the most interesting direction. And something between him and her is quietly changing. Current favorability, 56. Hint, prejudice has been completely dismantled, and trust is being built. The target has begun to actively explore the host's inner world. Please maintain your persona and, at the appropriate time, reveal a deeper level of charm. Gu Yunfei smiled. He looked out the window. The campus was brightly lit in the night. The story is developing in an interesting direction. And something between him and her seems to be quietly changing. Chapter 13, Charm Unleashed, Skillfully Rejecting Pursuit. The aftermath of the act of bravery completely ignited on the campus forum. The next morning, Gu Yunfei stepped into the cafeteria and instantly became the center of a storm. Gazes came from all directions, a mixture of curiosity, admiration, and undisguised fervor. That's him. The one from yesterday. He's even more handsome in person than in the video. His charisma is amazing. I heard that he dealt with those 3 troublemakers so well that they're now hiding and afraid to go out. The discussions and murmurs followed closely. Gu Yunfei acted as if he hadn't heard, picked up his tray, and found a quiet corner. As soon as I sat down, a cheap and pungent perfume scent assaulted my senses. Excuse me, is this seat taken? A girl with exaggerated makeup stood in front of the table, deliberately puffing out her chest, her eyes gleaming with a seductive look. Gu Yunfei looked up. Have. His voice was calm and even. The girl paused, her gaze sweeping over the empty seat next to her. Nobody's here? I'll find peace and quiet here. Gu Yunfei lowered his head and picked up a steamed bun. The girl's flirtatious smile froze, and she turned and left dejectedly. A few suppressed laughs could be faintly heard from the surroundings. But this is just the beginning. Immediately afterwards, a fit-looking girl with a high ponytail came over with a milk tea and placed it directly on his table. Senior, you were so cool yesterday. This drink is on me. She braced herself on the table with both hands, leaning forward, trying to show off her strengths. Gu Yunfei's gaze remained fixed on his plate. I don't drink sweets. What does the senior like? Coffee? Energy drinks, the girl persisted. Plain boiled water. Ah. The cafeteria is free. The girl was completely speechless, her face flushed red, and she awkwardly left with the cup of milk tea. In just 10 minutes, people came one after another, delivering breakfast, asking for WeChat contacts, and handing over love letters. Gu Yunfei's way of refusing remained consistent. Whether it's a single word or a sentence, it's polite, yet carries an insurmountable sense of distance. He finally grew impatient, picked up his plate, and stood up. Looking up, she saw Su Wanqing and Lin Fei not far away. Su Wanqing was sitting by the window, her small spoon hovering half an inch in front of the bowl, when she stopped. Her cool gaze swept through the crowd and landed on him. Clearly, she had witnessed the entire hunting operation. Gu Yunfei simply met her gaze for a second before looking away and walking towards the tableware recycling area. Su Wanqing's heart tightened inexplicably, followed by a strange sense of relaxation. In the afternoon, at the library, Gu Yunfei was engrossed in a book called Behavioral Economics, the sunlight casting a serene golden glow on him. A gentle female voice sounded from his desk. "Excuse me, student." He looked up and saw a girl with a clean and elegant demeanor standing in front of him. She had long hair, wore a beige knit sweater, and had no makeup on. "I'm Lin Yue from the Foreign Languages Department." She introduced herself generously, placing an elegantly packaged gift box on the table. "I heard about your story and admire you very much. These are some cookies I baked, and I wanted to give them to you." She added, "It's just for appreciation, nothing more." This girl, in terms of both her speech and demeanor, far surpasses the previous ones. Gu Yunfei's gaze swept over the gift box and finally landed on her eyes. He shook his head. "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I won't accept the gift." "Why?" Lin Yue was indeed somewhat surprised. "I'm not used to it." Gu Yunfei closed the book, his tone indifferent. "A small favor shouldn't be treated as an exchange." Lin Yue paused for a moment, then smiled knowingly. "You really are as special as the rumors say." She didn't press the matter. She picked up the gift box, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to leave, graceful and magnanimous. Gu Yunfei reopened the book. He didn't notice that Su Wanqing was holding a picture book at the corner of the bookshelf not far away. Her fingertips unconsciously tightened, pinching the hard edge of the album until it turned slightly white. She saw Lin Yue, a talented woman who was also quite well known in the foreign language department. She saw Gu Yunfei's rejection calm, yet leaving no room for argument. She saw the focused concentration in him as he looked down at his book again, as if he were completely isolated from the world. Su Wanqing suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. Evening, basketball court. As soon as Gu Yunfei and Zhang Hao got into the swing of things, a group of girls quickly gathered on the sidelines. "Go Gu Yunfei! Look this way, senior!" The screams nearly lifted the roof off the stadium. Zhang Hao almost twisted his ankle because he lost his balance while dribbling. "Brother Fei, your fan club is way too exaggerated." Gu Yunfei ignored it, accelerated past the defender, and easily made a fadeaway jump shot. Whoosh! Hollow core netting. The decibel level at the sidelines instantly rose another octave. The boldest girl was one with short hair. She rushed into the room and handed him a bottle of water. "Senior, have some water." Gu Yunfei stepped aside, walked to the side of the field, and picked up his water cup. "Thank you, I have one." The girl was unwilling to give up and chased after him. "Can I add you on WeChat, senior? I'd like to ask you for advice on playing basketball. I don't accept apprentices." "That. If you want to learn to play well, find a professional coach. It's more effective than asking me." The girl was speechless with his words, her face turned bright red, and she stomped her foot and ran away. Zhang Hao leaned closer, his eyes full of admiration. "Brother Fei, this is the textbook for winning over women." Gu Yunfei took a sip of water. "It's better than being a central air conditioner, i.e., someone who provides personal support." Just then, Zhang Hao spotted Su Wanqing and Lin Fei on the sidelines. "Holy crap! Fei Ge, it's a goddess." Gu Yunfei followed his gaze. Su Wanqing paused noticeably when she saw him surrounded by girls. She seemed to want to turn around, but Lin Fei stopped her. Lin Fei whispered something in her ear, and Su Wanqing just shook her head, but her gaze involuntarily drifted over, carrying a hint of annoyance and bitterness that she herself was unaware of. She suddenly felt a strange sense of panic. It's as if their treasured possessions are being coveted by countless people. It's 10 p.m. in the dormitory. "Brother Fei, the forum has exploded." Zhang Hao rushed over, phone in hand. Someone started a huge thread called "A Review of the Warriors Who Fell Before God Gu," and it's almost 1,000 posts long. Gu Yunfei frowned slightly. "Boring. Everyone's betting on what kind of celestial beauty can win you over." Zhang Hao winked. "I'm betting a bag of spicy strips it has to be Su Wanqing." Gu Yunfei turned over, his back to him. "Turn off the lights." Just then, the phone screen lit up. It's not WeChat, it's the system interface. Ding. Target person Su Wanqing detected emotional fluctuation has reached the threshold. Favorability, 58. Status update, sense of crisis moderate, possessiveness emerging. Interim recommendation, the target has entered the territorial awareness awakening phase. The host should provide it with exclusive, special treatment at an appropriate time to solidify its sense of security. Gu Yunfei looked at the message and silently curled his lips into a smile. What came to his mind was Su Wanqing standing by the basketball court, looking at him with a mixture of wanting to look and not daring to, her expression slightly sullen. The prey is finally starting to get nervous. The next day, in the evening, at the Cloud Pavilion, Gu Yunfei was processing a freshly arrived grouper in the kitchen when Lin Fei burst in like a gust of wind. Chef Gu. Urgent military intelligence. Gu Yunfei's hands moved swiftly, precisely slicing the fish meat off the bones. Explain. Wanqing, she wants to invite you to go to an art exhibition tomorrow. Are you free? Lin Fei said in one breath, looking at him nervously. Gu Yunfei sliced off the last piece of fish, put down the knife, and wiped his hands. Did she send you? She's right outside. Too embarrassed to come in and ask. Gu Yunfei walked out of the kitchen. Su Wanqing indeed sat by the window, her back ramrod straight, pretending to look at the scenery outside, but her slightly reddened ears betrayed her true feelings. He walked over and sat down opposite her. What time tomorrow? His voice was soft, yet it was like a pebble that struck into Su Wanqing's chaotic heart. She turned her head abruptly, her cool eyes filled with barely suppressed joy, but she quickly suppressed it. 2:00 in the afternoon, at the Shanghai Art Museum. Good. A single word, without the slightest hesitation. Su Wanqing was stunned. She had prepared a whole host of arguments, such as the painter's unique style, and that she wanted to hear different perspectives. As a result, none of them were used. Then, see you tomorrow? Her voice was a little unsteady. See you tomorrow. Gu Yunfei stood up, turned around, and went back to the kitchen, leaving behind a composed figure. Su Wanqing sat there, feeling her heart pounding incredibly fast. Lin Fei leaned closer, grinning mischievously. See? I told you he'd definitely say yes. Su Wanqing ignored her best friend's teasing, picked up the teacup in front of her, and took a sip. The warm tea slid down my throat, but it couldn't suppress the scalding sweetness that was spreading from the bottom of my heart. She suddenly felt that tomorrow's art exhibition would be more beautiful than any scenery in the world. Chapter 14, The Debate Arena. Eloquence and logic conquer the audience. On Wednesday afternoon, Zhang Hao rushed into the dormitory like a gust of wind, his voice almost hoarse from shouting. Brother Fei, help! Gu Yunfei was leaning against the bed reading a book when he heard this, and he just lifted his eyelids slightly. Speak like a human. The debate competition. Zhang Hao scratched his head anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. The School of Economics has made it to the finals, but our main debater, Wang Lei, had an upset stomach last night and is still lying in the school hospital getting in 4 drip. The coach told me to find someone who can fill in as soon as possible. After thinking about it, you're the only one in the whole academy, Fei Ji. Gu Yunfei closed the book, his expression calm. The topic of debate? Regarding the question of whether technological development will exacerbate social inequality, we are on the affirmative side and believe that it will. Zhang Hao looked at him expectantly, clasped his hands together, and said, just one match, the final. Can you do me a favor, brother? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold, mechanical voice simultaneously rang in Gu Yunfei's mind. Ding! Scenario task triggered, freshman debate competition finals. Task requirements: represent the School of Economics and demonstrate exceptional critical thinking skills. Task reward: advanced eloquence and logical proficiency. Do you accept? A barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of Gu Yunfei's lips. Accept. Task accepted. Reward: advanced eloquence and logic mastery. Awarded. In an instant, a massive flow of information washed over his brain. He mastered countless classic debate models, methods for resolving logical paradoxes, and sharp rhetoric techniques in an instant, as if they had become his innate instincts. He looked at Zhang Hao, his tone indifferent. What time does it start? At 7 p.m. in the lecture hall. Okay. All right. Zhang Hao instantly perked up. I'll send you all the information right away. 6:30 p.m., Academic Lecture Hall. The huge auditorium was bustling with noise, and almost every seat was taken. Cheerleading teams from various departments occupied both sides, waving flags and shouting, creating a high-energy atmosphere even before the competition began. Su Wanqing and Lin Fei sat in the middle, slightly towards the front. Wanqing, don't you never watch these kinds of arguing competitions? Why are you so enthusiastic today? Lin Fei's eyes sparkled with gossip. Su Wanqing opened the sketchbook on her lap, her gaze falling on the blank pages, feigning concentration. just passing by, so I thought I'd pop in and soak up the atmosphere. Just passing by? Lin Fei leaned close to her ear and whispered, just passing by can come an hour early to reserve a seat? I've heard that Gu Yunfei is coming on as a substitute today. Su Wanqing's ears instantly flushed red, but she stubbornly refused to reply. She would never admit that when she overheard Zhang Hao bragging to others that Gu Yunfei was going to play in the cafeteria that afternoon, her hand, which had just put down her chopsticks, trembled uncontrollably. At 7 o'clock sharp, the spotlight came on, and the host took the stage. Welcome everyone to the final of the Shanghai University Freshman Debate Competition. Tonight's topic is, will technological development exacerbate social inequality? For School of Economics. Against School of Law. Amid thunderous applause, the debaters from both sides took their seats in turn. When Gu Yunfei, the last person from the School of Economics, stepped onto the stage, the continuous clamor of the audience was followed by an eerie moment of silence. Immediately following was an even more intense uproar, especially in the girls' area. It's him. It really is Gu Yunfei. My God. Driving sports cars, playing basketball, and now even debating? Is he even human? His presence is absolutely amazing. Look at him walking onto the stage, he's not nervous at all. Su Wanqing unconsciously held her breath. Her vision seemed to focus automatically, and everything around her blurred and faded away, leaving only the figure wearing a simple white shirt and black trousers. He wasn't wearing a stiff suit, yet he exuded a more composed and calm aura than anyone else. As he took his seat, he habitually scanned the room, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and his eyes unexpectedly met Su Wanqing's in mid-air. He nodded to her almost imperceptibly. A perfectly ordinary greeting. Su Wanqing's heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The debate begins. The first speaker for the opposing side was a lean young man wearing glasses, with a loud voice and a commanding presence. Technology is a neutral tool, its effectiveness lies with the user. Blaming technology itself for the root of social inequality is futile and puts the cart before the horse. What we should be improving is the system, not blaming technological progress. His impassioned speech drew wild cheers from the law school's cheerleading squad. It's the affirmative side's turn. Gu Yunfei stood up. He didn't rush to refute, but stood quietly for 2 seconds, silently suppressing the restlessness of the entire room with his gaze. His voice was calm and unhurried, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears. My opponent has painted an ideal world. But this ideal world has a fatal assumption: you assume that the system, like a carriage, can always outrun the runaway horse that is technology. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sweeping across the judges' panel with an undeniable penetrating power. But the reality is that when the speed of technological iteration far exceeds the speed of institutional and regulatory updates, huge dividends will inevitably flow first to a small group of people who master core technologies. This is not the neutrality of tools, it is the amplifier that tools bring, which amplifies the original unequal structure of human society. He paused for a moment, his tone calm but his words sharp. Like gunpowder, it may have been invented in the pursuit of immortality through alchemy, but in the end, it ruthlessly rewrote the global war landscape. Technology never waits patiently for the system to be ready. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. The second speaker for the opposing side suddenly stood up, his lips moving, but he was rendered speechless by this argument and was then gestured to sit down by the host according to the rules. Su Wanqing's knuckles, gripping the picture album, turned slightly white. She noticed that Gu Yunfei's eyes were different when he spoke than when he was focused on cooking in the kitchen, and also different when he was sweating on the basketball court. At this moment, he was like an ancient sword slowly drawn from its sheath, calm yet radiating a cold light. During the free debate, tensions instantly flared up. The second speaker for the opposition preemptively launched an attack. According to your logic, should we reject all technological progress? Should we simply return to a primitive society with slash-and-burn agriculture? Gu Yunfei responded with lightning speed. My opponent has successfully shifted our focus. We are discussing exacerbating inequality, not rejecting technology. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, unhurried and completely in control of the rhythm. Let me give you an example. The development of artificial intelligence can greatly improve social productivity, but when it first replaces assembly line workers and low-level clerks, who will lose their jobs? The capitalists, or the workers who already lack bargaining power? Doesn't this exacerbate inequality? The third speaker for the opposition immediately countered, but in the long run, new technologies will inevitably create new jobs. Gu Yunfei suddenly laughed. The smile was faint, yet it made the debater on the other side feel an inexplicable pressure. How far is long term? 10 years? 20 years? Can the entire generation that will be left behind by the times afford to wait? Historical experience is cold and cruel. With every technological revolution, a group of people will be ruthlessly crushed under the wheels. The steam engine eliminated artisans, the assembly line eliminated craftsmen, and now, it's AI and big data's turn. His speech suddenly quickened, each word like a nail, hammering into everyone's hearts. More importantly, those who are able to master and utilize new technologies first are always those with capital and access to top-notch educational resources. The rich get richer, and the strong get stronger. This is irrefutable proof that technology exacerbates inequality. The opposing camp fell silent. The area in the economics department area below the stage was completely boiling over, with applause and whistles almost lifting the roof off. Su Wanqing felt her breathing becoming somewhat disordered. She had never seen Gu Yunfei like this before. He doesn't need to roar at the top of his lungs, nor does he need to use flowery rhetoric to incite. He simply uses the calmest logic and the sharpest language to dissect the opponent's arguments, peeling away the false appearances to reveal the bloody reality. Concluding remarks. The fourth speaker for the opposition made a last-ditch effort, attempting to appeal to emotions. Technology restores sight to the blind, enables the disabled to walk again, and allows children in remote mountainous areas to access world-class courses taught by renowned teachers. Aren't these moments, shining with the light of humanity, enough to make us believe in the goodwill of technology? He spoke with great emotion, moving many of the more sentimental audience members. Gu Yunfei stood up. He didn't directly refute those touching cases, but instead nodded quietly first. What my opponent said is true and indeed moving. But I would like to ask, how much does the artificial retina technology that enables the blind to regain their sight cost? And how many ordinary families can afford the mechanical exoskeletons that enable disabled people to walk? For children in mountainous areas to access online classes, they must have internet access and smart devices. But the reality is that in many places we can't see, there are still children who struggle to even have enough to eat. His voice was soft, yet it seemed to possess immense power, silencing the entire venue once again. Technology is like light, but it is never free or universally beneficial. When this light can only illuminate the top of the pyramid, the rest of us don't even have the right to chase after the light and shadow. This is our core argument: technology itself may be neutral, but when it grows in an unequal environment, it will only make the strong stronger and the weak weaker, turning the gap into an insurmountable chasm. He paused, his gaze slowly sweeping across the entire room before finally settling on the judges' panel. Therefore, technological development will exacerbate social inequality. Not because it is not good enough, but quite the opposite, because it is too good, so good that our society is not yet ready to allow everyone to stand fairly in front of it. The last word fell. The entire venue was completely silent for a full 3 seconds. Then, applause erupted like a landslide and a tsunami. On the judging panel, several senior professors stood up in unison and applauded enthusiastically. The final result was no surprise. The School of Economics won, and Gu Yunfei was unanimously elected Best Debater. After the game. As soon as Gu Yunfei stepped off the stage, he was surrounded by his excited teammates. "Brother Fei, you're not human. You're a god. That's like a complete annihilation. You single-handedly made those 4 people turn pale with anger." He just smiled faintly. "It's thanks to the team." Zhang Hao squeezed in and winked at him. "Brother Fei, don't be modest, the goddess is waiting for you." Gu Yunfei followed his gaze. The noisy crowd seemed to automatically part to create a passage, and at the end of the passage, Su Wanqing stood quietly. She was still holding the sketchbook in her hands, and in her cool eyes, there was an undisguised, star-like brilliance. Gu Yunfei walked over. "You've arrived." Su Wanqing nodded, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end only managed a heartfelt exclamation: "You are really amazing." She rarely praised someone so directly. As soon as she said it, she felt her cheeks burning. Gu Yunfei looked at her slightly reddened ears, a gentle smile appearing on his lips, but he cleverly changed the subject. "Are you still going to the art exhibition tomorrow?" Su Wanqing was stunned for a moment before she realized what was happening. He was using this method to ease her awkwardness. "Go." Her answer was crisp and resounding. "See you tomorrow." He turned and joined his teammates' celebration, leaving behind a composed and upright figure. Su Wanqing stood there, feeling as if a scalding hot stone had been thrown into her heart, creating ripples of burning heat. Lin Fei leaned closer, a mischievous grin on her face. Wanqing, you're finished. What? The way you look at him is exactly the same as the way you look when you see a masterpiece painting. Su Wanqing's face instantly turned bright red. This time, she did not refute it. Because she knew that what Lin Fei said was true. That night, in the dormitory, Gu Yunfei lay on the bed, and the system's notification sounded in his mind right on time. Ding! Mission complete. Reward, Advanced Eloquence and Logic Mastery. Target person Su Wanqing detected favorability rating greatly increased. Current favorability, 63. Status update, admiration high, heartbeat confirmed. Interim recommendation, the target has entered the emotional confirmation period. It is recommended that the host, during the next time they are alone together, appropriately reveal a more private and authentic side of themselves to establish a deeper emotional connection. Gu Yunfei looked at the prompt and closed his eyes. What came to mind was the look in Su Wanqing's eyes when she looked at him from below the stage tonight. He was very familiar with that kind of light. That's the light that only comes when an artist sees their destined muse. Tomorrow's art exhibition is sure to be very interesting. Chapter 15, The Invitation Takes the Initiative, and the ambiguous relationship heats up. Saturday afternoon. Shanghai Museum of Contemporary Art. The massive white building stands out in the sunlight with its simple yet austere lines. Su Wanqing stood at the bottom of the steps by the door, feeling her heart beating harder than usual. She wore a light blue dress today, the hem of which swayed gently in the breeze. She wore light makeup, the result of half an hour of repeated revisions in front of the mirror. This was the first time in her life that she had taken a meeting so seriously. A black Cullinan silently glided to a stop on the side of the road, but Su Wanqing's gaze was firmly drawn to a figure leaning against a sycamore tree not far away. Gu Yunfei was wearing a simple white t-shirt, black casual pants, and a pair of clean sneakers. The most ordinary attire, when worn by him, becomes a sight to behold, as if the surrounding noise has nothing to do with him. He seemed to notice her gaze, looked up, and looked over. Their eyes met. He smiled slightly and walked towards her. Have you been waiting long? His voice was clear and bright. No, I just arrived too. Su Wanqing subconsciously tidied her wind-blown hair, trying to hide her inner turmoil. Gu Yunfei's gaze lingered on her face for a second, then he chuckled softly. You look beautiful today. A simple and direct compliment. Su Wanqing felt a surge of heat rush from her neck to her cheeks, and her fingertips involuntarily curled up. She lowered her head, her voice barely audible, thank you. Gu Yunfei didn't continue the topic and naturally walked alongside her toward the entrance of the art gallery. Let's go and see the world you love. The air conditioning in the exhibition hall was very strong, instantly isolating the noise from the outside world. On the pure white walls hang paintings of various styles. As a genius in the Chinese painting department, this is Su Wanqing's home turf. She quickly composed herself, and the light of art returned to her cool eyes. This is the core work of this special exhibition, Mr. Su Beihome's Horses. Standing in front of a huge ink painting, she introduced it to Gu Yunfei in a soft voice, look at the brushwork here. He incorporated the perspective and anatomy of Western painting into traditional Chinese painting, so the muscles and bones of the horses he painted are particularly realistic and full of power. Gu Yunfei listened quietly, his gaze fixed on the painting, nodding occasionally. He didn't interrupt, like a most focused student. This respect made Su Wanqing feel a sense of comfort she had never felt before. She became even more talkative, pulling him from one exhibition area to another, sharing her understanding of each artwork. Just as the two were admiring an impressionist painting of water lilies, an untimely voice interrupted. Wanqing? What a coincidence, you're here to see the exhibition too. A young man dressed in Versace with slicked back hair walked over, his eyes filled with undisguised surprise and possessiveness. Su Wanqing's brows furrowed slightly. Wang Haoren. She nodded politely but distantly. Wang Haoren, the son of a local real estate developer in Shanghai, was known to everyone at school for pursuing her. Wang Haoren's gaze completely ignored Gu Yunfei, as if he were just a transparent background figure. He moved closer to Su Wanqing, pointed at the painting Water Lilies, and looked smug. Monet's Water Lilies is one of his most important works from his later years. Look at the use of light and shadow, it's simply masterful. Through these blurred brushstrokes, he perfectly captured the fleeting changes in the reflection on the water. This is the essence of Impressionism, capturing light and color. He recited a passage as if reciting a memorized text, then looked expectantly at Su Wanqing, waiting for her approval. Su Wanqing simply gave a faint without even giving her a second glance. Wang Haorun's smile froze for a moment. In an attempt to regain his composure, he finally turned his gaze to Gu Yunfei with a hint of scrutiny and contempt. "Who is this student?" "My friend, Gu Yunfei," Su Wanqing introduced. "Oh, friend." Wang Haorun nodded as if suddenly realizing something, then turned to Gu Yunfei and asked with a sense of superiority, "Gu, which department are you in? Are you also interested in art?" "From the School of Economics," Gu Yunfei said casually. "Just browsing. Economics department?" Wang Haorun laughed, his smile full of arrogance. "A finance major coming to an art exhibition? Can you even understand it? Just don't treat these as stock charts." Su Wanqing's face instantly turned cold. "Wang Haorun, what do you mean?" "Just kidding, Wanqing, don't be angry." Wang Haorun waved his hand, then said to Gu Yunfei in a guiding tone, "Classmate, looking at paintings isn't just for show. Take this one, for example. Did you know that Monet even spent a lot of money to dig an artificial pond in his own garden to paint these water lilies? Art requires both depth and financial support." He deliberately emphasized the word financial resources, looking at Gu Yunfei with a provocative gaze. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Just as Su Wanqing was about to lash out, Gu Yunfei suddenly reached out and gently pulled her. He stepped forward, stood in front of the painting Water Lilies, and spoke calmly. "You're half right." Wang Haorun was taken aback. "Half of what?" "Monet painted more than just light and color." Gu Yunfei's voice wasn't loud, but it had a strange magic that made several tourists who were looking at the painting stop in their tracks. This painting was created after 1915, when he had just been diagnosed with cataracts. So what you see is not a perfect capture of light and shadow, but rather the blurry, chaotic world in his eyes after his vision deteriorated rapidly, with the boundaries of colors merging. Gu Yunfei's fingers did not touch the painting, they merely made a light, indistinct gesture from a distance. "Look at this purple and deep blue. This is not a reflection of the evening, but the phenomenon of blue vision seen by cataract patients. And these seemingly chaotic brushstrokes are not to express a moment, but because he is unable to make detailed depictions due to his impaired vision, he can only rely on muscle memory and intuition for color, which is almost a kind of struggle in creation. Therefore, this painting does not depict water lilies in a pond." Gu Yunfei paused, his voice clear and strong. It is his inner pain and struggle, and the final cry of a great artist for color as he is about to lose his sight. His words flowed smoothly and naturally. The entire room fell silent. Wang Haorun's smug face instantly lost all color, then suddenly flushed red, as if he had been slapped hard across the face. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. The tour guide script he had memorized was nothing more than kindergarten-level picture description compared to Gu Yunfei's academic analysis. Su Wanqing was completely stunned. Her breathing stopped. She stared blankly at Gu Yunfei's profile. He was clearly talking about the painting, but she could only see him. That composure, that certainty, that profound insight that seemed to know everything sent a shiver down her spine. "Nonsense! Nonsense!" Wang Haorun finally managed to utter a sentence, his tone fierce but his voice weak. "What do you, an economics student, know about art?" Just then, an elderly man with a refined demeanor and wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked over quickly, followed by several people who looked like gallery staff. The old man looked at Gu Yunfei with excitement, his eyes filled with admiration and shock. "Sir, you are an art critic, aren't you? Your insights were absolutely brilliant. You've captured the essence of Monet's late style in a single sentence." When Wang Haorun saw the old man, his face turned deathly pale. "Director Chen. This is the director of the Shanghai Museum of Contemporary Art, one of China's top art connoisseurs." Director Chen completely ignored him, staring intently at Gu Yunfei, and even handed him a business card with both hands. "Your insights are truly remarkable. Would you have the honor of inviting me to my office for a cup of tea so we can have a more in-depth discussion?" Gu Yunfei didn't even glance at the business card, he simply shook his head. "No need, I'm just an enthusiast." After saying that, he turned to Su Wanqing, who was completely stunned, and reached out his hand to her. "Shall we go take a look over there?" Su Wanqing's mind went blank, and she subconsciously placed her hand in his palm. His hands were warm, dry, and strong. Led by him, through the stunned gazes of Wang Haorun and Director Chen, Su Wanqing felt as if she were walking on clouds. It wasn't until she had walked quite a distance that she came to her senses. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, almost bursting out of her chest. As she watched the man's back as he walked away, only one thought remained in her mind. How many more surprises does this man hold that I don't know about? The two walked silently to the terrace of the exhibition hall. The evening breeze blew, dispelling the heat from Su Wanqing's face, but it couldn't dispel the burning passion in her heart. You. She wanted to ask something, but didn't know where to begin. Gu Yunfei released her hand, leaned against the railing, and looked at the distant horizon. He turned his head, looked into her eyes that were filled with starlight, and suddenly smiled. Now, do you believe I'm just here to experience life? Su Wanqing's heart was in turmoil because of his smile, and she could only nod haphazardly. Just then, Gu Yunfei's phone vibrated very slightly in his pocket. He took it out and glanced at the screen. Su Wanqing noticed that the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Instead, there was a sharpness beneath the calm that she had never seen before. He put away his phone, looked at her again, his eyes deep. It seems the peaceful days are coming to an end. Su Wanqing was taken aback. He asked softly, with a hint of amusement in his voice. Interested in something more exciting? Chapter 16. After taking the school beauty to watch the underground gambling match, I'll accompany her to eat at a roadside stall. Su Wanqing's heartbeat went completely out of control because of the question. Interested in seeing something more exciting? Exciting? She looked into Gu Yunfei's deep eyes, which no longer held his usual gentleness, but instead possessed a sharpness beneath a calm that she had never seen before. She nodded as if possessed. Walk. Gu Yunfei said no more, took her still somewhat cold hand, and led her through the art gallery's entrance. This time, instead of heading towards the Aston Martin, he went to a black Toyota Alphard parked in the corner. The car door slid open automatically, revealing extremely luxurious airline-style seats inside. As Su Wanqing sat inside, she felt as if she had fallen into a soft cloud. The car started smoothly and merged into the traffic, but the direction it was traveling in became increasingly remote, far away from the dazzling lights of the city center. Su Wanqing didn't ask where they were going. She just sat quietly, feeling the warmth of Gu Yunfei's palm. This is a blind, yet incredibly unwavering trust. About half an hour later, the car drove into an abandoned industrial area. In the distance, the faint roar of engines could be heard, like a group of steel behemoths howling in the dead of night. The air was filled with the smell of burning rubber and pungent gasoline. The Alphard stopped outside a huge abandoned warehouse, and Gu Yunfei turned off the engine. Wait for me here, I'll be there soon. He let go of her hand, opened the door, and got out of the car. Through the car window, Su Wanqing saw him walk towards the center of the chaos. There were hundreds of people gathered there, tattooed, wearing metal chains and strange clothes, each with a fanatic and violent expression on their face. Several heavily modified sports cars were parked haphazardly, and a group of people were punching and kicking a young man who had fallen to the ground. A burly, bald man with a face full of scars was stepping on the young man's hand, grinning maliciously. Su Wanqing's heart jumped into her throat. Is this what he meant by excitement? She saw Gu Yunfei walk over without pausing at all. The crowd automatically parted to make way for him. It wasn't out of fear, but rather an almost instinctive awe of those in power. The bald, burly man's sinister smile froze instantly upon seeing Gu Yunfei, replaced by extreme terror. He swiftly withdrew his foot and bowed his head respectfully. Gu Yunfei didn't even glance at him, but simply walked up to the young man who had been beaten and squatted down. Ahu, what's going on? His voice was very calm. The young man known as Ahu struggled to raise his head, his face covered in blood. When he saw Gu Yunfei, tears instantly streamed down his face. Fei, brother Fei. I'm so sorry. Scorpion and his gang cheated and injured our people. Gu Yunfei nodded, stood up, and finally his gaze fell on the bald, burly man. Scorpion. Just 2 words. The bald, burly man knelt down with a thud, his body trembling like a leaf. Brother Fei. I didn't know Ahu was one of your men. I'll never do it again. Please forgive me this once. Gu Yunfei's eyes remained completely calm. Who made these rules? It was you who ordered it. Scorpion's voice trembled. What is the first one? Fairness, harmony brings wealth. Which rule did you break? They all committed the same offense. Gu Yunfei took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the blood off Ahu's face, and then threw the handkerchief in front of Scorpion. Clean it up yourself. I don't want to see you in Shanghai tomorrow morning. Scorpion felt like he had been granted a pardon. He picked up the handkerchief and, scrambling and crawling, led his men away into the night. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. Throughout the entire process, Gu Yunfei did not raise his voice once, nor did he make any unnecessary movements. But that invisible pressure silenced the entire noisy racetrack, making it as still as death. He helped Dahu up, handed him to someone nearby, and turned to walk towards the Alfred. Su Wanqing watched him walk through the crowd, and those men and women who had just been fierce and menacing were now bowing respectfully to him. He reopened the car door, sat back in the driver's seat, as if he had only gotten out to buy a pack of cigarettes. The sharp aura disappeared, and he returned to being the gentle and clean-cut Gu Yunfei. "Did you scare me?" He looked at her, a slightly apologetic smile on his lips. Su Wanqing shook her head, her mind was still buzzing. Looking at this man, she suddenly realized that all her previous knowledge of him was just the tip of the iceberg. "Why, do they call you Brother Fei?" Gu Yunfei started the car and casually said, "I helped them with a little something before." He turned his head and saw Su Wanqing's eyes, still filled with shock, and smiled. "The appetizer is over. Now, let's go eat the main course." The car started again, this time heading to Changli Road Night Market, the most famous gathering place for everyday life in Shanghai. As the car stopped at the intersection and they stepped out of the Alfred, which had soundproofing comparable to a recording studio, they were instantly enveloped by the cacophony of voices and the aroma of food. The stark contrast gave Su Wanqing a feeling of being disoriented in time and space. Just minutes before, she was in an underground world filled with danger and hormones. But now, she stands in the most ordinary, vibrant world. "Come on, let me show you my secret menu." Gu Yunfei naturally took her hand again, and this time, Su Wanqing's palms were covered in fine sweat. Instead of taking her to those trendy shops, he turned into a small alleyway, a place he knew all too well. There's a grilled gluten stall at the entrance of the alley, run by a woman in her 50s. "Aunt Zhang, 2 skewers of gluten, extra spicy, extra cumin," Gu Yunfei greeted with a smile. "Xiao Fei's here. Did you bring your girlfriend over today?" Aunt Shang's eyes lit up when she saw Su Wanqing. "What a beautiful girl." Su Wanqing's face flushed red instantly. Gu Yunfei didn't explain, he just smiled and took out some change from his pocket and handed it over. He held 2 steaming hot gluten skewers and handed one to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing had never eaten anything like this before. She imitated Gu Yunfei and carefully took a bite. The spicy, salty, and chewy texture explodes in your mouth. It was surprisingly delicious. She watched as Gu Yunfei devoured a skewer in just a few bites, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction, like a cat that had just stolen some fish. He looked completely different from the Brother Fei who had commanded the entire audience just moments before. This extreme contrast captivated her. Gu Yunfei then dragged her to buy a bomb giant squid dish. He deliberately handed the ugliest piece to Su Wanqing with a serious expression. "Try this, squid brain, it's very nutritious." Su Wanqing believed it to be true. Looking at the dark object, her little face scrunched up, and she hesitated to take a bite. Seeing her expression of both love and fear, Gu Yunfei finally couldn't help but laugh out loud and ate it all himself. "Just kidding, it's just a piece of burnt crispy crust." Su Wanqing then realized what was happening, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, and gently punched his arm with her little fist. This time, she added a touch of coquettishness that she herself didn't even realize. The two were just like any ordinary couple, moving through the crowds and fireworks, their laughter never ceasing. At the end of the night market is a noodle shop whose signboard has faded. Gu Yunfei ordered 2 bowls of plain noodles. The two sat on small stools by the door, with 2 bowls of clear soup noodles, a few green vegetables, and some chopped green onions in front of them. It couldn't be simpler. A Bentley slowly drove by, and the people inside cast a disdainful glance at it. Su Wanqing noticed that look. She looked down at the noodles in her bowl, then looked up at Gu Yunfei, who was eating heartily across from her. He ate with great satisfaction, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead, his eyes filled with pure enjoyment. At that moment, Su Wanqing suddenly understood everything. Whether it's a multi-million-dollar Aston Martin or a $10 bowl of noodles from a street vendor. Whether it's the eloquent erudition in the art gallery or the authoritative control of the underground racetrack. For him, it was all just an experience. He was never defined by these things, nor was he ever bound by them. He was richer and freer than anyone else. Su Wanqing picked up a piece of noodles with her chopsticks, blew on it gently, and put it in her mouth. The soup was delicious, and the noodles were warm. She looked at Gu Yunfei and said softly, Gu Yunfei, this is the best meal I've ever had. Gu Yunfei put down his chopsticks and looked up. The light from the streetlights fell into his eyes, as gentle as a lake. He smiled. Me too. Ding. Target person Su Wanqing detected emotional state has undergone a qualitative change. Current favorability, 85. Status update, completely succumbed, deeply addicted. Interim recommendation, congratulations, host, the iceberg has melted, you can proceed to the next step. Chapter 17 Rivals Provocation, easily crushed. The Autumn Campus Cultural Festival at Shanghai University was packed with people. More than a dozen colorful booths were set up on the playground, and the air was filled with the aroma of cumin from grilled skewers and the scent of perfume from young girls. Gu Yunfei and Su Wanqing walked side by side on the main road, their shoulders almost touching. Today, Su Wanqing wore a beige knitted cardigan, a light blue long skirt, and her long hair was loosely tied up with an antique wooden hairpin. She looked like a lady who had stepped out of the misty rain of Jiangnan. She was holding a warm cup of milk tea, which Gu Yunfei had bought for her after waiting in a long line for 10 minutes. Try this. Gu Yunfei handed over a string of bright red candied hawthorns. Su Wanqing took it, parted her cherry lips slightly, and took a bite. The rock candy shell cracked crisply, and the sweet and sour taste of hawthorn exploded on her taste buds. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction, her eyelashes like two small fans. Tasty. Gu Yunfei noticed a tiny, glistening sugar stain that had accidentally gotten on the corner of her mouth. He naturally raised his hand and gently wiped it off with his fingertips. The warm touch on my fingertips was fleeting. Su Wanqing's breath hitched for a moment, and when she came to her senses, a surge of heat rushed from her neck to her ears. The students passing by glanced at them like searchlights, their voices trembling with suppressed gasps. Holy crap, Gu Yunfei and Su Wanqing? Really? Damn, my goddess has been won over? Who is this kid? It's only been a short time since the start of the semester. That's Su Wanqing, notoriously aloof. The line of rich second-generation suitors chasing her could stretch from the east gate to the west gate, and yet the discussions came like a tidal wave. Just then, an extremely jarring voice forced its way into the ambiguous atmosphere. Hey, isn't this our Suzhou University's campus bell? What brings you to a place like this today, sweating it out? A young man wearing a Versace floral shirt and a dazzling Rolex gold watch on his wrist swaggered over with 3 or 4 followers. Li Ming. The only son of the CEO of a real estate company in Shanghai, he was notorious for his arrogance and domineering behavior at school. He clung to Su Wanqing like a leech for half a year, repeatedly rejected but still going his own way. Su Wanqing frowned almost imperceptibly, her voice dropping to freezing. Li Ming, is something the matter? Li Ming seemed not to hear the aloofness in her words, and his gaze skipped over her, landing directly on Gu Yunfei. He looked her up and down, his eyes scrutinizing her like a cheap, low-quality item. Who is this? My friend. Su Wanqing's voice was even colder. Friend? Li Ming laughed exaggeratedly, his laughter filled with undisguised mockery. Wanqing, when did your taste become so bad? How dare someone as poor and shabby as you stand beside me? He deliberately emphasized the words poor and stingy. Gu Yunfei was dressed simply today, a clean white t-shirt, black casual pants, and a pair of faded canvas shoes. The total cost of his outfit might not even cover Li Ming's meal expenses. The contrast with Li Ming's outfit, piled high with luxury brands, was stark. The surrounding air instantly fell silent, and everyone stopped in their tracks, ready to watch the show. The last trace of warmth on Su Wanqing's face disappeared. Just as she was about to speak, her wrist was gently pulled by a warm hand. Gu Yunfei stepped forward, blocking Su Wanqing's path perfectly. Your name is Li Ming? His voice was calm, without the slightest ripple. What? Li Ming raised his chin, his nostrils pointing to the sky. Now you know you're scared? Be smart and disappear from Wanqing's sight right now, and I can pretend nothing happened. Gu Yunfei didn't reply, but just glanced at him indifferently. That one glance made Li Ming's heart skip a beat for no reason. There was no emotion in his eyes, like a god looking down at the dust, only pure indifference. But this feeling was fleeting, and Li Ming immediately dismissed it as his own illusion, becoming furious with embarrassment. What are you pretending for? Li Ming sneered. You think you can play the innocent card and gain Wanqing's sympathy by dressing like a migrant worker? Let me tell you, this society is very realistic. Without money or connections, you're not even worthy of carrying her shoes. He became more and more excited as he spoke, and turned to Su Wanqing with a deeply affectionate expression. Wanqing, what future can you have with someone like that? Although I, Li Ming, can't compare to those top wealthy families in Shanghai, my dad's company is worth at least $1 billion. If you come with me, you'll graduate and immediately become the company's vice president. With sports cars and villas, you can have whatever you want. Su Wanqing's face was extremely pale. Just as she was about to lash out, she heard Gu Yunfei in front of her suddenly let out a soft laugh. The laughter was faint, yet it was like a needle, making the hairs on Li Ming's back stand on end. $1 billion or more. Gu Yunfei's voice remained calm. Li's real estate, right? Li Ming was taken aback. You know about my family's company? Of course I know. Gu Yunfei nodded, his tone as if he were talking about a trivial matter. After all, last month you were investigated by the China Banking Regulatory Commission for illegally misappropriating pre-sale funds. Oh, and by the way, there's that underground gambling debt between your father and Zhao Tai of Taiha Group. I remember, it was around 30 million? The color drained completely from Li Ming's face in an instant. These were his family's most core and most shameful secrets. He himself had only overheard snippets of conversations at the door of his study. How could this kid in canvas shoes know so much? The crowd instantly erupted in uproar. Taiha Group? Is that the one that was in the news a while ago and was investigated for alleged involvement in organized crime? Holy crap, Li Ming's dad has connections with those kinds of people? And he owes 30 million in gambling debts? Misappropriation of pre-sale funds? That's a serious crime. Is Li's real estate on the verge of collapse? Cold sweat rolled down Li Ming's forehead. He roared, his voice trembling with fear, You're talking nonsense. You're slandering me. What evidence do you have? Gu Yunfei didn't answer, but slowly took out his phone and tapped the screen a few times. Then, he turned his phone screen towards Li Ming. On the screen is a screenshot of an encrypted bank transfer record highlighted in red. Transferor, Li's real estate corporate account. Recipient, Zhao Tai's personal account. Amount, 30 million.00. Time, 2:17 a.m. on the 15th of last month. Li Ming's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinpoints. He stared intently at the screen, his body trembling uncontrollably. This record that even his father thought was completely undetectable. Who is this guy? Gu Yunfei put away his phone, his voice still eerily calm. Li Ming, I have a suggestion for you. Go back and tell your father to sever ties with Zhao Tai as soon as possible and cover up all the wrongdoings. Otherwise. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Li Ming's pale face. Li's real estate won't last this month. These words struck Li Ming like an invisible hammer blow. He opened his mouth, making a hoarse sound in his throat, but couldn't utter a single word. His intuition screamed wildly, everything Gu Yunfei said was true. And one more thing, Gu Yunfei's voice rang out again, this time with a hint of cold warning, stay away from her from now on. He didn't say the three words Su Wanqing, but only used the word she. But the weight of those words was so clear that everyone present heard them perfectly. Li Ming's face turned pale and then flushed, finally turning a deep liver color. His henchmen behind him had already lowered their heads to their chests, wishing they could disappear on the spot. Li Ming's lips trembled for a long time before he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth, you just wait. After saying that, he pushed through the crowd and practically tumbled and crawled away. The surrounding crowd erupted in undisguised laughter and chatter. Holy crap, what a plot twist. I thought it was the poor kid getting slapped in the face by the rich kid, but it turns out the rich kid got sent down to earth by a god? Just who is that kid? He can even dig up dirt on Li Ming's family, down to the cent? Didn't you see how cowardly Li Ming looked? He was almost scared to death. This is absolutely true. Su Wanqing stood there, her gaze fixed on Gu Yunfei's back, unable to look away. She suddenly realized that her understanding of this man was still only the tip of the iceberg. What enormous and terrifying truth is hidden beneath the surface of the sea? Gu Yunfei turned around, met her eyes filled with shock and confusion, and smiled. It was as if the man who seemed to be in control of everything was just an illusion. Let's go, didn't we say we were going to see an art exhibition? He reached out his hand to her, palm up. Su Wanqing looked at that hand, her heart pounding like a drum. She hesitated for a second, then took the initiative to place her hand on it. This time, she held on tightly, as if she were entrusting all her trust to his palm. The two figures disappeared into the distance at the end of the crowd. No one noticed that under a sycamore tree not far away, a man in a black trench coat was staring coldly in the direction they had left. He took out his phone and dialed a number. "Young Master Zhao, Li Ming messed things up." "Yes, that kid is much more troublesome than we thought." "I understand, it will be taken care of." He hung up the phone, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. "Gu Yunfei, do you think everything will be fine once you've dealt with an idiot like Li Ming? The game has only just begun." At the same time, the system's voice arrived in Gu Yunfei's mind as expected. Ding! The host has successfully defused the rival's provocation. The target, Su Wanqing, has gained +5 favorability points. Current favorability rating, 90. Status update, deep dependency, initial sense of belonging established. Special note, the hostile force Zhao Tai has been detected launching a second operation against the host. Please prepare accordingly. Hidden main quest the cleaner progress updated, 10%. Gu Yunfei's eyes narrowed slightly. Has Zhao Tai already become restless? That's fine. He was just looking for an opportunity to establish his authority. Since the other party has offered their face up, then don't blame yourself for hitting too hard. Chapter 18 Lin Xiaofan's provocation, counterattack, and deterrence. In the study room on the third floor of the School of Economics at Shanghai University, it was so quiet that you could hear the sound of plane tree leaves falling outside the window. Gu Yunfei sat by the window, and on his laptop screen, strings of real-time data belonging to Cloud Express were rapidly changing. In less than 2 weeks since its launch, the daily order volume has steadily exceeded 3,000, and the business network has covered all business districts within 5 kilometers of Shanghai University. Su Wanqing sat next to him, holding a thick book on the history of ancient Chinese painting, but her gaze kept drifting to Gu Yunfei's profile. The afternoon sun slanted in, casting a warm glow on his angular face, making even the fine downy hairs clearly visible. He stared intently at the screen, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he were deep in thought. "What's wrong?" Su Wanqing noticed the change in his aura and asked softly. Gu Yunfei did not answer immediately, but turned the computer screen towards her. "Look at this." The screen displays charts showing the back-end data of Cloud Express. The previously smooth and steep order growth curve suddenly plummeted without warning, starting at 9 o'clock this morning. Even more bizarrely, the number of negative reviews on the platform surged from single digits to over 300 in just 2 hours. Slow delivery, poor service, spilled food, unable to contact customer service. The reviews were all 1-star ratings, with highly similar content and even identical typos. Although Su Wanqing didn't understand business operations, she immediately saw through the trickery. Is this someone deliberately causing trouble? Ding! Malicious business competition detected against the host. System task triggered. Mission name, Business Counterattack. Mission requirements, uncover and thwart the commercial attack targeting Cloud Express, identify the mastermind behind it, and deter them. Task reward, Advanced Crisis Public Relations Mastery. A knowing glint flashed in Gu Yunfei's eyes, and he silently said to himself, accept the mission. A vast and intricate flow of information instantly flooded my mind, and countless classic business attack and defense cases, public opinion guidance techniques, and legal application methods were instantly integrated into my understanding. He nodded, his fingers gliding lightly across the touchpad to bring up another interface. That's the real-time location tracking system for Yunjian Express delivery personnel. On the map, dozens of green dots representing part-time students are moving normally along their respective delivery routes without any abnormalities. Delivery drivers are working normally, and orders are being delivered on time, but negative reviews are increasing like crazy. Gu Yunfei's voice remained calm, but Su Wanqing could hear the chill beneath that calmness, like a frozen sea. They're online trolls. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yunfei's phone vibrated. It was a message from my roommate Zhang Hao, and his tone was anxious. Brother Fei. Something's happened. Just now, 7 or 8 thugs from the streets blocked the entrance to our warehouse, holding banners saying we're a heartless platform, and they even filmed it and posted it on the campus forum. Immediately afterwards, a link to a campus forum was sent to me. Gu Yunfei clicked on it. A bold, red headline immediately caught the eye, shocking. New campus internet sensation platform Yunjian Express turns out to be a shady business? Owner suspected of fleeing. The post included several deliberately blurry photos showing a group of people holding up a glaring banner at the entrance of Yunjian Express's temporary warehouse. You heartless platform, give me back my hard-earned money. The accompanying text was even more inflammatory, with claims such as delivery staff wages are in arrears, food safety is a serious concern, and college students starting businesses is just a way to make money. In just 10 minutes, the post received over 5,000 views, and the comment section below was in an uproar. After reading it, Su Wanqing frowned, and a hint of anger appeared on her fair face. These people have gone too far. Gu Yunfei laughed. The smile was faint, yet it carried a calm and composed air of control, which inexplicably put Su Wanqing's anxious heart at ease. Too much? No, this is just the beginning. He stood up and slammed the notebook shut. Come on, come with me to deal with a little trouble. Without a second thought, Su Wanqing immediately put away her book, got up, and followed. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Yunjian Express's temporary warehouse. This place used to be an abandoned small supermarket, but now the entrance is surrounded by layers of students watching the spectacle. The leader was a young man wearing a leather jacket and with dyed yellow hair. He was holding a megaphone and shouting at the top of his lungs. Everyone, come and see. This is the heartless boss of Yunjian Express. He owes us 3 months' wages and also withholds our commissions. Behind him stood 7 or 8 hooligans, each holding a banner or slogan, their faces feigning grief and indignation. Whispers could be heard from time to time in the crowd. Really? I've used Cloud Express before, it's pretty fast. It's hard to say. Aren't there plenty of these platforms going bankrupt these days? I think it's probably true, otherwise why would they put up a banner? As more and more people gathered, Huang Mao's smugness grew even stronger. He shouted at the tightly closed warehouse shutter door, "You, surnamed Gu. You come out here. If you don't settle your debts today, I'll call the police." Seeing no movement inside, he sneered, took out his phone, and started recording a video. Everyone saw this, right? This is the boss of Yunjian Express. He did something wrong, and he doesn't even dare to open the door. Just then, a calm voice came from outside the crowd. Who says I'm afraid to open the door? The crowd seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, automatically making way for each other. Gu Yunfei and Su Wanqing walked over side by side. He was still wearing a simple white t-shirt, black cargo pants, and a pair of clean white sneakers. Su Wanqing followed beside him, her long hair fluttering in the wind. Her aloof and ethereal aura seemed to purify the noisy air around them. When Huang Mao saw Gu Yunfei, his eyes lit up and he immediately pointed his phone camera at him. It's you! You surnamed Gu. You dare to come here? Gu Yunfei didn't even look at him. He walked straight to the warehouse door, took out his key, and opened the roller shutter with a whoosh. Inside the warehouse, various packaging boxes and delivery equipment were neatly stacked, and the floor was so clean it reflected light. He turned around, his gaze sweeping indifferently over the blonde-haired man and the group of people behind him. You're saying I owe you wages? The blonde-haired man, neck stiff and blustering, shouted, yes. 3 months? A full 3 months. What's your name? What's your employee number? Yellowhair was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. Stop pretending, you son of a bitch. My name is Wang Dali. My employee number is. He stammered for a long time, unable to come up with a single word. Gu Yunfei smiled. Cloud Express has been officially launched for a total of 13 days. Where did the 3 months come from? All of our delivery drivers are part-time students from this university. Their wages are paid daily and automatically by the system. We have never been late on paying a single penny. He took out his phone, brought up an interface, and held it up in front of the blonde-haired man. This is the platform's back-end payroll record. Every transfer has an electronic bank receipt, accurate to the second. You said your name is Wang Dali? Sorry, there's no one like you among our 300-plus part-time students. The blonde-haired man's face instantly turned a deep liver color. The students watching immediately erupted in uproar. Holy crap, is this a professional staged accident scam? Telling 13 days is 3 months, where's your shamelessness? Damn it, I almost got tricked by these scammers. Seeing that things were going wrong, the blonde-haired guy quickly changed the subject. Even if you haven't withheld wages, what about your food safety? I ordered takeout yesterday, and I got diarrhea after eating it. Gu Yunfei didn't say anything, but simply took out a document from his pocket and threw it directly in his face. This is a food business license issued by the Shanghai Municipal Food and Drug Administration, valid for 3 years. All restaurants that cooperate with our platform have valid business licenses and health permits. You say you got food poisoning? Sure, show me a diagnosis certificate from a top-tier hospital, and I'll immediately compensate you tenfold. Huang Mao was stunned when the document hit him. He hurriedly caught it, feeling as if those few sheets of paper weighed a ton. Gu Yunfei's voice remained calm, but every word was like a scalpel, precisely dissecting their disguise. Furthermore, I have taken screenshots of the video you just filmed and the posts on the forum, and I have also identified the IP addresses. Spreading rumors and defamation, and maliciously damaging business reputation, can be punished with imprisonment of up to 3 years if the circumstances are serious, according to Article 221 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China. He paused, his gaze, as cold as a deep pool, sweeping over the faces of the troublemakers. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. First, immediately delete all videos and posts and issue a public apology. Second, I'll call the police and let them talk to you about the law. The air was deathly still. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down the blonde-haired man's forehead. He opened his mouth, but it felt like his throat was stuffed with cotton, and he couldn't utter a single word. Just then, a lazy yet slightly mocking voice came from outside the crowd. Gu Yunfei, you really do surprise us every time. The crowd parted again. A young man wearing a custom Armani suit and Ray-Ban sunglasses walked slowly over, his hands in his pockets, surrounded by 2 bodyguards, one fat and one thin. Lin Xiaofan. The only son of the Lin family, a wealthy local family in Shanghai, whose family businesses involve hotels, real estate and investment, with a net worth conservatively estimated at over 5 billion yuan. He took off his sunglasses, revealing a face with sharp features and a slightly sinister air. His gaze lingered on Su Wanqing for a second before landing on Gu Yunfei. These good-for-nothings are the ones I hired. His tone was casual, as if he were talking about something trivial. But it seems they really aren't very useful. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao's face turned deathly pale, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. Young Master Lin. Lin Xiaofan didn't even bother to glance at him, only staring at Gu Yunfei with amusement. In just 2 weeks, you've achieved 3,000 daily orders and captured the market within a 5-kilometer radius of universities in Shanghai. Gu Yunfei, your delivery platform is quite interesting. He laughed, a laugh that carried the undisguised contempt of someone in a superior position. Unfortunately, you touched the cake you shouldn't have. Gu Yunfei didn't speak, but just looked at him quietly, his eyes calm and indifferent. Lin Xiaofan continued, the delivery market around Shanghai University has always been run by companies invested in by my Lin family. How dare you, a poor student from out of town, try to get a piece of the pie? He stepped forward, his voice low and menacing. If you know what's good for you, shut down the platform today, and I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise. He didn't finish his sentence, but the fact that the 2 bodyguards stepped forward at the same time said it all. The surrounding students were so frightened that they backed away, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Su Wanqing instinctively grabbed Gu Yunfei's clothes, her palms sweating profusely. Gu Yunfei laughed. The smile was faint, yet it inexplicably made Lin Xiaofan's heart tighten. Lin Xiaofan, do you know what your biggest problem is? Lin Xiaofan frowned, what? You think this is just a business deal? Gu Yunfei's voice remained calm, but his eyes instantly became incredibly sharp, as if they could pierce through people's hearts. But to me, this is just a game. And you just broke the rules of the game. He took out his phone, tapped a few times on the screen, and then handed the phone to Lin Xiaofan. Take a look at this. Lin Xiaofan took the phone suspiciously, looked down, and his pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. On the screen is a business investigation report that has been highlighted in red and encrypted. The title of the report struck him like a hammer blow, Assessment Report on the Risk of a Broken Capital Chain at Lin's Investment Company. The dense data and analysis below, each point precisely points to the Lin family's most core and most shameful secret. Illegally transferring assets overseas, participating in money laundering through underground banks, hollowing out subsidiaries through related party transactions, and fraudulently obtaining bank loans through false capital injections. Even the details of the 30 million yuan slush fund between his father, Lin Guodong, and Zhao Tai of Taihe Group, including the transfer time and account information, were clearly listed on it. Lin Xiaofan's hands trembled violently. How did you get this? Gu Yunfei put his phone away, his voice eerily calm. Lin Xiaofan, I have a suggestion for you. Go back and tell your father to sever ties with Zhao Tai as soon as possible and cover up all the wrongdoings. Otherwise. He paused, his gaze sweeping across Lin Xiaofan's face like a sharp blade. Lin's investments won't last past next month. The color drained from Lin Xiaofan's face in an instant. He stared intently at Gu Yunfei, his body trembling uncontrollably. This seemingly harmless college student in a white t-shirt was, in his eyes, like a prehistoric beast lurking in the abyss, whose mere opening of its eyes was enough to obliterate everything. Besides, Gu Yunfei stepped forward, speaking in a very low voice, at a volume that only Lin Xiaofan could hear. Stay away from her from now on. He didn't say the three words Su Wanqing, but only used the word she. But the warning contained in those words made Lin Xiaofan's heart clench painfully. Roll. One word. Calm, indifferent, yet filled with undeniable authority. Lin Xiaofan made a hoarse, bellowing sound from his throat. Finally, he gritted his teeth and, in the dead silence, turned and left in humiliation. The two bodyguards, who had been so aggressive, now looked like defeated roosters and slunk off after them. Huang Mao and the other troublemakers were so frightened that their legs went weak, and they scrambled away into the crowd. After a brief silence, the students who had been watching erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Holy crap! That's so cool! That's a real big shot! He kicked Lin Xiaofan out with just one sentence. Gu Yunfei, I love you. Su Wanqing stood there, her gaze fixed on Gu Yunfei's back, unable to look away. She suddenly realized that every move this man made was completely overturning her understanding of the word powerful. How many unimaginable secrets are hidden in his world? Gu Yunfei turned around and met her eyes, which were filled with shock, admiration, and infatuation. He smiled, as if nothing had happened. Let's go, didn't we say we were going to eat something delicious? He reached out his hand to her, palm up. Su Wanqing looked at that clean and slender hand, her heart pounding like a drum. This time, she didn't hesitate at all and took the initiative to place her hand on it. She held on very tightly. Meanwhile, in the study of a luxury villa in Shanghai, Lin Xiaofan sat on the sofa with a gloomy expression. On the table in front of him was a dialed phone. A deep, dangerous voice came from the other end of the phone. So, you were scared off by him too? Lin Xiaofan gritted his teeth. Young Master Zhao, Gu Yunfei, he's not someone we can deal with using business tactics. He has dirt on all of us, including the debt between you and my dad. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone for more than 10 seconds. Interesting. It seems I underestimated him. Since the game of civilized people can't be played, then let's use something more direct. Lin Xiaofan's heart tightened. You want to? Don't worry, no one will die. The voice on the other end of the phone carried a cruel smile. I just want him to understand that in this city, some outsiders can never beat the local bullies. The call ended. Lin Xiaofan stared at his phone, his expression shifting between light and shadow. The system's voice arrived in Gu Yunfei's mind as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defusing malicious competition. Your favorability towards the target, Su Wanqing, has increased by 5. Current favorability rating, 95. Status update, deeply dependent, sense of belonging fully established. Special notice, the hostile force Zhao Tai has launched its third operation against the host, raising the danger level to high. Hidden main quest the cleaner progress updated, 30%. Recommendation, host, please be prepared. The other party may very well resort to more aggressive and direct physical means. Gu Yunfei's eyes narrowed slightly. Is Zhao Tai finally going to personally intervene? That's fine. Pray, time to enter the net. Chapter 19: A romantic date, the opportunity for relationships to heat up. The night sky over Shanghai spreads out like ink. Gu Yunfei stood downstairs at the girls' dormitory of the art college, holding a bunch of white lilies that were about to bloom. 11 flowers. No more, no less. It was a number he specifically specified. Because Su Wanqing's birthday is November 11th. She mentioned it casually during her first visit to Yunjian restaurant. Gu Yunfei remembered it. The evening breeze was cool, and he was only wearing a light gray casual suit with the top button of the collar casually undone, revealing a delicate collarbone. My phone vibrated almost imperceptibly. System notification: the host has completed the pre-mission preparations. The target is about to appear. Gu Yunfei looked up. The glass door of the dormitory building was pushed open, and a slender figure walked out. Su Wanqing. Today she wore a beige knitted long dress with a light camel trench coat, and her long black hair was loosely tied up with an elegant silver hairpin, revealing a section of her graceful swan-like neck. She paused noticeably the moment she saw Gu Yunfei. Her gaze then fell on the bouquet of lilies in his hand, and in his cool eyes, it was as if starlight had been lit up. You. Gu Yunfei stepped forward and handed the bouquet to her. This is for you. Su Wanqing took the flowers, her fingertips touching the cool dew on the petals. She lowered her head, brought the bouquet closer to her nose, and a smile she couldn't hide spread across her lips. How did you know I like lilies? You said that. Su Wanqing was stunned. She racked her brains trying to recall when she had ever revealed this preference to him. Gu Yunfei saw through her doubts and smiled calmly. Last time at Cloud Pavilion, you said that Monet's water lilies reminded you of the lilies in your grandmother's yard when you were a child. Su Wanqing's breath caught in her throat for a moment. He took to heart even the smallest detail that was mentioned casually. A warm current surged up from the bottom of my heart without warning, instantly spreading through my limbs and bones. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Gu Yunfei gentlemanly opened the passenger door of the Aston Martin and gestured for her to enter. Su Wanqing got into the car with the bouquet in her arms, the sweet scent of lilies filling her nostrils, and the pounding of her own heart ringing in her ears. The car drove smoothly into the most bustling downtown area of Shanghai and finally stopped in front of a towering skyscraper. A revolving restaurant in the clouds. The only Michelin 3-star restaurant in Shanghai, located on the 108th floor, is famous for its unparalleled night view and the difficulty in securing a reservation. Su Wanqing looked at the dazzling building in front of her, her palms slightly sweaty. Is this place too expensive? Gu Yunfei turned his head to the side, his eyes gentle and tender in the night. You deserve it. These 3 words, like warm feathers, gently brushed against Su Wanqing's heart, instantly bringing a blush to her cheeks. The private elevator ascended rapidly, causing my eardrums to swell slightly due to the change in air pressure. As the elevator doors slid open silently, a dazzling sea of stars unfolded before my eyes. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the dazzling night view of Shanghai unfolds. The Huangpu River resembles a flowing golden ribbon, the traffic is like a shimmering galaxy, and the lights of countless homes converge into an endless sea of light. Mr. Gu, your reserved Starry Sky Realm private room is ready. The restaurant manager, dressed in a tuxedo, bowed deeply as he led the way, his demeanor extremely respectful. They were led to a private room with the best view. The candlelight flickered on the snow-white tablecloth, reflecting the bustling city outside the window, like a dream. Su Wanqing sat down by the window, almost breathless from the view before her. What a nice view! Gu Yunfei's gaze did not fall on the window, but rather on her profile illuminated by the candlelight. Yes, it's beautiful. Su Wanqing subconsciously turned her head and bumped right into his deep eyes. Her heartbeat went out of control once again. Sir, here is tonight's menu. The waiter handed over the menu. Gu Yunfei took it, casually flipped through a couple of pages, and then closed it. The appetizer is blue lobster with champagne butter, the main course is pan-fried foie gras with fig sauce, plus a truffle risotto and French lamb chops, and for dessert, we'll have your chef's molecular gastronomy dish of the day. He finished pointing smoothly, and then added. She doesn't eat cilantro or celery, she wants her lamb chops medium rare, and she wants the chocolate in her dessert to be replaced with matcha flavor. The waiter's professionalism prevented him from showing surprise. He simply bowed even more respectfully. Yes, sir, I will pass it on to the kitchen immediately. After the waiter left, Su Wanqing looked at Gu Yunfei, her eyes filled with shock and an indescribable emotion. You even know what I don't eat? Gu Yunfei smiled, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Last time at Yunjian Shaoguan, you picked out all the cilantro. Su Wanqing's nose suddenly stung with tears. She had a brief relationship where the other person pursued her for 3 months and they were together for 6 months, but he didn't even know she was allergic to mangoes. Gu Yunfei, despite only having a few encounters with her, had etched every detail of her into his heart. Gu Yunfei. You. She wanted to ask, do you like me, but the words caught in her throat, and her girlish reserve prevented her from speaking. Gu Yunfei gazed at her with tender eyes, as if he had seen through all her secrets. What about me? Su Wanqing bit her lip, but ultimately shook her head. Nothing. The dishes were presented one by one as if they were works of art. The sweetness of blue lobster, the richness of foie gras, the exotic aroma of black truffle, every bite is an ultimate enjoyment for the taste buds. Su Wanqing ate very slowly and attentively. Gu Yunfei barely touched the tableware, simply watching her quietly and refilling her wine. In the candlelight, the shadows of the two swayed gently on the wall, sometimes separating, sometimes overlapping. Su Wanqing put down her knife and fork and finally mustered the courage to speak. Gu Yunfei, why are you so good to me? Gu Yunfei stopped moving, raised his head, and looked intently into her eyes. Because you deserve it. These 3 words again. Su Wanqing's heart felt as if it had been violently struck, so fast it almost leaped out of her chest. But You don't need to say anything. Gu Yunfei interrupted her, his voice soft but carrying an undeniable certainty. I know what you're thinking. But I hope you understand, Su Wanqing, I've never seen you as a target to be conquered. He paused, then spoke each word clearly into her ears. I just want you to know that there is someone in this world who is willing to cherish all the good things about you in their heart. Su Wanqing's eyes instantly welled up with tears. She quickly turned her head away, not wanting him to see her loss of composure. Just then, a hand covered the back of her hand that was on the table. The palm was warm, carrying an undeniable strength, yet its movements were gentle, as if touching a rare treasure. Su Wanqing's body tensed instantly. Gu Yunfei's palm was warm, and that warmth traveled along the back of her hand all the way to her heart. He didn't speak, but quietly conveyed his silent confession in his own way. Su Wanqing's heart was pounding wildly in her chest. She tried to pull her hand back, but her fingertips curled slightly, and despite using all her strength, she couldn't break free. In the end, she gave up resisting and let him hold her. She even moved her fingers slightly, almost imperceptibly, and gripped his hand back. Although it was just a small action. But Gu Yunfei sensed it. The smile on his lips was gentle and content. Outside the window, there's a night view of Shanghai worth hundreds of millions. But at this moment, the only scenery in his eyes was her. After finishing their meal, the two walked out of the restaurant. A night breeze swept by, and Su Wanqing subconsciously shrank her neck. The next second, a suit jacket still warm from her body was draped over her shoulders. Don't catch a cold. Su Wanqing raised her head and looked at his face, which was so close to hers, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Gu Yunfei, you. Before he could finish speaking, Gu Yunfei's phone suddenly vibrated rapidly in his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. It's Xiang Hao. Brother Fei. Something's happened. The cloud pavilion has been vandalized. The gentle smile on Gu Yunfei's face vanished without a trace in an instant. His aura suddenly changed, and that sharp sense of control over everything reappeared. When did this happen? Just 10 minutes ago. More than 20 people, armed with weapons, were smashing everything in sight. They even injured 2 junior students who were working part-time. Zhang Hao's voice was urgent and angry. I called the police, but before they left, they said this was just the beginning. Gu Yunfei's eyes darkened. I see. When he hung up the phone and turned to Su Wanqing, the coldness in his eyes had subsided. Wanqing, let me take you back to school first. Su Wanqing noticed the change in his expression and asked nervously, what happened? Gu Yunfei remained silent for a second. Someone vandalized my shop. Su Wanqing's face turned pale instantly. What? Don't worry, I'll handle it. Gu Yunfei's voice remained calm, but beneath that calmness lay a chilling undercurrent. He opened the car door and let Su Wanqing get in. The Aston Martin, like a black lightning bolt, pierced the night and quickly arrived at the school. As she got out of the car, Su Wanqing gripped Gu Yunfei's arm tightly, her cool eyes filled with worry. You, be careful. Gu Yunfei looked at her, his eyes softening again. Rest assured. He raised his hand and gently rubbed the top of her head with his fingertips. Go back now, see you tomorrow. Su Wanqing bit her lip, but finally let go. She stood downstairs at the dormitory building, watching the sports car speed away, a strong sense of unease welling up inside her. At the same time, the system's cold voice rang out in Gu Yunfei's mind. Ding! Malicious sabotage detected against the host, triggering emergency mission, Thunder's Fury. Mission objective, find the mastermind behind this and eliminate all threats swiftly and decisively. Mission rewards, Master Level Fighting Mastery, Mystery Gift Pack X1. Special notice, the hostile force Zhao Tai has launched a full-scale retaliation. The danger level has been raised to extremely high. Hidden main quest. The cleaner progress updated, 50%. Gu Yunfei's knuckles were slightly white as he gripped the steering wheel. His eyes turned completely cold. Zhao Tai. Since you're in such a hurry to stick your face out here, then I'll beat you until you're completely broken. Chapter 20 Under the Stars, a Heartfelt Confession. Aston Martin drove out of the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, the sea of neon lights outside the car window gradually swallowed by the boundless darkness. The car was very quiet. Su Wanqing sat in the passenger seat, still tightly holding the bouquet of white lilies covered in dew. In the restaurant, the sensation of his warm palm covering the back of my hand seemed to linger. Her heart is still beating fast and wildly. "Where are we going?" she finally couldn't help but ask softly, breaking the silence. Gu Yunfei turned his head to the side, the night flowing in his deep eyes, and the corners of his lips curved into a beautiful arc. "I'll take you to see the stars." Su Wanqing was stunned. Stargazing in Shanghai? The light pollution in this city that never sleeps is so severe that even the moon often disappears. The car drove smoothly for nearly 40 minutes before finally stopping on a wide hillside along a winding mountain road. This place is deserted and utterly silent. Gu Yunfei turned off the engine, walked around to the passenger side, and opened the car door for her. "Arrive." Su Wanqing got out of the car carrying a bouquet of flowers. The moment she looked up, her breath caught in her throat. A sky full of stars. Countless diamonds were casually and extravagantly scattered onto the pitch-black velvet curtain by the hand of the gods. A dazzling band of light stretched across the sky. It was the Milky Way, which she had only ever seen clearly in documentaries. So beautiful. She murmured to herself unconsciously, completely overwhelmed by the scene before her. Gu Yunfei stood beside her, but instead of looking at the magnificent starry sky, his gaze was fixed on her stunning profile, illuminated by starlight. "Yes, it's beautiful." Su Wanqing turned her head and happened to meet his eyes, which were deeper than the stars. Her cheeks instantly flushed. At that very moment, the system's voice arrived in Gu Yunfei's mind as expected. Ding! Hidden quest triggered, romance under the stars. Task objective: enjoy the vastness of the universe with your loved one and engage in a deep emotional exchange. Task reward: proficiency in basic astronomy. Notification: the target, Su Wanqing, has reached a 95% favorability rating, a critical point for her emotions. Host, please seize the opportunity. The moment the command was confirmed, a vast amount of astronomical knowledge flooded into Gu Yunfei's mind like a tidal wave. The legends of constellations, the trajectories of celestial bodies, the mysteries of the universe, everything becomes incredibly clear. He raised his hand and pointed to a corner of the night sky. "Wanqing, do you see those stars that form a cross?" His voice rang out on the quiet hillside, clear and gentle, as if it could penetrate the night wind. Su Wanqing looked in the direction he pointed and gently shook her head. "That's Cygnus," Gu Yunfei said with a hint of a smile. "Legend has it that it's the shadow left in the sky by Zeus, the god of the sky, when he transformed into a swan to pursue Princess Leda." Su Wanqing listened intently. "What about that one over there, the one that looks like a W?" she asked curiously, pointing to another patch of starry sky. "That's Cassiopeia. In mythology, the beautiful queen was punished for flaunting her beauty and was hung upside down in the sky forever." Gu Yunfei guided her gaze, leading her on a stroll across the vast star map. "That's the Big Dipper. The ancients used it to guide their way at night. That red glow is Mars. The Milky Way above us is actually a sea of light formed by hundreds of billions of stars." His narration transformed cold astronomical knowledge into a series of moving stories. Su Wanqing listened, mesmerized. She never imagined that the starry sky was not just distant points of light, but also held so much romance and legend. "I never imagined that a man could be so captivating when explaining these things." A night breeze blew by, carrying the coolness of the mountains and fields, and she subconsciously hugged her arms tighter. The next second, a suit jacket, still warm from her body, was gently draped over her shoulders. "Don't catch a cold." Su Wanqing raised her head, the moonlight outlining his distinct jawline, and the tenderness in his eyes almost overflowed. Her heartbeat completely spiraled out of control. "Gu Yunfei. How do you know everything?" Gu Yunfei smiled, a smile that was especially clear under the starlight. "Because I wanted to tell you." These 6 words, like a pebble thrown into a lake, instantly created ripples in her heart. Su Wanqing's breathing paused for a moment. She felt a warm hand gently holding hers. Not the tentative touches you might make in a restaurant, but a firm, interlocking of fingers. Her body stiffened slightly, but she did not break free. Gu Yunfei sensed her tacit approval, and his anxious heart finally settled down. He turned around to face her. The starry sky is above, and all is silent. "Wanqing." His voice was soft, yet it struck her heart with unparalleled clarity. I like you. Just 4 simple words. Su Wanqing's eyes welled up with tears without warning. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. Gu Yunfei raised his other hand, gently cupping her cheek, his fingertips lightly caressing her delicate skin. It's the answer that every heartbeat confirms. The first time we were in the cafeteria, you looked at me with a wary look in your eyes, and I was thinking, how can I let you see the real me? At the Cloud Pavilion, the light in your eyes when you taste the food is more beautiful than the stars tonight. During the debate, you were in the audience, and I could see you as soon as I looked up. At that moment, all the noise in the world disappeared. Wanqing, his voice grew softer, almost a whisper in her ear. I want to paint with you, stroll through the night market with you, and experience all the beauty in this world with you. Will you be my girlfriend? Tears finally streamed down Su Wanqing's face. She did not answer. She suddenly took a step forward, hugged Gu Yunfei tightly, and buried her face deeply in his broad chest. Gu Yunfei felt a slight tremor from his arms, and his heart was filled with immense joy. He hugged her tightly and gently rested his chin on the top of her head. This means, you've agreed, he asked softly. Su Wanqing lifted her head from his embrace, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, her eyelashes still clinging to them, yet her face wore a captivating smile. She looked at him, and under the starry sky, solemnly and gently nodded. Her cheeks were flushed with happiness. Gu Yunfei could no longer suppress his emotions. He lowered his head and kissed her soft lips gently yet firmly. The night wind has died down, and the stars are twinkling. At this moment, the entire universe seemed to be silently witnessing their moment. After an unknown amount of time, their lips parted. Su Wanqing's cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. She lowered her eyes, not daring to look into Gu Yunfei's eyes. Gu Yunfei chuckled softly and reached out to take her hand again. Come on, let me show you the stars from a different perspective. He led her to a flat boulder higher up the hillside, took off his coat and spread it on it, then pulled her down to lie down with him. The two lay side by side, with an even more vast and dazzling starry sky above them. Su Wanqing's hand was held tightly in his palm, and the warmth of it spread all the way to her heart. Gu Yunfei. Am I a very unambitious person? Gu Yunfei turned his head to look at her. Why do you say that? I originally wanted to wait until graduation before dating, but it's only been a little over a month since school started. Her voice trailed off, tinged with frustration. Gu Yunfei smiled, turned over, propped his head up with one hand, and looked at her intently. That's my fault, I was too pushy. Su Wanqing turned her head and met his smiling eyes, and couldn't help but smile as well. Aren't you afraid that I'm only after your money? She asked deliberately. Gu Yunfei's smile deepened. If you were after money, you would have agreed to Li Ming or Lin Xiaofan long ago. Su Wanqing chuckled as she thought of those two people's faces. They can't compare to you. Oh? In what ways is it inferior? Gu Yunfei pressed. Su Wanqing thought about it seriously. They're too noisy, you're so quiet. They just throw money at people, you can cook, play sports, debate, and you even know about art and stars. The way they look at me is like they're looking at prey, but the way you look at me. As she said this, her face turned red uncontrollably again. Gu Yunfei leaned closer, his voice low and hoarse. How was the way I looked at you? Su Wanqing immediately turned her head back, her heart pounding like a drum. I won't tell you. Gu Yunfei chuckled softly, not pressing the matter further. He simply lay back down, took her hand tightly, and watched the stars with her. A mountain breeze swept by, and everything was quiet and beautiful. Just then, Gu Yunfei's phone vibrated very slightly in his pocket. He took it out, glanced at it, and his eyes suddenly turned cold. It was a message from Zhang Hao. Brother Fei, the police are here, but the people who smashed the shop ran away quickly. They only caught 2 small fry. They won't say anything, they just said that this is just the beginning. Su Wanqing noticed the sudden change in his aura and sat up. What's wrong? Gu Yunfei put away his phone, the coldness on his face instantly vanishing, replaced by his usual gentle smile, and shook his head. It's nothing, the small problem at the store has been mostly resolved. He stood up and extended his hand to Su Wanqing. It's getting late, I'll take you back to your dorm. Su Wanqing looked at him, her clear eyes filled with worry. Are you really okay? Gu Yunfei gently ruffled her hair, his gesture incredibly natural and affectionate. Don't worry, I can handle it. He took her hand and walked down the hillside. Su Wanqing gripped his hand tightly, but a feeling of unease quietly crept into her heart. The car was parked downstairs in front of the girls' dormitory. Su Wanqing unbuckled her seatbelt, but did not get out of the car immediately. She turned her head and looked at Gu Yunfei intently. Gu Yunfei. Promise me that no matter what happens, you won't hide it from me. Looking at the determination in her eyes, Gu Yunfei felt a warmth in his heart and nodded solemnly. Good. Only after receiving his promise did Su Wanqing open the car door. She stood under the streetlight, watching the Aston Martin merge into the traffic and disappear into the night, her unease growing stronger. At the same time, a cold notification sound rang out in Gu Yunfei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission, Romance Under the Stars. Task evaluation, perfect. Task reward, basic astronomy mastery already issued. Special note, target character Su Wanqing's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 100 maximum. Status update, deeply dependent, emotional belonging fully established, romantic relationship formally established. Warning! Hostile force Zhao Tai has been detected launching its 4th operation. Danger level, extremely high. Hidden main quest The Cleaner progress updated, 60%. It is recommended that the host eliminate the threat as soon as possible to protect the most important people in your life. Gu Yunfei's gaze turned completely cold. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Investigate Zhao Tai and send me all his recent movements, down to the last detail. A respectful and composed voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, young Master Gu. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yunfei gazed at the rapidly receding city nightscape outside the window, a cold smile curving his lips. Zhao Tai. The game is over. Chapter 21 Sweet Daily Life, The Beginning of Love. In the early morning at Shanghai University, sunlight filters through the leaves of plane trees, casting dappled shadows on the tree-lined paths. Gu Yunfei stood downstairs at the girls' dormitory of the art college, holding a simple yet high-quality insulated lunchbox in his hand. 7:10, not a second off. The glass door of the dormitory building was pushed open, and Su Wanqing appeared. The moment she saw Gu Yunfei, her cool and aloof expression melted away, and a pure smile spread across her face. Why are you up so early? Gu Yunfei stepped forward, said nothing, and simply took her hand naturally, the warmth of his fingertips passing over her. He lifted the lunchbox with his other hand. I brought you breakfast. The lunchbox was opened, and steam rose up. The freshly steamed Zilongbao soup dumplings have thin skins and generous fillings. The carefully simmered congee with preserved egg and lean pork is bursting with flavorful rice grains, and there's also a dish of finely sliced pickles. The aroma wafts into your nose, carrying the most authentic warmth of the food. Su Wanqing's heart was completely enveloped by this warmth, and she felt utterly tender. When did you do that? I got up at 5:30. Gu Yunfei said calmly, stating something that seemed perfectly natural. Su Wanqing's eyes felt slightly hot. She took the lunchbox, bent down and took a bite of the Zilongbao. The scalding hot soup burst in her mouth, and the delicious flavor went straight to the top of her head. Is it tasty? Su Wanqing nodded vigorously, her cheeks bulging out like a hamster hoarding food, only able to make muffled sounds. With a smile in his eyes, Gu Yunfei reached out and gently wiped the soup stains from the corner of her mouth with his fingertip. Eat slowly. Students passing by cast glances their way, their expressions a mixture of envy, jealousy, and curiosity, mingling into a murmur of whispers. Isn't that Su Wanqing? My God! Isn't her boyfriend Gu Yunfei, that genius from the economics department? Are they really together? I'm being fed dog food first thing in the morning, I can't take this anymore. The sounds drifted over in a soft, fragmented manner, but neither Gu Yunfei nor Su Wanqing paid them any attention. Their world at this moment consists only of a meal, a bowl of porridge, a frown, and a smile. The second period in the morning was Principles of Economics. Gu Yunfei and Su Wanqing sat side by side in the corner of the last row of the classroom. On the podium, Professor Lu Wenhai was passionately explaining Keynesianism, with complex formulas scrolling across the PowerPoint slides, inducing drowsiness throughout the classroom. Su Wanqing tried hard to keep her eyelids open, her head nodding little by little, but in the end she couldn't resist the sleepiness. Gu Yunfei turned his head to look at her adorable appearance, and a silent smile appeared on his lips. He tore off a note, the pen tip gliding across the paper with a soft rustling sound. The note was quietly pushed to Su Wanqing's side. Su Wanqing opened her eyes groggily and saw the words on it. If you're sleepy, lean on my shoulder to sleep, I've got your notes. Her heart clenched suddenly. She turned her head and saw Gu Yunfei staring intently at the blackboard. The lines of his profile were particularly clear in the sunlight, and his pen was moving quickly across the notebook, his handwriting neat and powerful. Su Wanqing did not sleep. She picked up a pen and wrote a line of small print on the back of the note. "I'm not sleepy, I want to look at you." She pushed the note back. When Gu Yunfei saw that line of text, the smile on his lips deepened. He didn't reply, but his hand, which was under the table, quietly reached out and accurately found her hand, then took her 5 fingers into his palm. Their fingers are intertwined. Su Wanqing's cheeks instantly flushed. She instinctively tried to pull her hand away, but his strength left no room for refusal. In the end, she simply relaxed and even gently scratched his palm with her fingertips. The professor's voice seemed distant, and the noise of the entire classroom became background noise. The only thing she could feel was the warmth of their palms touching. In the afternoon, at the library, the two sat by the window, the warm sunlight bathing them, the air filled with the scent of books and sunshine. Su Wanqing was flipping through a thick art history book, while Gu Yunfei was studying a professional book on quantitative trading. Time flowed by quietly. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Yunfei put down his book. He didn't speak, but turned his head and looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing felt the focused gaze and looked up from the pages of her book. "What's wrong?" Gu Yunfei remained silent, but reached out, his arm wrapping around the back of her chair, his palm gently yet firmly resting on her slender waist. Su Wanqing's body tensed instantly. The warmth of that hand, through the thin fabric, was clearly transmitted to her skin, bringing a tingling, unsettling sensation. This is the library," she said in a low voice, her tone filled with embarrassment and annoyance. Gu Yunfei leaned closer to her, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. "I know." "Then why?" "It's precisely because I know that I want it even more." His voice was deep, with a hint of amusement. Su Wanqing's heartbeat completely went off track. She could only turn her head away and pretend to read the book seriously, but every word on the page turned into a distorted symbol. His hand made no further move, simply resting there quietly, declaring an unquestionable possession. "Wanqing. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you." His lips were almost touching her ear, and every word he spoke vibrated, making half of her body go limp. Whatever you want, I'll like anything you make." Her voice was barely audible. Gu Yunfei chuckled softly, seemingly extremely satisfied with her answer. Just then, he suddenly turned his head and quickly planted a kiss on her burning cheek. Soft and warm. Su Wanqing was completely stunned. She turned her head to look at him abruptly, both surprised and ashamed. "You're insane." Gu Yunfei looked completely calm. "You were the one who said you liked me first." I meant the food." "I know." He took her hand that was hitting him, and they intertwined their fingers again. "But I took it seriously." Su Wanqing was so angry with him that she had no choice but to glare at him reproachfully. But there was not a trace of blame in his eyes, only an overwhelming sweetness. She lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up in a smile. In the evening, Gu Yunfei escorted Su Wanqing back to her dormitory. The setting sun cast long shadows of the two of them. "Yunfei. I feel like I'm dreaming." Gu Yunfei stopped and turned to face her. He cupped her face in his hands, his gaze deep and intense. "Then I'll show you right now that this isn't a dream." He leaned down and kissed her lips. This kiss was deeper than any before, carrying an undeniable affirmation and reassurance. Su Wanqing closed her eyes, stood on tiptoe, and awkwardly responded to him. The world around them had completely disappeared. After a long while, the two finally separated. Su Wanqing's cheeks were as red as the sunset. "Do you believe it now?" Gu Yunfei asked with a smile. She nodded emphatically, her eyes shimmering with happiness. "I believe it." At night, Gu Yunfei returned to his dormitory. Zhang Hao jumped out of bed. "Brother Fei. The campus forum is exploding. Your affair with Campus Belle Su has taken over the entire forum. The headlines are getting more and more scathing." Gu Yunfei took off his coat and simply gave a faint hum. "Some people say you're the happiest man at Shanghai University, and some people have even started a betting pool on when you two will break up." "I'm betting everything on you two getting married." Zhang Hao excitedly waved his fist. Gu Yunfei smiled but didn't reply. He took out his phone, and the screen lit up. A line of cold, system text appeared before his eyes. Warning, the hostile force Zhao Tai has been detected launching its fifth operation against the host. Danger level, extremely high. Hidden main quest: the cleaner progress updated, 70%. It is recommended that the host eliminate the threat as soon as possible and protect those important to them. The smile and tenderness in Gu Yunfei's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a bottomless, icy pool. He swiped through his contacts and dialed a number. Did you find it? The voice on the other end of the phone was extremely respectful. Young Master Gu, Zhao Taiming will be conducting a 30 million yuan underground transaction at the abandoned factory at Pier Number 3 in the eastern suburbs at 10 p.m. tonight. A cold smile curved at the corners of Gu Yunfei's lips. Great, send me the specific address and information on the participants. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yunfei looked out the window at the deep night, his eyes sharp. Zhao Tai. Tomorrow will be your last day. Chapter 22 New System Mission, Experience Extreme Sports. The first rays of morning sunlight just pierced through the dormitory curtains. Gu Yunfei's biological clock woke him up precisely on time. In his mind, the detailed location and time of Zhao Tai's transaction tonight unfolded silently like a cold map. The murderous intent brought on by last night's system warning had not yet completely dissipated. Just then, a new system notification sounded abruptly. Ding! Detected that the host has been engaged in prolonged high-intensity mental activity and interpersonal struggles, and physical fitness needs improvement. New task issued: experience the diversity of life. Task description: experience indoor rock climbing in Shanghai and complete a full climb from the ground to the top. Mission reward: basic physical fitness mastery. Gu Yunfei's eyes flickered. Rock climbing? He glanced at the encrypted message he had just received on his phone and understood immediately. The operation to close in at night should not be wasted during the day. He picked up his phone and dialed Su Wanqing's number. Hey! Yunfei, so early. On the other end of the phone, Su Wanqing's voice still carried the soft sweetness of someone who had just woken up, each word exuding a lazy sweetness. Awake? I'll take you somewhere today. Where? Su Wanqing's curiosity was immediately piqued. A place that will make you scream. Gu Yunfei's voice carried a hint of amusement. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Su Wanqing's low exclamation, filled with both embarrassment and anger. What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Yunfei chuckled softly, and the gloom in his heart caused by Zhao Tai dissipated considerably. See you downstairs in half an hour. After hanging up the phone, he quickly washed up and changed his clothes. Dealing with Zhao Tai is the important thing, but spending time with my girlfriend is also the important thing. Half an hour later, the Aston Martin stopped in front of a huge indoor sports arena. Su Wanqing looked at the building in front of her, still somewhat dazed. Here it is. The largest indoor climbing gym in Shanghai. Gu Yunfei parked the car and walked around to open the car door for her. As Su Wanqing entered the venue, the massive rock wall that almost touched the ceiling instantly captured her entire field of vision. She was completely stunned. The wall, tens of meters high, is covered with colorful and strangely shaped rock formations, like a huge abstract painting full of wild power. Below the wall, many men and women dressed in professional gear were climbing up like geckos. The smell of sweat, the flying magnesium powder, and the occasional shouts intertwined to create a primal and intense atmosphere. Su Wanqing subconsciously took a half step back and gripped Gu Yunfei's arm tightly. She had been immersed in the quiet world of calligraphy and painting since childhood. This sport, which is full of extreme challenges and a sense of power, was too unfamiliar to her and even made her instinctively feel afraid. I don't think I can do it, she said softly, her voice clearly showing her hesitation. Gu Yunfei turned to look at her, but didn't say anything. He simply looked at her with a calm and resolute gaze, without the slightest doubt in his eyes. I'm here. He uttered 3 words softly. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable power, instantly shattering most of the fear that lingered in her heart. Looking at Gu Yunfei's confident smile, Su Wanqing finally bit her lip and nodded forcefully. Okay, I'll give it a try. After changing into professional climbing shoes and safety equipment, the instructor gave a brief explanation of the basic techniques. Gu Yunfei gave the first demonstration. He chose a challenging route next to him, and under Su Wanqing's tense gaze, he hesitated almost without a moment's hesitation. With a push of the arms, the body is lightly propelled upwards, and the feet always land precisely on those tiny rocky points. His climb was not driven by brute force, but rather like a silent dance unfolding on a vertical rock face. Every exertion and every turn was filled with an amazing sense of rhythm and control. The rock climbing enthusiasts who were resting nearby stopped talking and all their attention was drawn to him. "A master," someone exclaimed in a low voice. In less than 2 minutes, Gu Yunfei had easily reached the top, slapped the marker at the top, and then descended smoothly down the rope. The whole process was smooth and effortless. He walked up to Su Wanqing, his face showing no sign of fatigue. "Did you see that clearly? It's actually not difficult." Su Wanqing looked at him, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. She knew that Gu Yunfei had once again shown her a side of himself she had never imagined. Now, it's her turn. The first few meters went smoothly, but as you go higher, the distance between the rock points increases, and the requirements for strength and flexibility also increase. Halfway up the mountain, Su Wanqing got completely stuck. She was suspended in midair, her arms aching and trembling from exerting force for so long, unable to find the next foothold to exert force on. The ground was a little slippery. She couldn't help but glance down, and the height of over 10 meters made her dizzy. "Yunfei, I can't go on, I can't go any further." Her voice was choked with sobs. "Don't look down." Gu Yunfei's voice came from below, penetrating the noise in the venue and landing precisely in her ears. "Look up. Trust the rope, and trust me." His voice instantly calmed her flustered mind. "Wanqing, listen to me. Lift your left foot 10 centimeters and step firmly on that red dot." Su Wanqing did as instructed, trembling. "Great. Now grab that blue thing on your upper right with your right hand." "Yes, that's it. Hold on tight." I can't reach it." "You can do it. Lean to your right and shift all your weight to your left foot. Believe in yourself." With Gu Yunfei's encouragement and precise guidance, Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and moved upwards little by little. Sweat soaked her hair, and the muscles in her arms ached as if they were about to tear apart. But deep down, she felt a surge of anger. She didn't want to disappoint him. In the last few meters, she climbed almost entirely by willpower. When my fingertips finally touched that cold marker at the top, a huge, exhilarating feeling called conquest surged from my limbs to my heart. She succeeded. She looked down and saw Gu Yunfei standing below, looking up at her and giving her a thumbs up, his face full of praise and pride. At that moment, all the fatigue and fear vanished. After landing smoothly, Su Wanqing's legs were still a little weak, and she stumbled and fell directly towards Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei took the opportunity to pull her into his arms. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the glistening beads of sweat on her forehead with the warm back of his hand, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. "See, you did it." Su Wanqing leaned against him, panting heavily, her breath filled with his crisp, athletic scent. Through the thin sports t-shirt, she could clearly feel the powerful muscle outline of his arms, and the strong, pounding heartbeat emanating from his chest pressed against her cheek. A strong, uniquely masculine aura enveloped her, making her cheeks flush and her heart race uncontrollably. It turns out that he can do more than just play the piano and paint, and he can do more than just cook and debate. He also has this powerful and wild side. This extreme contrast fascinated her. "Wanqing, you're amazing." Gu Yunfei's voice rang in her ear, deep and magnetic. "You are much braver than you think." He tightened his arms, pulling her even closer into his embrace. Su Wanqing pressed her cheek against his firm chest, listening to his steady heartbeat and feeling the warmth and strength emanating from him. Something was fermenting violently in my chest, scalding hot, sour, yet incredibly sweet. She stared blankly, thinking, so this is love, this is infatuation. All the unease and fear of the unknown dangers seemed to vanish in this embrace. She closed her eyes, her lips involuntarily curving upwards, peacefully enjoying this warm and powerful protection that was uniquely hers. Chapter 23 Lin Xiaofan's scheme, Gu Yunfei's response. Lin Xiaofan sat in a dimly lit corner of the bar, tapping his fingertips against the cold glass. The whiskey in the glass rippled with his movements, creating concentric golden waves. The confrontation at the entrance of Yunjian Express last time was like a thorn, deeply embedded in his pride. Gu Yunfei's calm gaze was more humiliating to him than any insulting words. He, the eldest son of the Lin family, was actually overshadowed by a poor student who appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't swallow this insult. He vowed to personally tear off Gu Yunfei's low-key facade and trample him underfoot. Lin Xiaofan used his family's connections, searching for all information about Gu Yunfei like a mad dog. However, the investigation results were shrouded in mystery. Aside from that conspicuous Aston Martin, Gu Yunfei's life was as simple as that of an ascetic. In Lin Xiaofan's view, this extreme contrast was precisely the biggest flaw. He simply couldn't believe that someone who suddenly became rich could have a clean foundation. Finally, his team found something in the nooks and crannies of the business administration system. Cloud Pavilion. In the early stages of its opening, this small restaurant had several flaws in its approval process that could be magnified infinitely. As Lin Xiaofan looked at the few lines on the report, the muscles at the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched upwards, revealing a twisted smile. This is simply a gift from heaven. He immediately submitted an anonymous letter of complaint to the relevant authorities. In the letter, he embellished the minor flaw, portraying it as a serious case of unlicensed operation and food safety hazard. He even used his connections to ensure the letter would be prioritized. He could already imagine Gu Yunfei's disheveled and overwhelmed state after Yun Jian Xiaoguan was sealed off. A few days later, an inspection notice bearing an official seal was delivered to Gu Yunfei. He glanced at the contents, his gaze lingering on the words "operating without a license" for half a second. He remembered. To expedite the opening process, a few procedures were indeed expedited, and the remaining procedures were completed later. This kind of thing is perfectly normal in business operations. Unless someone stabbed you in the back. Bite. The system's voice rang clearly in my mind. Host detected facing legal disputes. Task issued, resolve legal disputes and safeguard legitimate rights and interests. Reward, proficiency in advanced legal knowledge. Gu Yunfei tapped the edge of the notification letter lightly with his fingertips, his eyes showing no panic but rather a hint of amusement. Interesting. He confirmed the reward. In an instant, a vast sea of legal provisions, classic cases, and litigation techniques flooded into his mind, presented with clear logic and meticulous analysis. He analyzed the whole thing in just a few seconds. The so-called flaw is not even a problem, it's more like a minor sneeze. He was too lazy to even go out himself. Gu Yunfei made a few phone calls and gave a brief explanation. In less than half a day, all the procedures for reissuing, archiving, and filing were completed with maximum efficiency, so perfectly that it could be written into a textbook. When law enforcement officers conduct on-site inspections, they are faced with a flawless set of complete and valid licenses and documents. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gu, we may have received a false report." The inspector in charge was polite and even apologetic. Gu Yunfei simply smiled. "It's all right, it's my duty, I understand." After seeing the inspectors off, the smile on his face vanished, and his eyes turned cold. He is not someone who likes to be passively attacked. Gu Yunfei returned to his computer and began typing on the keyboard. With the support of system capabilities, those complex network barriers become virtually useless. He easily traced back the information and located the whistleblower's IP address and all relevant clues. A detailed report was generated, and Lin Xiaofan's name was clearly visible on the screen. That evening, in a private room at Yun Jian Xiaoguan, Gu Yunfei held Su Wanqing in his arms and told her the story of what had happened that day. He wanted to show her that her boyfriend wasn't someone to be easily manipulated. As Su Wanqing listened, her body involuntarily tensed up. She looked up, her clear eyes filled with worry. "Yunfei, the Lin family is in Shanghai. Won't this cause you even more trouble?" Gu Yunfei lowered his head, his fingertips gently stroking her cheek, his eyes calm and resolute. "Wanqing, listen. I never provoke trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. If someone insists on reaching out to me, or even trying to touch the people and things around us, then I have no choice but to cut off their hand." His voice was soft, yet it carried an absolute power that reassured people. Looking into his deep eyes, all of Su Wanqing's worries melted away in the calm ocean. She believed him. She rested her cheek against his chest and whispered, "I'll support whatever you do." Gu Yunfei placed a kiss on her smooth forehead. The silent trust was more satisfying to him than any vow. The next day, Lin Xiaofan was sitting in the classroom, enjoying the subtle, almost imperceptible, respectful gazes of his classmates. He was certain that Gu Yunfei must be overwhelmed with problems at the moment, and that the restaurant might have already been shut down for rectification. Just as he was feeling most triumphant, Gu Yunfei appeared at the classroom door. He walked straight over. He casually tossed a high-quality document onto Lin Xiaofan's desk. The sound was soft, but it made Lin Xiaofan's heart skip a beat. "What's this?" He picked up the document, and when he saw the gold embossed logo of a top law firm renowned throughout Shanghai and even the whole country on the cover, his hand trembled. He opened it, and the title read in bold, "A legal warning letter regarding malicious defamation and unfair competition." The color drained from Lin Xiaofan's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Xiaofan, this is the first and last warning. Gu Yunfei looked down at him, his voice calm and undisturbed. Stop playing these low-class tricks. Otherwise, next time you'll receive a court summons instead of a lawyer's letter. Don't think no one knows what you've done, or the debts you have with Zhao Tai. The name Zhao Tai struck Lin Xiaofan's heart like a heavy hammer. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. How could he have known? Lin Xiaofan looked up, trembling, at Gu Yunfei in front of him. This man, whom he had always thought he could easily manipulate, now appeared to him like a bottomless iceberg. A cold, unfamiliar feeling surged from his tailbone all the way to the top of his head. That was fear. Pure fear stemming from an absolute disparity in power. Gu Yunfei didn't bother to look at him again and turned to leave. Lin Xiaofan slumped into his chair, the once light lawyer's letter now feeling as heavy as 1,000 pounds, almost suffocating him. Night. Gu Yunfei wrapped his arms around Su Wenqing's waist, trapping her completely in his embrace. He whispered in her ear, his breath warm. Wenqing, remember this, from now on, no one will let you suffer any injustice. I can't either. Su Wenqing's heart was completely filled by this domineering tenderness, and she was enveloped by an unprecedented sense of security. She tilted her head back and kissed his cheek, her eyes filled with unwavering dependence and love. Yunfei, you're so kind, she said softly. Gu Yunfei smiled and hugged her even tighter. He knew this was just the beginning. Lin Xiaofan was just an appetizer, the real main course. Zhao Tai was still waiting for him. He was ready to clear all obstacles for her and for their future. Chapter 24 Culinary Exploration, a cooking showdown between couples. Having resolved the minor incident involving Lin Xiaofan, Gu Yunfei's life returned to a semblance of peace. However, beneath this calm surface, turbulent undercurrents were brewing. As dusk sank below the horizon, Gu Yunfei's phone screen lit up silently, and an encrypted message flashed by. Abandoned factory in the eastern suburbs, 9 p.m., 30 million. His pupils contracted slightly, and with a light tap of his fingertip on the screen, the information was completely destroyed without leaving a trace. Just then, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! The system has detected a recent hectic lifestyle for the host. To help you achieve a more balanced and fulfilling life, a new mission is being issued. Task content: experience the unique night market snacks of Shanghai, gain a deeper understanding of local flavors, and sample at least 5 distinctive snacks. Task reward: advanced cooking skills. A playful smile curved at the corners of Gu Yunfei's lips. Advanced cooking skills? Not bad. He glanced at the deep night outside the window, and a plan had already been made in his mind. The operation was scheduled to close at 9 o'clock, but it's only 6 o'clock now, so there's plenty of time. He dialed Su Wenqing's number. Hello? Yunfei. The voice on the other end of the phone carried a hint of languor from just waking up, and the soft, sweet tone made Gu Yunfei's heart flutter slightly. Awake? Change into some comfortable clothes, and I'll take you somewhere to recharge. Gu Yunfei's voice was gentle. Replenish energy? Su Wenqing asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, Gu Yunfei chuckled softly, tonight might be a bit exciting. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Su Wenqing's embarrassed and annoyed voice, You're talking nonsense again. Half an hour later, Gu Yunfei took Su Wenqing's hand and walked into the most famous night market near the city god temple. The sizzling sound of boiling oil, the enthusiastic shouts of vendors, and the overwhelming aroma of food all mixed together, along with the clamor of the crowd, instantly engulfed the two of them. Su Wenqing had never experienced such a scene before. Her big eyes were filled with curiosity, and she subconsciously gripped Gu Yunfei's hand tightly. Try this first. Gu Yunfei stopped in front of a pan-fried bun stall and ordered a serving that was fresh out of the pan. With its golden, crispy bottom and thin, resilient outer layer, a gentle bite releases a burst of hot, delicious broth in your mouth. Delicious. Su Wenqing's mouth was slightly open from the heat, but her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Gu Yunfei smiled and handed her a tissue, casually commenting, the heat is just right, the bottom is crispy but not burnt, and the ratio of aspic in the meat filling is also perfect. It's just that the alkali was a little too strong when fermenting the dough, which affected the sweetness of the dough itself. Su Wenqing looked at him in surprise. How did you know? I can tell by tasting it. Gu Yunfei's tone was calm, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Next up were crab roe soup dumplings, fried stinky tofu, takoyaki, and osmanthus-flavored lotus root. After tasting each snack, Gu Yunfei could accurately describe the quality of the ingredients, the control of the cooking time, and even some secret tips. Su Wanqing listened intently. How many surprises does this man still hold that she doesn't know about? Listening so intently, are you itching to try? Gu Yunfei suddenly turned his head, a teasing smile in his eyes. Ah. Shall we go home and have a cooking competition? Gu Yunfei suggested. Let's use the snacks we ate today as the topic and see who can cook the best one. Okay. Su Wanqing's competitive spirit was instantly ignited. She raised her delicate chin and said defiantly, "Don't think that only your home-cooked dishes are amazing. I can cook too." She found the idea incredibly interesting and was eager to see just how many surprises her all-powerful boyfriend had in store in the kitchen that she didn't know about. The two returned to Gu Yunfei's penthouse apartment in the city center. In the open kitchen, a complete set of top-of-the-line German kitchenware gleamed with a cold, professional luster under the lights. The two stood on opposite sides of the kitchen counter, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Gu Yunfei calmly tied on his apron that advanced cooking skills rewarded by the system had become second nature to him. He chose to replicate the most challenging dishes, pan-fried buns and crab roe soup dumplings. Kneading dough, preparing filling, rolling out wrappers, wrapping, his movements are fluid and graceful, his fingers deftly moving, each pleat as even as a work of art. On the other hand, Su Wanqing chose takoyaki, which she was relatively confident in, and a dessert she created herself. As an art prodigy, she has an innate intuition for beauty. Half an hour later, their works were completed simultaneously. Gu Yunfei's pan-fried buns have a golden brown, crispy bottom. A gentle shake of the plate produces a clear, resonant sound. His crab roes Xiaolong bao have paper-thin skins, revealing glimpses of the orange-red crab roe and broth inside. Su Wanqing's takoyaki was decorated with adorable smiley faces drawn on it using ketchup and salad dressing. The dessert next to it was made of mango puree and yogurt in the shape of a yin-yang symbol, garnished with blueberries and mint leaves, and named Yin-Yang Harmony, a name imbued with a profound and evocative meaning. Let me try yours first. Su Wanqing couldn't wait to pick up a pan-fried bun and carefully bite a small opening in it. Hiss. An intensely fresh and fragrant aroma instantly ignited her taste buds. The broth was rich but not greasy, the meat filling was tender and bouncy, and the flavors of the dough and the caramelized crust were so rich that she was speechless. This is 100 times better than the one at the night market. Su Wanqing's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She took another bite of the Xiaolong bao, and the delicious crab roe made her squint her eyes in happiness. It was Gu Yunfei's turn to taste it. He first glanced admiringly at the Yin-Yang Harmony dish, then picked up a spoon and took a bite. He deliberately paused for a moment, then, meeting Su Wanqing's nervous and expectant gaze, he gave a serious evaluation. Creativity is perfect, presentation is perfect. As for the taste, it's alright, but it's a little lacking. I'll try harder next time. There was a hint of undisguised mockery in his eyes. Su Wanqing immediately retorted, puffing out her cheeks in a coquettish tone, "You did it on purpose. Just you wait, next time I'll definitely study it thoroughly and beat you." Seeing her adorable, pouty face, now fueled by her competitive spirit, Gu Yunfei felt a warmth in his heart and chuckled softly. He stepped forward, pulled her into his arms from behind, and gently rested his chin on the top of her head. The kitchen was still filled with the aroma of food, warm and inviting. "Okay, I'll be waiting," he whispered in her ear, his voice gentle and indulgent. "But it's okay if I lose. You take care of being beautiful, and I'll take care of earning money to support the family. From now on, I'll take care of all your meals." This domineering yet tender declaration instantly struck the softest spot in Su Wanqing's heart. She leaned against his strong, warm chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat and feeling the reassuring aura emanating from him, her heart filled with immense sweetness and happiness. At this tender moment, Gu Yunfei's phone vibrated silently in his pocket. He held Su Wanqing's arm without moving, only his eyelids were slightly lowered, and his gaze inadvertently swept over the lit screen. The target has entered the area. Deep within those eyes, which were originally filled with doting affection, a cold and piercing glint flashed and disappeared. He tightened his arms, holding the girl in his arms even closer, and placed a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. "It's getting late, I'll take you back to your dorm." His voice remained gentle, showing no sign of anything amiss. Su Wanqing snuggled against him, like a contented cat, completely unaware of his presence. A carefully laid trap is about to unfold on the other side of the city. Chapter 25 Campus Lecture, Gu Yunfei's Business Wisdom. The night was as dark as ink, gradually swallowing up the hustle and bustle of Shanghai University. Downstairs in the dormitory, the evening breeze carried the sweet fragrance of osmanthus blossoms, brushing against Su Wanqing's slightly flushed cheeks. Gu Yunfei's words, celebrating the successful conclusion of my forced high-profile lecture, carried a touch of lazy teasing, yet they stirred an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Without hesitation, she simply hummed in agreement and let Gu Yunfei take her hand, leading her towards the parking lot. Like a black phantom, the Aston Martin silently glided out of the campus and merged into the city's dazzling river of lights. The music inside the car was soothing. Su Wanqing turned her head to look at Gu Yunfei's profile as he focused on driving. The light from the street lamp flickered on his sharply defined face, making him so handsome it was breathtaking. During the day, he stands under the spotlight, exuding confidence, composure, and a powerful aura. At this moment, he shed all his glamour and became simply her boyfriend driving her car, his eyes filled with tenderness. This wonderful contrast fascinated her. Back in his familiar penthouse apartment, Gu Yunfei took off his coat, skillfully tied on an apron, and walked into the open kitchen. "What would you like to eat?" he asked, turning around with a smile. "Everything you did was good." Su Wanqing leaned against the kitchen doorway, her eyes glued to him, like a contented cat. Gu Yunfei's culinary skills held a fatal attraction for her. He didn't ask any more questions, opened the refrigerator, and took out fresh ingredients. This time, he didn't show off his skills. His movements were simple and efficient, yet they revealed his precise control over the heat. Westlake beef soup is light and warming. Braised bamboo shoots in oil are tender and refreshing. There was also a dish she had mentioned before, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, which had a unique shape and a sweet and sour flavor that whetted the appetite. Su Wanqing wanted to help, but Gu Yunfei pressed her shoulder down, making her sit obediently at the dining table. "Today's main character just needs to enjoy the food." Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served, filling the air with their aroma. The two sat facing each other, enjoying the tranquility that was uniquely theirs under the warm yellow light. "Yunfei, you were truly dazzling on stage today." Su Wanqing picked up a piece of fish and exclaimed sincerely. "Really?" Gu Yunfei smiled. "I feel a little uncomfortable." "Why?" He raised his eyes, his deep gaze looking straight into her heart. "I prefer it like this, cooking just for you." Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks instantly burned. This man always manages to say the most touching words of love at the most unexpected moments. Just then, Gu Yunfei's phone, which was on the table, vibrated very slightly. The screen did not light up, only a barely perceptible indicator light flashed for a moment. His movements did not stop at all. He continued to remove the fish bones from Su Wanqing's body. But his gaze changed in that instant. Those eyes, once brimming with gentle smiles, instantly lost all emotion, as if covered by a layer of extreme frost, leaving only an absolute calm and indifference, like looking down into an abyss. The change happened in an instant, so fast that it seemed like an illusion, but the aura around him was completely different. Su Wanqing's heart tightened for no apparent reason. She'd seen that look before. At Pier Number 3 in the eastern suburbs, after that life or death chase, he had this kind of look in his eyes when he faced those 9 burly men. "Yunfei," she put down her chopsticks and asked softly, "Is something else wrong?" Gu Yunfei placed the deboned fish meat into her bowl, and when he looked up again, the cold sharpness had vanished without a trace. He had returned to being the gentle boyfriend he always was. He remained silent for a moment, seemingly considering his options. In the end, he did not choose to hide it. "Wanqing," he said calmly, "do you still remember Zhao Tai?" Su Wanqing's face paled slightly, and her hand holding the chopsticks tightened unconsciously. That name represented danger, madness, and fear she didn't want to recall. Seeing her reaction, Gu Yunfei reached out and gently covered the back of her hand, his warm palm conveying a reassuring strength. "He won't bother us anymore." His voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable sense of finality. "Never." He spoke the word forever so casually, yet it struck Su Wanqing's heart like a heavy hammer. She wasn't a naive little girl. She instantly understood the bloodshed and ruthless methods behind those 4 words. Her mind went blank for a moment. But what welled up in my heart was not fear of Gu Yunfei, but a tidal wave of worry for his safety. "You?" Her voice trembled slightly. "Are you all right?" This was her first instinctive reaction. Gu Yunfei's heart was deeply touched by these words. He gazed into her clear eyes, which were filled with concern, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. He knew that the girl in front of him had completely accepted him. He shook his head, got up, walked to her side, and gently pulled her into his arms. "I'm fine." He rested his chin on the top of her head, his voice low and gentle. I do this not because I like violence, but so that we can sit together peacefully and eat together like this. So that in the future, no one can disturb our lives. I only want to clear away all the obstacles in this world for you. Domineering, gentle, and with a hint of weariness that no one else could tell. Su Wanqing could no longer hold back. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, buried her face in his firm chest, and felt his strong heartbeat. An unprecedented, absolute sense of security enveloped her completely. She finally understood that Gu Yunfei's low profile was not a Buddhist-like attitude, but a choice. He chose to keep all the sharpness and danger out of her world, leaving her only a pure and peaceful sky. I understand, Yunfei, she said in a muffled voice in his arms. I understand everything. She wasn't afraid of his hands being stained with blood, but she was afraid of him venturing into danger alone. Gu Yunfei held the soft, warm girl in his arms, feeling a sense of peace in his heart. He knew that from this moment on, their relationship had transcended that of ordinary lovers and become a bond of souls that shared joys and sorrows. Just then, the long-lost system notification sound rang in his mind. Ding! The hidden main quest The Cleaner has been completed. Mission objective: completely eliminate all potential threats posed by the Taiha group and its leader, Zhao Tai. Task evaluation: perfect. The methods were clean and efficient, leaving no hidden dangers. Rewards being processed. Rewards: 1. 70% of Taiha Group's hidden assets converted into a legal offshore fund. 2. Skill points plus 10. 3. New system module Skynet unlocked. Gu Yunfei lowered his eyelids slightly. However, the system notification sounded again the next second, this time with an unprecedented seriousness. Warning! During the process of wiping Zhao Tai's data, an encrypted link Ouroboros was detected. Clue analysis in progress. Analysis failed. Insufficient permissions. A brand new world-class main quest has been triggered, Abyssal Gaze. Mission brief: when you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. The Ouroboros is a vast organization far beyond your imagination, and Zhao Tai is merely a scale it has left on the ground. They have noticed you. Chapter 26: Overnight Stay in the Apartment, The Sublimation of Feelings. The noise and thunderous applause of the lecture were kept out of Aston Martin's reach. As the car smoothly glided into the underground parking garage and the elevator doors opened silently on the top floor, Su Wanqing followed Gu Yunfei into what he called his usual place of residence, and her breath involuntarily caught in her throat for a moment. This place was nothing like any kind of luxury she had ever imagined. It has no trace of gaudy extravagance, but rather an extreme simplicity that is so open that it is almost aloof. Outside the huge, curved floor-to-ceiling windows lies the most dazzling night view of Shanghai, where glittering lights converge into a silent galaxy, sprawling at your feet. The interior is decorated in a calming black, white and gray color scheme, with a few pieces of futuristic designer furniture. On the wall hang several original contemporary artworks that she had only seen in top-tier art books, quietly exuding astonishing value under the spotlights. This doesn't feel like home. It's more like a rooftop space suspended atop the city, blending an art gallery with a private club. Please make yourself at home, I'll go prepare dinner. Gu Yunfei took off his coat and casually draped it over the coat rack in the entryway. He then naturally rolled up his shirt sleeves, revealing a section of his forearm with smooth lines and a strong sense of power. Su Wanqing's gaze followed him into the open kitchen, which was comparable to a Michelin-starred restaurant's kitchen. Watching him take out various fresh ingredients she couldn't name from the pure black refrigerator, and watching him begin to wash and prepare them with a pleasing rhythm, she was momentarily lost in thought. She thought she knew Gu Yunfei well enough. But he always manages to reveal a completely new side of himself in unexpected corners, making her feel a little unfamiliar, yet making her even more captivated and fascinated. Soon, an exquisite candlelight dinner was set on the small round table on the protruding viewing balcony. Filet mignon, black truffle pasta, and a French cream of mushroom soup. Gu Yunfei poured her a glass of red wine, and the two gently clinked glasses, the crystal glasses making a crisp sound against the backdrop of the city's silent prosperity. Try it, the advanced cooking skills I just redeemed from the system today. Gu Yunfei cut off a small piece of steak and said in a half-joking tone. Su Wanqing was amused by him, and the last trace of restraint in her heart disappeared. She mimicked him, gracefully cutting off a piece and putting it in her mouth. The next second, her eyes widened suddenly. The beef juices burst on her tongue, an indescribable tenderness, a complex aroma of premium butter and rosemary that instantly captivated all her taste buds. This was more delicious than anything she had ever eaten at any top-notch Western restaurant. Delicious. she exclaimed sincerely, her clear eyes seemingly reflecting the dazzling starry sky outside the window. The two talked a lot during the meal. From daytime lectures to school anecdotes, and even their unknown childhood memories. With the perfect combination of delicious food, fine wine, and beautiful scenery, the atmosphere was relaxed and just right. After dinner, Gu Yunfei took her to the home theater on the other side of the living room. The huge curtain fell silently, and the room lights automatically dimmed to their dimmest setting. He chose a classic romance movie. The two snuggled together on the soft, large sofa, covered with the same delicate cashmere blanket. At first, Su Wanqing was a little reserved, her body stiff and straight. But as the story unfolded, she unconsciously rested her head gently on Gu Yunfei's shoulder. His fresh and pleasant scent lingered around my nose, and I could hear his steady and powerful heartbeat. One after another. It was as if it had struck her heart. The movie has a happy ending, with the male and female protagonists kissing in the sunset. As the end credits rolled and the credits began to roll on the screen, the room fell silent again. Only the faint background sounds of the city outside the window and the intertwined breathing of the two remained. This extreme silence allowed certain ambiguous factors in the air to begin to grow and ferment wildly. Su Wanqing could clearly feel her heartbeat getting out of control and her blood heating up. Wanqing. Gu Yunfei turned his body slightly to the side, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, his voice deep and captivatingly magnetic. It's late at night, and the wind outside is getting cool. He paused, then asked, word by word. Don't go back tonight, please stay, okay? Su Wanqing's body tensed instantly. She felt her cheeks heating up at an alarming rate, and her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. Her mind went blank. She was too nervous to utter a single word, but she didn't shake her head either. This silence is the best answer. Gu Yunfei didn't ask any further questions, but simply raised his hand and gently pinched her delicate chin. A gentle kiss landed on her forehead, carrying a soothing meaning. Then her eyes, the tip of her nose. Finally, his lips gently, tentatively, touched hers. Soft and warm. Su Wanqing felt as if she had been struck by an electric current. She shuddered violently and instinctively closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly like butterfly wings. She gave a barely perceptible response, awkwardly and clumsily. Encouraged, Gu Yunfei's kiss deepened, becoming tender and lingering, as if he wanted to melt her completely into his breath. A sweet, cloying fragrance filled the air. It's the taste of love. After an unknown amount of time, when the two separated, Su Wanqing was so weak that she almost collapsed into his arms, her pretty face burning red. Gu Yunfei looked into her dazed eyes, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he let out a low chuckle. The next moment, he slipped his arms under her knees and back, and with an irresistible force, lifted her up in his arms. Ah! Su Wanqing let out a short gasp and instinctively stretched out her arms to tightly hug his neck. Then, she quickly buried her burning face deep into his firm, warm chest, daring not to look at him again. Gu Yunfei carried her and walked steadily and powerfully towards the bedroom. The bedroom light was a warm, dim yellow. He gently placed her on the excessively soft bed, the mattress sinking slightly to softly envelop her delicate body. He leaned down, placing his hands on either side of her body, encircling her between himself and the bed. Those deep eyes shone brightly under the light, filled with a deep affection she could understand, and an undisguised desire. He kissed her again, more passionately and intensely than ever before. Just as she was about to suffocate, he pulled away slightly, his lips brushing against her delicate earlobe, and in a voice only the two of them could hear, he spoke clearly and solemnly, word by word. Wanqing, I love you. I was captivated by you from the first time I saw the sunlight shining on your hair in the cafeteria. These words, like a precise bolt of lightning, instantly struck the softest spot in Su Wanqing's heart. So, it was so early. All the reason and strength she had accumulated collapsed completely at this moment, turning into a tight embrace with him. She could clearly feel the strong heartbeat beneath his chest, just like her own, intense and rapid. She looked up and met his gaze, her eyes already brimming with tears. I love you too, Gu Yunfei. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, yet remained incredibly firm. I really, really love you. That night. Outside the window, the city lights shone brightly. Inside the window, their feelings finally crossed that final line and reached their deepest sublimation. Chapter 28 School Sports Meet, Gu Yunfei's Full Explosion. In October, Shanghai is blessed with clear skies and crisp autumn air. The annual campus sports meet of Shanghai University has begun. The entire stadium was adorned with colorful flags, bustling with activity, and filled with the scent of youthful hormones. Gu Yunfei wasn't very interested in this kind of occasion and was just about to find a corner to be a passive spectator when the system's notification sounded in his mind without warning. Ding! Special scene detected, school sports meet. New task issued: participate in the campus sports meet, showcase your all-around physical abilities, and let your youthful sweat flow on the field. Task reward: mastery of all basic sports. Gu Yunfei raised his eyebrows slightly. This reward is quite interesting. Fei Ge, what are you daydreaming about? Look, it's the art department's cheerleading squad, your sister-in-law Wanqing is in there. Zhang Hao nudged him with a mischievous grin. Gu Yunfei smiled. His gaze swept past the bustling crowd and settled on the registration area in the distance. You guys go ahead, I'm going to sign up for a few projects and stretch my muscles. What? Zhang Hao and his roommates were all stunned. Fei Ge, are you serious? With your build, I'm afraid you'd hurt your back if you went to participate in an old-age disco, let alone track and field. Gu Yunfei didn't explain and walked straight to the registration area. The senior student from the sports department in charge of registration stared at the registration form he handed over, his mouth agape in an O shape. Dude, you didn't make a mistake, did you? 100 meters, 200 meters, long jump, shot put. Are you trying to take over all the individual events in our School of Economics? Yes, as long as there are still spots available, Gu Yunfei asked casually. Yes, yes. Before the other party could finish speaking, Gu Yunfei had already signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Just then, a deafening roar of cheers erupted at the stadium entrance. A cheerleading squad dressed in blue and white uniforms ran onto the field, full of youthful energy. At the very front of the crowd, Su Wanqing's figure instantly captured everyone's attention. Her long, black hair was tied into a neat high ponytail, revealing her smooth, full forehead and slender neck. Her usual aloofness was completely melted away by her bright and cheerful smile under the sunlight. She waved the pom-pom in her hand, her long, straight legs shining white in the sunlight, as if gathering all the brightness of this autumn day. Gu Yunfei's gaze met hers from afar. Su Wanqing winked at him playfully and mouthed a cheer. A warmth welled up in his heart, and the smile on his lips deepened unconsciously. The men's 100-meter preliminary rounds are about to begin. When the announcement came over the loudspeaker, third round, School of Economics, Gu Yunfei, a small commotion and some snickers broke out in the stands. Did I hear that right? Gu Yunfei? That super rich guy is running too? Is he here to experience life? I hope he doesn't get a cramp halfway through the run, that would be hilarious. Zhang Hao was so anxious in the stands that he kept stamping his feet. Oh no, Fei Ge is going to embarrass himself in front of everyone. Su Wanqing's heart jumped, and her fingertips unconsciously tightened around the handle of the flower ball. On the track, Gu Yunfei flexed his wrists, his expression calm. As the reward of mastery of all basic sports entered his mind and permeated his limbs, a strange feeling spread throughout his body. His muscle memory was instantly awakened: how to breathe, how to swing his arms, how to maximize the power of each step. Countless skills seemed to be innate, as if he had been practicing hard on the track for 10 years. On your marks, get set. Bang! The starting gun fires. The moment the gunshot rang out, Gu Yunfei's body transformed into an arrow released from a bow, leaping fiercely from the starting blocks. Without a single superfluous movement, a perfect starting reaction, a textbook perfect forward lean angle, every arm swing and push-off is full of rhythmic and powerful aesthetic beauty. Only 30 meters. He then created a hopeless gap between himself and all the other players. The snickers and whispers from the stands were abruptly cut off at that moment. Everyone instinctively stood up, their eyes wide, staring intently at the lone black figure that had left everyone else in the dust. That's not running. That's flying close to the ground. My God. That's speed. Holy crap. Is this a student with athletic talent? When did our school get someone like this? Zhang Hao's mouth dropped open, and he didn't even notice the cola in his hand fall to the ground. In Su Wanqing's pupils, only that rushing figure remained. Her heart pounded with each step he took, and a surge of intense pride instantly filled her chest. Gu Yunfei! Go for it, she couldn't help but shout out loud. Gu Yunfei was the first to cross the finish line, his posture relaxed, and he was even nearly 10 meters faster than the second-place finisher. The timekeeper stared intently at the stopwatch, rubbed his eyes, and couldn't believe his numbers. His voice trembled, and he almost roared. 10.58 seconds. A new school sports meet record has been set. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence for 3 seconds. Then, a thunderous applause and cheers erupted. The following matches completely devolved into a personal stage for Gu Yunfei. 200 meters, an overwhelming victory, yet another record was shattered. In the long jump, his soaring figure seemed to defy gravity, leaving a new record for the longest jump in the sandpit with each landing. The shot put, that heavy iron ball, seemed to lose its weight in his hands, each throw creating a startlingly deep crater in the grass. Record it! Record it! And record it again! The entire stadium went wild for this man. An elderly professor with gray hair, a leading figure in the sports academy, rushed to the sidelines like a young boy, grabbed Gu Yunfei's arm, and blushed with excitement. Hey classmate! Your name is Gu Yunfei, right? Who's your teacher? Which provincial team did you come from? Teacher, I haven't practiced. I'm just running around casually to get a feel for it, Gu Yunfei said with an innocent smile. Just running around casually? The old professor almost jumped up, pointing to a row of newly updated red text on the notice board. You call this just running around casually? With your talent, it's a waste that you're not participating in the Olympics. Gu Yunfei simply smiled, his gaze piercing through the crowd and landing precisely on Su Wancheng. Su Wancheng's face flushed with excitement as she looked at him, her eyes filled with undisguised love and adoration. Her boyfriend is so dazzling that no one can take their eyes off him, no matter where they are. The final event was the 4x100-meter relay final. One of the athletes from the School of Economics suffered an unexpected muscle strain, and Gu Yunfei temporarily replaced him as the last runner. After the first 3 legs were completed, the School of Economics lagged behind the School of Physical Education, which consisted entirely of students with athletic specialties, and finished second. Su Wancheng's heart was in her throat. The moment she saw Gu Yunfei receive the baton, he seemed to transform into a black lightning bolt, frantically chasing after his opponents from the sports academy ahead. The bulging leg muscles as he ran, the intensely focused gaze, and the domineering spirit of unwavering determination to win all these struck her deeply. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The two were almost neck and neck. Just before crossing the finish line, Gu Yunfei made an extreme finishing move, thrusting his chest forward with all his might. We won! With a margin of a fraction of a second, a decisive victory. The entire venue erupted in cheers. However, amidst the overwhelming cheers, the victors did not linger at the finish line to enjoy their glory. He walked straight through the crowd, heading directly towards the cheerleaders. Su Wanqing was smiling and about to go to greet her. The next second, she felt a powerful force coming towards her. Gu Yunfei didn't slow down at all. The moment he rushed in front of her, he suddenly wrapped his arm around her and easily lifted her up from the ground. Ah! Su Wanqing exclaimed in surprise, and the world began to spin rapidly in her eyes. Gu Yunfei hugged her and excitedly spun around in a big circle, his face beaming with a triumphant smile, exuding youthful arrogance and domineering nature. The screams and whistles from all around almost shook the entire stadium. She instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Gu Yunfei's neck, surrendering herself completely to him. My cheek was pressed tightly against his chest, which was burning hot from the intense exercise. I could hear his strong, powerful heartbeat, and my nostrils were filled with the sunlight and his unique, sweaty masculine scent. Her cheeks flushed instantly, burning hot. The spin stopped, but Gu Yunfei showed no intention of putting her down. He lowered his head, his hot breath brushing against her ear, his voice slightly hoarse from exercise, yet brimming with a deadly magnetism. Wanqing, I am invincible if I fight for you. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. These sweet words surged through Su Wanqing's body like an electric current, making her weak all over. She was so ashamed that she couldn't lift her head anymore, and could only bury her burning face deep in his neck and gently punch him with her fist. Gu Yunfei, you're so bad, there are so many people watching. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, carrying a hint of reproach, but overflowing with sweetness. But she couldn't hide the smile on her lips. He held her like that, and under the gaze of the entire school, she became the envy of everyone. This unique, flamboyant, and passionate romance touched her heart and filled her with immense happiness. Chapter 29 Celebrating Victory, a Sweet Private Party. Just 2 days after the campus sports meet ended, the name Gu Yunfei had already become a legend within Shanghai University. From a mysterious tycoon driving a sports car to a top debater who can outwit a group of scholars, and then to a physical monster who breaks 4 school records. The labels attached to him are increasingly outrageous. Walking on campus now, the gazes cast from all directions are a mixture of curiosity, admiration, and undisguised affection. In the dormitory, Zhang Hao held up his phone as if he were showing off some rare treasure. Brother Fei, the live recruitment brochure is talking about you. He pointed to the post on the campus forum that had been trending for 3 days, with an eye-catching title, "On How Many Faces My Roommate Really Has." Gu Yunfei ignored all the noise. He put down his book and looked out the window, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. In his mind, however, a different picture was playing out. It was at the sports meet that Su Wanqing shouted herself hoarse for him. It was the touching look of shyness and joy on his face when he held her in his arms after they crossed the finish line. That victory, that thrill, deserves a special celebration. Gu Yunfei picked up his phone and sent a message to Su Wanqing. "Are you free this weekend? Let's celebrate and thank you for your support." Messages are replied to almost instantly. "I'm free." Following the text was a cheerful, jumping bunny emoji. Gu Yunfei smiled and dialed Zhang Hao and Lin Fei's numbers again. Saturday evening, Thompson Riviera penthouse. Gu Yunfei declined the professional party setup service offered by the property management and chose to do it himself. He didn't want those cliched ribbons and balloons. He dimmed the main lights to their lowest setting, leaving only a few floor lamps and spotlights to cast soft halos on the walls and ceiling, outlining the space. In the corner of the living room, several clusters of white lilies, freshly air-freighted from the Netherlands, exuded delicate fragrance in the air. This is the flower he remembers she loved the most. Soothing jazz music played from the stereo. He picked out several bottles of low-alcohol fruit wine and champagne from the wine cabinet, and then personally cooked a few of her favorite delicate snacks. There's no party noise here, it's more like a private salon tailored just for her. Holy crap, Fei Ge, are you celebrating your victory or planning to propose? Zhang Hao and his roommate were immediately struck by the sophisticated atmosphere as soon as they entered the room. It's so romantic, really. Gu Yunfei simply smiled and remained silent. The doorbell rang again. He went to open the door, and outside, Su Wanqing and Lin Fei stood side by side. The moment they saw Su Wanqing, the noise that had just been in the apartment vanished instantly. She was wearing a light blue long dress. The design is extremely simple, without any unnecessary decorations, yet it fits her slender and graceful curves perfectly, like a second skin. Under the soft light, the fabric of the dress shimmered with a moonlit glow, highlighting her skin, which appeared so delicate it seemed to glow. Her long hair was loosely tied up, revealing her slender swan neck and delicate collarbone. Her face was adorned with light makeup, and her usual cool demeanor was enhanced by a breathtaking brightness. Gu Yunfei saw this dress online a couple of days ago and thought it perfectly matched her temperament, so he sent it to her anonymously. Wow! Zhang Hao whistled exaggeratedly, only to be immediately stepped on by Lin Fei next to him. Gu Yunfei's eyes held pure admiration. He reached out very naturally, took Su Wanqing's slightly cool fingertips in his hand, and led her inside. He leaned down and whispered in her ear. "You look so beautiful today that it makes my heart flutter." Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly, her heart felt like it was filled with honey, but she gently scolded him. "The dress you gave me is too formal. Not grand." Gu Yunfei's gaze was gentle and focused, as if she were the only person left in the whole world. "You deserve all the best things in the world." The party atmosphere was relaxed and enjoyable. The group sat around on the soft carpet, chatting about interesting things at school. Zhang Hao, as always, was the life of the party, telling one joke after another, making everyone laugh continuously. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere became slightly tipsy. Gu Yunfei suddenly stood up and took out the wooden guitar from the corner. The living room fell silent instantly. All eyes were on him. He didn't sit down, but casually leaned against the bar, his slender fingers gently plucking the strings. A series of clear, spring-like chords flowed out. His gaze pierced through the lights and the crowd, fixing firmly on Su Wanqing. "This song is for you." He spoke. It is an original song that has never been released before. There are no complicated arrangements, no fancy words, just the cleanest melodies and the simplest lyrics. She recounts how they went from first meeting to falling in love, from misunderstanding to falling for each other. His voice was deep and magnetic, each note like a feather, precisely scratching the most sensitive corner of Su Wanqing's heart. She looked at him. Looking at his focused profile under the light, and at the deep affection in his eyes. Su Wanqing's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She recalled every moment they had shared, the misunderstandings, the tests, and the chaotic, exciting moments. At this moment, everything is gently connected through this song. The music ended, but the lingering melody remained. Zhang Hao and Lin Fei clapped enthusiastically, their eyes practically overflowing with envy. Gu Yunfei put down his guitar, walked straight to Su Wanqing, and extended his hand to her in a standard invitation to dance. Beautiful Miss Su Wanqing, may I have this dance? Su Wanqing smiled through her tears and placed her hand in his warm palm. Gu Yunfei led her to the center of the living room. He took out his phone and tapped it a few times, switching the soothing jazz music to a tender waltz. He wrapped one arm around her slender waist and intertwined his fingers with hers with the other. As the music played, he led her in a graceful dance under the soft lights. The two were very close together. So close that every breath they took blended together. Gu Yunfei lowered his head, brought his lips close to her ear, and whispered in a breathy voice that only the two of them could hear. I heard your cheers. It was the best voice in the whole venue. When I hold you and spin you around, I feel like I have the whole world. Wanqing, I think I'm becoming more and more dependent on you. The warm breath brushed against my ear, sending a shiver down my spine. Su Wanqing's body went completely limp, her cheeks burning hot. She gently rested her head on his shoulder, letting him lead her, feeling the steady and powerful heartbeat emanating from his chest. An overwhelming sense of happiness completely overwhelmed her. Watching the couple dancing in each other's arms, Lin Fei nudged Zhang Hao's arm and exclaimed, "Oh no, I'm going to get diabetes tonight. The sweetness level is way too high." Zhang Hao nodded in deep agreement. This dog food could kill a cow. The party ended in ultimate sweetness. The friends tactfully took their leave first, leaving only Gu Yunfei and Su Wanqing in the large apartment. Su Wanqing drank some fruit wine, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy blush, her eyes were slightly unfocused, and she exuded a lazy and charming aura. I feel a little dizzy. She shook her head, her body went limp, and she leaned against Gu Yunfei. Gu Yunfei bent down and picked her up horizontally. Ah! Su Wanqing exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Don't be afraid, I'll take you to your bedroom to rest. His voice was incredibly gentle. He carried her through the corridor and into the master bedroom, gently placing her on the soft bed. He carefully took off her high heels and pulled the blanket over her. Su Wanqing fell into a deep sleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Perhaps she was dreaming of something happy, for a faint, sweet smile lingered on her lips. Gu Yunfei did not leave. He sat on the edge of the bed, quietly watching her sleeping face in the dim light of the bedside lamp. Watching her even and deep breathing, watching her unguarded sleeping face. He couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her cheek with his warm fingertips. Finally, he leaned down and placed a precious kiss on her forehead. Wanqing, he murmured softly. Thank you for coming into my life. It makes my world so complete and beautiful. The tasks, wealth, and skills assigned by the system are merely tools for experiencing life. The girl in front of him was the most important and precious treasure in this perfect life experience. Chapter 27: The Tenderness of the Morning, exclusively for lovers. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, turning into a golden thread that cut diagonally into the penthouse apartment, leaving a long trail of light on the floor. Gu Yunfei woke up. He didn't move. Beside her, Su Wanqing slept soundly, her breathing steady and shallow. Her long eyelashes cast a quiet shadow under her eyes, and a few playful strands of hair clung to her fair and full cheeks. She shed her usual aloof and distant facade, and at this moment she was as quiet as an unguarded child. A warm and reassuring sense of satisfaction slowly filled Gu Yunfei's chest. It wasn't the ecstasy of obtaining the system, nor the indifference of dealing with Zhao Tai. This feeling is like a ship that has been adrift for a long time finally sailing into its own safe harbor. He bent down. A very light kiss landed on her smooth forehead. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, as if disturbed from her sweet dream, but she couldn't resist the overwhelming drowsiness. She simply turned over, curled herself into a smaller ball, and continued to sleep soundly. Gu Yunfei's lips unconsciously curved upwards. He lifted a corner of the blanket, moving so gently that not a breath was stirred, as if afraid of disturbing the person in bed. After getting dressed, he glanced back, his eyes overflowing with tenderness. He walked barefoot and silently out of the bedroom and into the kitchen. Su Wanqing was awakened by the aroma of food. The aroma of melted butter on the hot pan, mixed with the wheat scent of toasted bread, warmly and forcefully filled her nostrils. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her consciousness slowly returning. The seat next to him was empty, but the sheets still held his warmth. The scenes from last night flashed through her mind without warning, and her cheeks instantly flushed, burning hot. A soft sizzling sound came from the kitchen. She sat up, the silky blanket slipping off her shoulders, revealing her fair collarbone and a series of ambiguous marks. She paid no attention to any of that, her gaze fixed on the tall, imposing figure in the kitchen. Gu Yunfei, dressed in simple home clothes, was facing away from her, intently looking at the frying pan. The morning light shone from his side, gilding his silhouette with a soft golden edge. That busy figure created a scene that softened her heart. A warm current welled up from the deepest part of my heart, carrying a slight bittersweet feeling, and quickly flowed through my limbs and bones. She threw back the covers, barefoot, and stepped onto the cool wooden floor. Step by step, like a stealthy cat, she crept toward him. She walked behind him, stretched out her arms, and gently wrapped them around his strong waist from behind, pressing her cheeks tightly against his broad, warm back. Gu Yunfei's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed completely. He turned off the stove, freeing one hand to place on the back of her hand that was wrapped around his waist. "Why didn't you sleep a little longer? The floor is cold. You woke me up." Her voice was hoarse and nasal. From just waking up, it sounded more like a spoiled child than a complaint. She closed her eyes, greedily savoring the tranquility and intimacy unique to the early morning. His heartbeat, steady and strong, could be heard through the thin fabric of his clothes. Thump, thump, thump. One blow after another, striking precisely at the very tip of her heart. Gu Yunfei turned around and pulled her into his arms. He looked down at her sleepy eyes and flushed cheeks, and his heart softened completely. He kissed her cheek and chuckled softly, "Little sleepyhead, you're awake? Breakfast will be ready soon." "Mum." Su Wanqing snuggled against him, finding the most comfortable position, like a koala, hanging her whole body on him. On the table were 2 thick egg sandwiches cut into triangles and 2 glasses of warm milk. Golden scrambled eggs, vibrant green lettuce, and caramelized bacon, all wrapped in toasted bread slices that are crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, look incredibly appetizing. Gu Yunfei pressed her down into a chair. Su Wanqing picked up the sandwich and took a big bite, her eyes instantly lighting up. It was so delicious that she wanted to squint her eyes. Seeing her satisfied little face, Gu Yunfei picked up his own sandwich, but instead of eating it, he held it to her mouth. "Try mine too." Su Wanqing subconsciously opened her mouth and took another bite. "How about it?" She nodded vigorously, her mouth full, and mumbled, "This is the best sandwich I've ever eaten." "It's not because of my cooking skills. It's because he's the one who made breakfast." Looking into the man's gentle eyes, watching him do all this for her so naturally, feeling the happiness of being cherished and protected, a strong impulse suddenly welled up in her heart. She wanted to be with him forever. "I want to spend every morning and every evening of my life with him." After breakfast, Gu Yunfei drove Su Wanqing back to her dormitory. In the early morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves on campus, casting dappled shadows inside the car. Neither of them spoke the rest of the way. They were just holding hands. His palms were dry and warm, completely enveloping her hand and conveying a reassuring power. Every minute and every second of this brief time together is worth treasuring forever. The car came to a stop in front of the girls' dormitory. Gu Yunfei unbuckled his seatbelt, turned to the side, and helped her straighten her slightly disheveled collar. Su Wanqing blushed and let him do as he pleased. "All right." He withdrew his hand, but his gaze remained fixed on her face. The interior of the car was small, and the silence made the air feel scorching. In the end, Gu Yunfei made the first move. He leaned in and kissed her lips again. The kiss was light, carrying the scent of morning sunlight and an intense, lingering affection. When they parted, his lips were pressed against her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, his deep voice sending shivers down her spine. "If you miss me, just give me a call. Any time is fine." Su Wanqing's ears turned bright red instantly. She nodded haphazardly, not daring to look at him, and ran out of the car. Gu Yunfei sat in the car, watching her run into the dormitory building like a startled deer, and couldn't help but laugh. Su Wanqing ran upstairs in one breath and returned to her dormitory. Only then did she lean against the door, panting heavily. My heart was still pounding wildly, and my face was burning hot. She walked to the window and quietly looked down. That familiar Aston Martin was still parked downstairs. A moment later, the car started, slowly drove away, and finally disappeared at the end of the road. She kept watching until she could no longer see him. My heart is filled with sweetness and reluctance. She knew that this relationship was just beginning. In the future, countless beautiful mornings like today await them. Chapter 31 Public Opinion Storm, Gu Yunfei's calm response. The excitement of the sports meet completely ignited the campus forum of Shanghai University the moment Gu Yunfei embraced Su Wanqing. The forum server's back-end alarm lights were flashing wildly, and the traffic instantly surged to an all-time high. The pinned posts, highlighted in red, all had titles that were increasingly sensational. Explosive news. The final moment of the sports meet. Tycoon Gushin publicly kisses school beauty Su Wanqing. My on-screen couple finally became a reality. After the finals, he spun her around in his arms, and I was completely stunned. In-depth analysis, from Aston Martin to all-around sports king, who exactly is Gu Yunfei? Below the post, countless candid photos were hailed as masterpieces. There was the afterimage of Gu Yunfei sprinting 100 meters, and his roar as he overtook at the limit. But the most popular moment was when he rushed towards Su Wanqing outside the finish line, picked her up high, and spun her around, his face beaming with an undisguised, radiant smile. That smile was completely different from his usual calm and reserved demeanor. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for a long time, ready to erupt just for one person. Ah! What an amazing love story! I used to think Gu Yunfei was aloof, but it turns out he just reserved all his tenderness for Su Wanqing. I cried, is this an idle drama plot? Fighting for love, crowning you, Gu Yunfei is the epitome of campus romance novel male protagonists in my heart. This is reality. I saw it with my own eyes. When Gushin rushed over, there was no one else in his eyes. It was as if the whole world only consisted of Su Wanqing. In the dormitory, Zhang Hao paced back and forth excitedly, holding his phone. Fei Ge. No, Gushin. You're absolutely famous. You're now a living legend at our Shanghai University. He shoved his phone screen right in front of Gu Yunfei. Look at this post, it's got over 10,000 replies. Some people are saying you're the heir to a reclusive wealthy family, here at university to experience the hardships of ordinary people. Li Jun also came over, his face full of admiration. Some people even say you're a secret agent trained by the state, proficient in everything from physical fitness and intelligence to cooking and other talents. Gu Yunfei was slowly packing his school bag, ignoring the heated discussion on his phone. He merely raised his eyelids, looked at the gesticulating Zhang Hao, and calmly asked, "What should we have for dinner? What's the point of eating? The whole school is eating your and your wife's dog food." Zhang Hao wailed, then put on a fawning smile. "Brother Fei, how about we go to your cloud pavilion tonight? To celebrate your resounding victory." Gu Yunfei thought for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a message to Su Wanqing. The phone lit up quickly. Okay, she agrees. Cloud Pavilion. The restaurant is closed to the public today because of the sports meet. There were only a few of them in the elegant courtyard. Gu Yunfei was busy in the kitchen, while Su Wanqing sat quietly beside him, helping him prepare vegetables. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the wooden lattice window, casting a soft golden glow upon her, a scene of tranquility and peace. Zhang Hao and Li Jun sat at the stone table in the courtyard, browsing the forum while secretly glancing at the beautiful couple in the kitchen. Now I understand what a perfect couple is. Zhang Hao lowered his voice. Look at Fei Ge's cooking skills, and look at his wife's serene appearance, it's amazing. Li Jun wholeheartedly agreed. I used to think Su Wanqing was a fairy from heaven, someone I could only admire from afar. Now I realize that she seems more real and more touching when she's with Fei Ge. Su Wanqing naturally saw the post on the forum, her cheeks still flushed slightly. Being watched and discussed by so many people made her feel a little uncomfortable, but more than that, she felt a shyness enveloped by a huge sense of happiness. She looked at Gu Yunfei's focused profile. His movements as he handled the ingredients were fluid and graceful, every detail exuding composure. This man always manages to effortlessly exude a charm that captivates her. Stop looking at your phone. Gu Yunfei's voice suddenly rang out. He didn't turn around, but it was as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Like a child caught red-handed, Su Wanqing quickly slammed her phone face down on the table and whispered in protest, "I didn't see it." Gu Yunfei turned around, his hands still covered in flour. He walked up to her, bent down, and gently touched her cheek with the back of his hand. Don't worry about those things. His voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable power of reassurance. Let them say what they want, we'll live our own lives. Su Wanqing looked up at him, and his eyes reflected the sunset outside the window, as well as her small figure. The unease she felt from being the center of attention vanished instantly. She nodded vigorously, a relieved smile curving her lips. However, things gradually veered beyond the scope of a well-intentioned discussion. That evening, a new post quickly became a trending topic. Title: Rational Discussion. Is the so-called Gushin just an elaborately packaged scam? The poster was an anonymous ID, and the content was highly inflammatory. Have you all been blinded by passion? Let's analyze this calmly. First, Aston Martin, who actually saw him driving it? What if he's working as a driver for some boss? Second, an all-around sports king? Does it make sense for an economics student to have physical abilities that completely overwhelm sports students? I strongly suspect he took banned substances. Third, Yun Jian Xiaoguan, how can a student afford such a high-end private restaurant? There must be some sugar daddy behind him, right? Most importantly, our school beauty, Su Wanqing, has always been aloof. How could she get together with someone of dubious background so quickly? I'm not trying to criticize her, I'm just worried that she's too naive and will be deceived. Would a truly wealthy and powerful man be so high-profile and ostentatious? I think he's just a phoenix man trying to climb the social ladder by creating hype. The post immediately sparked a public outcry. Although most people refuted the original poster's claims and denounced the poster as jealous, some malicious speculations began to spread among the crowd. Some people who were already jealous immediately jumped out to agree. What the original poster said makes sense. It is indeed strange. Yeah, if he's really that good, why is he hiding it? He could just reveal his identity, right? Heh, Su Wanqing is probably blinded by luxury cars. What a cool goddess, she's just a gold digger. Malicious speculation began to spread, and even attacks against Su Wanqing began. At the dinner table, Su Wanqing's best friend handed her phone to look at, trembling with anger. Wanqing, look at these people. What are they saying? It's outrageous. Su Wanqing's face paled as she read those filthy words. She doesn't care what others say about her. But she couldn't stand their slander of Gu Yunfei. He was so good, so genuine. His humility and composure, however, became evidence of his guilty conscience and pretense in the mouths of these people. Gu Yunfei was putting a piece of dompa pork on Su Wanqing's plate when he noticed the change in her mood. He picked up his phone and quickly glanced at the post. His gaze darkened. It was a coldness beneath a calm surface, an undercurrent of turmoil. He doesn't care what others say about him. Experiencing life as his own business. But these comments began to hurt the people he wanted to protect. He saw Su Wanqing pursing her lips tightly, her eyes slightly red, not from grievance, but from anger and heartache. She felt sorry for him. Gu Yunfei put down his chopsticks, reached out and placed his hand on the back of Su Wanqing's hand, gently stroking it. Don't be angry, he said softly. It's not worth getting angry over these people. Su Wanqing looked up at him, but they... I know. Gu Yunfei interrupted her, but his eyes became extremely serious. They don't understand me, they don't understand you, and they don't understand us. So, I will make them understand. He doesn't like to be ostentatious, but that doesn't mean he'll tolerate his woman suffering any injustice. If a low-key experience comes at the cost of her unhappiness, then such an experience is better off not happening at all. The moment he made his decision, the system's voice arrived in his mind as expected. Ding! Change in host state of mind detected, triggering main quest, get to the root of the problem. Task description: the rumors and gossip have faded like dust, tainting the peaceful campus life and disturbing the peace of your beloved. Please clarify your identity publicly on the campus forum within 24 hours, swiftly ending all unfounded speculation. Task reward: advanced media relations mastery. A cold smile curved at the corners of Gu Yunfei's lips. Just in time. He looked at Su Wanqing, his eyes gentle yet firm. Wanqing, do you believe me? Su Wanqing nodded without hesitation and squeezed his hand back tightly. She didn't know what he was going to do, but she knew that whatever he did, she would support him. Gu Yunfei patted her hand reassuringly, then stood up. You guys eat first, I have something to take care of. After saying that, he took his phone and walked to a quiet corner of the yard. He didn't shy away from it. In front of everyone, he opened the campus forum of Shanghai University and found the most popular malicious speculation post. He did not register an anonymous account. Instead, he directly used his verified student ID, which displayed School of Economics Gu Yunfei, to click the reply button. In the courtyard, all eyes were on him. Zhang Hao and Li Jun held their breath. Su Wanqing's heart was in her throat. They all had a premonition. A storm that is about to sweep through the entire Shanghai University community, and even beyond, is about to be unleashed by this man himself. Gu Yunfei's finger paused on the screen for a moment. Then, I began to type slowly. Chapter 33 Off-Campus Turmoil, Su Wanqing's Guardian. Gu Yunfei was just about to end that boring farce on the forum when his phone suddenly rang. Caller ID, Aunt. He paused for a moment, then answered the phone. Yunfei. The woman's voice on the other end of the phone was still gentle, but it carried an undisguised weariness and worry. Are you doing well at school? Gu Yunfei sensed something was off about his aunt's tone. He walked to a quiet corner of the courtyard and unconsciously lowered his voice. Aunt, I'm fine, don't worry. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I saw the news. Auntie was silent for a long time before finally letting out a sigh. What happened on the forum, and the media reports? Yunfei, you're standing too high and too conspicuous now. Auntie is worried about you. A warm current flowed through Gu Yunfei's heart. From childhood to adulthood, his aunt has always treated him like a precious treasure. Aunt, I know what I'm doing, he reassured her softly. They're just minor incidents, I can handle them. I know you're capable, her aunt said, her voice tinged with deep helplessness. But Yunfei, have you ever thought about going home? Gu Yunfei paused for a moment. I've been the one holding up the family business all these years. In her voice, the vulnerability beneath the facade of a strong woman was finally revealed. You know, I'm a woman, and my energy is ultimately limited. Those old directors are polite to me on the surface, but who doesn't have their own agenda behind the scenes? Yunfei, you are the only remaining pillar of the Gu family. This business will be yours sooner or later. Gu Yunfei fell silent. He knew his family owned property, but he never thought about inheriting it. The wealth the system bestowed upon him was enough for him to live a life of unbridled indulgence. But he never forgot his responsibilities to his family. Aunt, I understand. Gu Yunfei's voice became steady. I'll go back this weekend. Okay. A hint of genuine relief finally crept into Aunt's voice. Auntie will be waiting for you. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yunfei stood there, looking up at the inky night sky. The system's electronic voice rang precisely in his mind. Ding. Detected a change in the host's life stage, triggering the main quest, seize power. Task description, understand the current state of the family business and propose disruptive optimization solutions. Task reward, advanced business analytics mastery. Mission hint, the pond on campus can no longer contain a hidden dragon. The family business will be a brand new stage for you to showcase your strength and the beginning of your journey to a higher level. A cold smile curved Gu Yunfei's lips. Just in time. He turned and walked back to the brightly lit courtyard, where Su Wanqing was looking at him with worried eyes. What's wrong? She asked softly. Gu Yunfei walked straight up to her and took her slightly cool hand in his. This weekend, come home with me, okay? Su Wanqing was stunned, and then a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. Meeting the parents? So fast? But when she looked into Gu Yunfei's earnest and profound eyes, all her hesitation vanished, leaving only a nod. Good. Saturday morning. The Aston Martin smoothly drove out of Shanghai, and the scenery outside the car window gradually changed from skyscrapers to open countryside. An hour later, the car turned into a massive industrial park with an astonishingly large area. The futuristic, modern factory buildings and office buildings gleam with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Su Wanqing was stunned by the scene before her. Here it is. The headquarters of the Gu Group, Gu Yunfei said calmly, as if he were commenting on the weather. It's my family's business. Su Wanqing was completely stunned. She knew that Gu Yunfei came from an extraordinary family, but the limits of her imagination had never reached the scale of this business empire that resembled a steel behemoth. The car stopped in front of the main office building, where a middle-aged woman in a high-end custom-made business suit, exuding a capable and sharp aura, was already waiting. When she saw Gu Yunfei get out of the car, the sharp light in her eyes instantly turned into tenderness and relief. Yunfei. Aunt. Gu Yunfei stepped forward and gave his aunt a firm hug. His aunt patted him on the back, and her gaze immediately fell on the beautiful girl behind him who seemed a little flustered. And this is Su Wanqing, my girlfriend. Gu Yunfei took Su Wanqing's hand without hesitation, his tone an unquestionable declaration. Su Wanqing's palms were sweating with nervousness, but she still mustered her courage and bowed politely. Hello, Aunt Gu. Aunt's gaze lingered on Su Wanqing for a few seconds, and a hint of heartfelt satisfaction flashed in her eyes, which had seen countless people. Good boy. Yunfei has good taste, Auntie is relieved. She turned to the side. Come in, I'll show you around. Gu's group, which mainly engages in precision manufacturing and new material research and development, was once an industry giant, but has shown signs of decline in recent years. The aunt led the two on a tour of the production line in our D center, her words filled with worry. There are many problems. The product line is aging, and the market is being constantly eroded by emerging companies. The management is rigid in its thinking, clinging to past achievements and unwilling to take risks. Although the cash flow is still relatively healthy, the profit margin is declining precipitously every year. My aunt pointed to a group of middle-level managers in the distance who were drinking tea and reading newspapers, and sighed. I want to reform, but I can't get it going. Those old directors only want to maintain the status quo and get dividends. They don't seek to make any contributions, they just want to avoid making any mistakes. Gu Yunfei listened and watched in silence the whole way. The advanced business analytics proficiency ability granted by the system has already stirred up a storm in his mind. Countless industry data, financial statements, technological barriers, market trends, are instantly dismantled, analyzed, and reorganized. A moment later, the root of all the problems became as clear as the lines on one's palm. Aunt, we're calling a board meeting tomorrow morning, Gu Yunfei suddenly said. Aunt was taken aback. You want to listen to their thoughts, Gu Yunfei said calmly. Then, give them my proposal. Looking at her nephew's mature face, which was beyond his years, the aunt suddenly felt a strong sense of anticipation. The child she raised from childhood seems to have grown into a towering tree that can shelter the family from the wind and rain without her even realizing it. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. That evening, at the family villa, Su Wanqing sat on the soft sofa in the bedroom, looking at the man under the lamp flipping through company documents, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you really going to take over?" Gu Yunfei didn't even look up. It's a responsibility. Su Wanqing bit her lip, but didn't you say you just wanted to experience life? Managing such a big company will be very tiring for you. Gu Yunfei finally put down the documents, walked up to her, and cupped her small face in his hands. Fool, experiencing life naturally includes experiencing the grandeur of the business world. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Moreover, I want you to see with your own eyes that I can provide you with a safe haven and give you the best future in the world. Su Wanqing's heart was struck hard, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. She then realized the heavy burden this man carried on his shoulders behind his seemingly calm demeanor. But he never complained. She reached out and hugged Gu Yunfei tightly around the waist. I will always be with you. Gu Yunfei pulled her into his arms, feeling her warmth, and a genuine tenderness curved his lips. The following day, in the boardroom at the top floor of the Gu Group, around the long conference table sat a dozen or so middle-aged men in suits, each with a different expression. They were the elders of the Gu family and also the biggest obstacle to reform. The aunt sat in the main seat, and Gu Yunfei sat to her right. Su Wanqing was personally pressed down by Gu Yunfei to sit next to him. This move caused all the directors in the room to freeze in shock. Bringing a female student to the group's highest-level closed-door board meeting? Is this kid crazy? Or does he simply not understand the rules? Finally, the most senior and gray-haired director couldn't hold back any longer and spoke with a forced smile. President Gu, this is my girlfriend, Su Wanqing. Gu Yunfei's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Just listening in. The old director's brows furrowed, but because his aunt was present, he could only snort coldly and remain silent. Aunt cleared her throat, breaking the awkward silence. Everyone, the reason I've gathered you all here today is that Yunfei has some ideas about the future development of the company that he'd like to discuss with you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a fat man named Director Li immediately launched an attack. President Gu, if I may be so blunt, young Master Yunfei is an outstanding individual, but he is still in university. As for practical matters like business management, he is probably just a theorist. Does Director Li mean that I don't understand? Gu Yunfei suddenly spoke, his voice not loud, but like an ice pick piercing the eardrums of everyone present. The innate sense of oppression made the temperature in the entire conference room drop a few degrees. Director Li was choked and his face turned red. I didn't mean that, it's just. Then let me finish, Gu Yunfei interrupted him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Before you draw a conclusion. He turned on the tablet in front of him, and an incredibly detailed analysis report was projected onto the large screen. The core problem of the Gu Group is not capital or technology, but a complete loss of strategy. Gu Yunfei's finger swiped across the screen, and one bloody data chart after another popped up. Over the past 5 years, our core product market share has plummeted by 18%, and our profit margin has dropped by 22%. Why? We are still using technology from 10 years ago to produce products from 10 years ago, trying to cater to a market that has long since changed. He raised his head, his cold gaze slowly sweeping over every director present. Do you all still believe that by simply guarding your own little plot of land, you can preserve the Gu family's empire? Wrong. In the business world, it's either advance or retreat, live or die. There is no middle ground. The meeting room was deathly silent. Those directors who had prepared a whole host of rebuttals found themselves with their throats stuffed with cotton, unable to utter a single word. Because every word Gu Yunfei said was true. Su Wanqing sat beside him, watching this eloquent and confident man, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. It turns out that he is so dazzling and so fascinating in the business world. My plan has 3 steps. Gu Yunfei held up 3 fingers. First, cut all outdated product lines with profit margins below 10%, all of them. Concentrate all resources and bet on new material research and development. Secondly, we will introduce external strategic investment and establish joint laboratories with the top domestic research institutions. What we want to seize is the commanding height of the industry in the next decade. Third, restructure the management team. Eliminate all inactive and lazy executives. Introduce a wolf-like team, where the capable rise and the mediocre fall. He paused deliberately as he spoke, and the air in the entire conference room seemed to be sucked out. Then, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Wanqing, who was a little nervous beside him, his eyes instantly turning into a gentle spring breeze. Wanqing, what do you think of this plan? Su Wanqing was completely taken aback by his question, her mind went blank, and she subconsciously whispered, I don't really understand these things. It's okay, just go with your gut feeling. Gu Yunfei's voice was full of encouragement. Su Wanqing bit her lip, looked at him, and thought about it seriously. I think that makes a lot of sense. Although I don't understand business, I know that painting is the same. If a painter always sticks to the old style and doesn't dare to innovate, he will definitely be eliminated by the times. A deep sense of admiration flashed in Gu Yunfei's eyes. He took Su Wanqing's hand, which was resting on the table, and under the shocked gaze of all the directors, he lowered his head and gently kissed the back of her smooth hand. Well said. This kiss was like a thunderclap, shattering the entire conference room. All the directors were dumbfounded. They finally understood. Gu Yunfei brought this girl here not to eavesdrop. He was using this most flamboyant and unequivocal method to declare to the entire Gu group. This girl held a supreme and unparalleled position in his heart. Seeing this, the aunt finally smiled with immense relief. She slowly stood up, her gaze sharp as she swept over everyone present. Everyone, as the largest shareholder of the Gu group, I personally fully support Yunfei's plan. Starting today, Gu Yunfei will serve as the group's executive vice president, taking full responsibility for the company's strategic transformation. Anyone who has a problem can voice it now. The meeting room was completely silent. Those old directors who had previously harbored ulterior motives all lowered their heads at this moment, not even having the courage to look their aunt in the eye. They understood. The world has changed for the Gu family. This new master was 10,000 times more terrifying than they had imagined. Gu Yunfei looked at the scene expressionlessly. The system notification sounded in my mind again. Ding! Mission complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Advanced Business Analysis Mastery. Host has successfully infiltrated the family business. A new main quest has been generated. Warning! While processing enterprise data, the system has detected a suspicious overseas fund transfer of a large sum of money. The data is encrypted at an extremely high level and is suspected to be linked to an organization codenamed Ouroboros. Hidden quest triggered, Beneath the Abyss. Tracing the source of funds and uncovering the shocking secrets hidden behind the family business. Gu Yunfei's eyes narrowed slightly. Ouroboros. It's that persistent organization again. It seems that the waters of this world are far deeper than he imagined. But it doesn't matter. Since it's about experiencing life, let's go all out. He looked down at Su Wanqing, whose face was flushed from his kiss, and his eyes softened again. Whether the road ahead is a deep abyss or a smooth path, as long as she is by his side, he has nothing to fear. Chapter 32 New Challenges, The Involvement of Family Businesses. Gu Yunfei was just about to end that boring farce on the forum when his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID displayed a title he was extremely familiar with, Aunt. His fingertip paused on the screen as he answered the call. Yunfei. On the other end of the phone, the woman's voice was as gentle as ever, but beneath the gentleness lay a hint of weariness and worry that was hard to conceal. Are you doing well at school? Gu Yunfei walked to a corner of the courtyard and lowered his voice. Auntie, I'm fine. What happened? I saw the news. Aunt Gu Qingying sighed. The matter of the Shanghai University Forum has been leaked to financial media. Yunfei, you've suddenly been in the spotlight, and your aunt is worried about you. A warm feeling washed over Gu Yunfei. The woman who raised him always put him first. Auntie, don't worry, I know what I'm doing, he reassured her softly. I know you're capable. Gu Qingying's voice was tinged with a deep sense of helplessness, but Yunfei, have you ever thought about going home? Go home? Gu Yunfei fell silent. I've been the one holding up the family business all these years. Gu Qingying's voice was filled with weariness. But as a woman, I have limited energy. Those old guys on the board are polite to me on the surface, but they all have their own agendas behind my back. Yunfei, you are the only heir of the Gu family. This burden will be yours sooner or later. Gu Yunfei was certainly aware that his family owned businesses. But he never imagined that this business would have caused his aunt such exhaustion. The system granted him the right to experience countless lives, but he never considered shirking his responsibility. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was different. Auntie, I understand. I'm going back this weekend. Okay. Gu Qingying's voice finally carried a hint of relief and relief. Auntie will wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yunfei looked up at the night sky, which was dyed orange by the city lights. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected a change in the host's life stage, triggering the main quest, take control of the world. Task description, understand the current state of the family business, propose a disruptive optimization plan to the board of directors, and establish the sole heir. Task reward, advanced business analytics mastery. Task hint, experience life, and also experience the exhilaration of turning your hand to create clouds or rain. Gu Yunfei's lips twitched silently. Just in time. He turned and walked back to the brightly lit courtyard, where Su Wanqing's worried gaze immediately met his. What's wrong? She asked softly, her clear eyes full of concern. Gu Yunfei walked to her side, took her slightly cool hand, and looked at her with such seriousness that her heart skipped a beat. Will you come home with me this weekend? Su Wanqing froze completely. Immediately, a heat spread rapidly from my neck to my ears. Meeting the parents? That's so fast. But when she met Gu Yunfei's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, she nodded as if possessed. Good. Saturday morning. The Aston Martin smoothly drove out of downtown Shanghai, and the scenery outside the window gradually changed from skyscrapers to open countryside. An hour later, a vast, futuristic industrial park came into view. She stared blankly at the cold, hard lines of the modern factory buildings and office buildings. Here it is. The headquarters of the Gu Group, Gu Yunfei said calmly, as if he were describing the weather, my family's business. Su Wanqing was completely stunned. She knew Gu Yunfei was very rich, but her concept of rich was on a completely different level from the vast business empire before her. The car came to a stop in front of the main office building. A middle-aged woman, dressed in a haute couture business suit and exuding a capable and sharp aura, was already waiting. When she saw Gu Yunfei get out of the car, her eyes softened instantly, and her sharpness turned into relief and tenderness. Yunfei. Aunt. Gu Yunfei stepped forward and gave his aunt a firm hug. Gu Qingying patted his back, then her gaze fell on Su Wanqing behind him, a scrutinizing look flashing across her face. And this is? Su Wanqing, my girlfriend. Gu Yunfei took Su Wanqing's hand, his tone not of introduction but of declaration. Su Wanqing's palms were sweating with nervousness, but she still mustered her courage and bowed politely. Hello, Aunt Gu. Gu Qingying sized up Su Wanqing. The girl's aloof and refined temperament and her neither humble nor arrogant gaze transformed the scrutiny in Gu Qingying's eyes into genuine satisfaction. Good boy. Yunfei has excellent judgment. She turned to the side, come in, I'll show you around. Gu's group, which mainly engages in precision manufacturing and new material research and development, was once an industry giant, but now it is struggling. Gu Qingying led the two on a tour of the production line in R&D center, her words filled with worry. The product line is aging, the management is rigid in its thinking, and the profit margin is declining year by year. Those old directors only think about maintaining the status quo and are unwilling to take risks. Gu Yunfei listened silently the whole way, the advanced business analysis mastery granted by the system already activated in his mind. Countless data streams, industry reports, and technological barriers intertwined, were analyzed and reorganized in his mind. He grasped the crux of the problem in just 10 minutes. "And, convene a meeting of all board members tomorrow morning," Gu Yunfei suddenly said. Gu Qingying was stunned. "You want to listen to their thoughts," Gu Yunfei said calmly. "Then, give them my rules." The following day, in the boardroom at the top floor of the Gu Group, a dozen or so middle-aged men in suits, each with a different expression, sat upright around the long conference table. They are the veterans of the Gu family, and also the brakes on the group's development. Gu Qingying sat in the main seat, and Gu Yunfei sat to her right. Su Wanqing was arranged by Gu Yunfei to sit in the seat next to him. This action instantly made the atmosphere in the room strange. Bringing your girlfriend to a board meeting that decides the fate of the group? This kid, has he gone mad? Li Dihai, the most senior and gray-haired director, finally couldn't hold back any longer. He spoke with a forced smile. "Mr. Gu, this young lady is my girlfriend, Su Wanqing," Gu Yunfei said in an icy tone. "She will be sitting in on today's meeting." Li Dihai's brows furrowed, and his tone carried a lecturing tone. "Young Master Yunfei, this is the board meeting place, not a place for you to flirt. You have no manners at all. Does Director Li mean that I don't understand?" Gu Yunfei suddenly laughed, leaning forward slightly and looking directly at the other person. That gaze, though devoid of any emotion, sent a strange shiver down Li Dihai's spine. "I'm not." "Then let me finish." Gu Yunfei interrupted him, his voice not loud, but it instantly silenced the entire conference room. "Then we need to determine who is the one who doesn't understand the rules." He opened the tablet in front of him, and a data model was projected onto the huge screen. The core problem of the Gu family is not funding, nor technology, but a complete loss of strategy. His finger slid across the screen, and the red, alarming downward curves were like sharp knives piercing the eyes of everyone present. Over the past 5 years, the market share of our main products has plummeted by 18%, and the profit margin has slumped by 22%. The reason is simple: we are still using technology from 10 years ago to make products from 10 years ago in order to cater to a market that has long since changed. He raised his eyes, his gaze slowly sweeping over everyone. "Gentlemen, do you still think that you can enjoy your old age peacefully by staying in this small plot of land? Wrong. In the business world, it's either move forward or fall behind. You are not maintaining the status quo, you are waiting to die." The meeting room was deathly silent. These words were like knives to the heart. Su Wanqing sat beside him, watching the man who commanded the entire room with a smile, her heart pounding. Is this his true self? Strategizing and commanding, looking down on everything. Gu Yunfei's voice rang out again, cold and resolute. "My plan has 3 steps. First, cut all outdated product lines with profit margins below 10%, and put all resources into new material research and development. Secondly, by introducing strategic investment from Lunka Institute, I want Gu's technology to be 10 years ahead of this era. Third, restructure the management team. Eliminate all the executives who are inactive and only know how to hold meetings and drink tea. What I need are wolves who can fight alongside me." After he finished speaking, it was as if all the air in the conference room had been sucked out. Everyone was stunned by the madness and decisiveness in his plan. Just as tensions were about to rise, Gu Yunfei suddenly turned his head and looked at Su Wanqing beside him, his eyes instantly turning from icy to gentle. "Wanqing, what do you think of this plan?" Su Wanqing was completely taken aback by his question and was stunned. She whispered, I don't know much about business." "It's okay, just go with your gut feeling." Gu Yunfei's voice was so gentle it could melt your heart. Looking at his encouraging eyes, Su Wanqing thought about it seriously and mustered up her courage to say, "I think it makes a lot of sense. Just like painting, if you keep sticking to old techniques and styles without breaking through or innovating, you will eventually be eliminated by the times." Gu Yunfei smiled. He took Su Wanqing's hand, and amidst the astonished gazes of all the directors, he lowered his head and placed a deeply cherished kiss on the smooth back of her hand. "Well said." The kiss was like a thunderclap, shattering the entire conference room. These old guys finally understood. Gu Yunfei bringing Su Wanqing along wasn't because he didn't know the rules. He was declaring to everyone in the most arrogant and direct way. "This girl is the most precious person in his heart. Her opinion is more important than all of yours combined. He, the Gu Yunfei, is the new rule of the Gu Group from today onwards. Gu Qingying watched this scene with eyes full of appreciation and satisfaction. She stood up, her eyes blazing. Everyone, I fully support Yunfei's plan. Starting today, he will assume the role of executive vice president of the group, taking full responsibility for the company's strategic transformation. Does anyone have a problem with this? The meeting room was completely silent. Li Dihai and the other elders were sweating profusely and all lowered their heads. They figured it out. The world has changed for the Gu family. This young man they watched grow up has grown into a lion they can no longer control. Gu Yunfei watched this scene, a faint smile playing on his lips. The system notification tone arrived as scheduled. Ding! Mission complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Advanced Business Analysis Mastery. Host has successfully infiltrated the family business hidden main quest activated. Warning, while processing the financial data of the Gu Group, the system detected a suspicious overseas fund transfer of a large sum of money. The encrypted path points to the codename Ouroboros. Hidden quest triggered, Beneath the Abyss. Tracing the source of funds, uncover the terrifying secrets behind the Ouroboros and the family business. Gu Yunfei's gaze froze instantly. Ouroboros. It's this organization again. It seems that this experience life game is much more exciting than he imagined. He lowered his eyes and looked at Su Wanqing, whose face was flushed from the kiss, and his gaze softened again. It doesn't matter. No matter what lies ahead, whether it be a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, as long as she is by his side, he has nothing to fear. Chapter 34 Artistic Creation, The Collision of Inspiration. On Monday afternoon, Gu Yunfei had just finished processing several documents from the Gu Group. The phone screen lit up. It was Su Wanqing. Yunfei, can you come to my studio today? I've run into some trouble. At the end of the message was a picture of a cat looking dejected. Gu Yunfei tapped his fingertip lightly, returning to the past. Wait for me, I'll be there in half an hour. He closed his laptop, picked up his car keys, and disappeared from the office. The Aston Martin's engine roared as it weaved through traffic, heading straight for the Shanghai University School of Arts. Su Wanqing's studio is on the top floor of the art building. This is an independent creative space specially set up by the school for top students like her. Gu Yunfei pushed open the door, and a unique artistic scent, a mixture of turpentine and paint, wafted towards him. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Su Wanqing was staring blankly at a canvas that was almost as tall as her. Her paintbrush hovered in mid-air, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. A loose white shirt, with the cuffs rolled up to reveal snow-white wrists, and a few specks of ochre and ultramarine inadvertently stained the hem. Her long hair was casually tied back with a wooden hairpin, with a few playful strands falling down, outlining the graceful lines of her neck. Hearing the door open, she turned around somewhat slowly. The moment she recognized Gu Yunfei, her dim eyes suddenly lit up. You've arrived. Gu Yunfei walked to her side, naturally wrapped his arm around her soft waist, and lowered his head to place a light kiss on her smooth forehead. What's wrong? Su Wanqing seemed to have found her pillar of support. Her tense body relaxed, she leaned against him and sighed softly. She pointed to the canvas in front of her. My graduation project has been stuck here for almost a week. My mentor said the composition and artistic conception were very good, but I always felt that it was missing a soul, but I couldn't put my finger on what it was. Gu Yunfei's gaze fell on the canvas. It was a large oil painting, the main subject of which was a bamboo forest after a snowfall. The green bamboo was bent over by the weight of the snow, but it stubbornly did not break. In the distance, the outline of the mountains was like a light ink painting. The painting has a cool color tone, but the brushstrokes are very delicate, conveying a quiet and aloof artistic conception. He stared for a few seconds. The system's voice sounded in my mind right on time. Ding! Detected that the host's girlfriend is experiencing an artistic creative block. Mission triggered, help Su Wanqing complete her graduation project. Task reward, mastery of advanced oil painting techniques. Gu Yunfei's eyes underwent a subtle change. He already possessed master-level artistic appreciation, and now, with the addition of advanced oil painting techniques, it meant that in Su Wanqing's proudest field, he had the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with her, or even surpass her. He turned his gaze to Su Wanqing, his voice gentle. What do you want to express through this painting? Su Wanqing bit her lower lip. Resilience. That kind of vitality that will never break even when bent to the extreme. Then your problem now is that the scene is too still. Gu Yunfei hit the nail on the head. He pointed to the densest patch of bamboo in the center of the canvas. Look, although these bamboos are bent, they are like specimens frozen in time, without dynamism and without tension. The bamboo forest after a snowfall should be breezy and vibrant. Su Wanqing was jolted, as if struck by lightning, and her inspiration struck. Gu Yunfei continued, you can add some snowflakes swept up by the wind here, to add a subtle sense of trembling to the edges of the bamboo leaves. Also, the distant mountains are too blurred. You can add more emphasis to the brushstrokes to contrast the real of the distant mountains with the movement of the bamboo forest in the foreground, thus enhancing the sense of space and tension of the whole picture. As he spoke, he casually picked up a paintbrush from beside the palette and dipped it in a little titanium white and lake blue. He walked up to the canvas. Look, here. His hand hovered above the canvas, but he didn't immediately put pen to paper. Instead, he turned his head and looked intently at Su Wanqing. May I? Su Wanqing stared at him blankly, her eyes filled with trust, and nodded vigorously. Gu Yunfei held the paintbrush, his wrist trembling slightly. With just a few light strokes in the upper right corner of the canvas, wisps of snow mist blown by the wind leap onto the paper. The brushstrokes were so light they were almost weightless, yet they precisely captured the ethereal and graceful spirit of the drifting snow and mist. Next, he used the finest tip of his brush to draw several almost invisible dynamic lines along the edges of a few bamboo leaves. The whole process took less than 3 minutes. When he put down his paintbrush, Su Wanqing stared blankly at the canvas, her breath catching in her throat. The scene came alive. Those wisps of snow mist, those slight tremors, transformed this painting from a still photograph into a real moment with wind, snow, and breath. You. Su Wanqing suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and shock. When did you study oil painting? Gu Yunfei smiled, but did not answer directly. Instead, he reached out and affectionately pinched her soft cheek. Your foundation and talent are impeccable, but sometimes you focus too much on the technique itself and neglect the breathing of the picture. A tidal wave of emotions surged within Su Wanqing's heart. She is a once-in-a-century genius in the field of traditional Chinese painting. Immersed in the world of art since childhood, her understanding of techniques and artistic conception far surpasses that of her peers. However, Gu Yunfei's strokes just now, whether it was his keen control of color or his exquisite use of brushstrokes, revealed the skill of a top painter. How many secrets does this man still hold that she doesn't know about? Gu Yunfei noticed her trembling, reached out and put his arm around her shoulder, pulling her even closer into his embrace. Don't overthink it, I just happen to know a little bit about it. He lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, his voice low and seductive. You are the real artist, I am just your muse. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed instantly. His voice completely threw her heart into disarray. Then, can you draw with me? She mustered her courage and asked softly, I want you to watch me finish it. Gu Yunfei smiled. Good. He pulled up a chair and sat down behind Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing picked up her paintbrush again, took a deep breath, and began to adjust the entire painting according to Gu Yunfei's ideas. Gu Yunfei sat behind her, watching quietly. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the huge French windows, casting a soft golden rim on her fair profile, making even the finest downy hairs clearly visible. Her focused expression softened Gu Yunfei's gaze. This girl is really beautiful. It's not the kind of aggressive, flamboyant beauty, but rather a cool, ethereal beauty that makes you want to get closer, to hold her in your arms and cherish her. As she drew a delicate bamboo joint, Su Wanqing's hand trembled slightly uncontrollably. Gu Yunfei noticed it. He stood up silently, walked behind her, and his warm chest almost pressed against her back. He reached out and gently placed his hand on hers, which was holding the paintbrush. Relax. His voice rang in her ear, deep and reassuring. Don't be nervous, just follow your instincts. His hand enveloped hers, guiding her brushstrokes as they moved slowly across the canvas. Su Wanqing's breath was instantly taken away. She could clearly feel the warmth of his chest, his steady and powerful heartbeat, and the refreshing and pleasant scent emanating from him, mixed with the aroma of turpentine, enveloping her entirely. This extreme intimacy made her cheeks burn and her heart pound. But strangely enough, her hand gradually steadied itself under his care. Under Gu Yunfei's guidance, her brushstrokes became more fluid and dynamic than ever before. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. As the last stroke was completed, Su Wanqing put down her paintbrush, her whole body seemingly drained of all strength, and she leaned back softly. It was just like falling into a warm and solid embrace. Gu Yunfei released her hand, but instead of backing away, he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Are you tired? He asked in a low voice. Su Wanqing nodded gently, her voice as soft as melting honey. "A little." Gu Yunfei chuckled softly, picked her up horizontally, and carried her to the sofa next to him, letting her lean comfortably against his shoulder. "Take a break." As he spoke, he reached out and gently massaged her stiff shoulders. Su Wanqing squinted her eyes comfortably, like a lazy kitten whose fur had been stroked. "Yunfei," she suddenly said. Why, are you so good to me?" Gu Yunfei paused for a moment, then continued his gentle movements, his voice low and earnest. "Because you deserve the best of everything in this world." Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, a warm current surged through her body, and her eyes involuntarily became slightly hot. She turned around, raised her head, and met Gu Yunfei's gaze. His eyes were gentle as water, yet as deep as a starry sky, carrying a resolute sense of security that gave her peace of mind. "Yunfei, I love you." She spoke clearly, without warning. Gu Yunfei was taken aback at first, then a smile far brighter than the sunlight spread across his lips. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. The kiss was light and gentle, yet it carried an undeniable possessiveness, lingering and tender. After a long while, he reluctantly let go of her, pressed his forehead against hers, and whispered in her ear. "I love you too, Wancheng." Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she reached out her arms and hugged his waist tightly, burying her face in his firm chest. The studio was quiet, with only the intertwined breaths and heartbeats of the two people remaining. After a long while, Gu Yunfei suddenly spoke. "Wanqing, there's an art exhibition next weekend. Would you like to come with me?" Su Wanqing looked up. "What art exhibition?" "I heard that the annual major exhibition at the Shanghai Museum of Contemporary Art will feature works by many internationally renowned artists." Gu Yunfei paused, then added, "I'd like to take you there, it might give you some new inspiration." Su Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly. "Okay." Gu Yunfei smiled and didn't say anything more. But a profound meaning, unnoticed by anyone, flashed deep in his eyes. Almost simultaneously, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected that the annual major exhibition at the Shanghai Museum of Contemporary Art will be held next weekend. It is recommended that the host brings Su Wanqing along. Warning: this exhibition will be attended by several heavyweight figures in the international art world, including potential members of the Ouroboros organization. Hidden quest triggered. Contact the target at the art exhibition to obtain more information about Ouroboros. Gu Yunfei's eyes narrowed slightly. Ouroboros. This mysterious organization has even extended its reach into the art world. The waters of this world are deeper than he imagined. But so what? Since it's about experiencing life, then experience everything to the fullest. He lowered his head, looking at the girl in his arms who trusted him completely, and a gentle smile curved his lips. "No matter what unknown challenges lie ahead, as long as she is by my side." He then had the confidence to face everything. Chapter 35: Birthday Surprise, a carefully planned romance. Su Wanqing's birthday is in early winter. In Gu Yunfei's heart, a gentle yet magnificent storm, belonging only to her, had already begun to brew. He wanted to give Su Wanqing a birthday she would never forget. A memory coordinate etched into the soul. The moment this thought became crystal clear, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Host's strong desire to express romance detected, triggering main quest: prepare an unforgettable birthday party for your girlfriend and show the ultimate in romance. Task requirements: 100% surprise, 100% romance, 100% happiness. Task reward: advanced romantic planning mastery. Accept. Gu Yunfei did not hesitate at all. The next second, countless inspirations and plans about scenes, atmospheres, emotions, and surprises took shape directly in his mind. Every detail perfectly matched his understanding of Su Wanqing. He didn't want extravagance. It is an art form imbued with love. He made a phone call. "Director Chen, it's me, Gu Yunfei." On the other end of the phone, Director Chen of the Shanghai Museum of Contemporary Art immediately became enthusiastic. "Young friend Gu. What a rare guest. I haven't forgotten your insights since we last met." "Director Chen, you flatter me," Gu Yunfei said calmly. "I would like to rent a venue from you next Saturday night." "Rent? You're too kind, young friend. Which hall do you want? I'll close it down for you." "No need, I just need the Starry Sky private art space on the top floor." Gu Yunfei said, "I need complete usage rights and modification rights. There is no upper limit to the budget." He booked the entire place. Over the next few days, Gu Yunfei mobilized a vast amount of resources. A top-notch team of florists arranged tens of thousands of white lilies and blue irises, Su Wanqing's favorite flowers, which were flown in from the Netherlands, in every corner of the art space. He invited the head chef team from the Michelin 3-star restaurant to prepare a French feast incorporating Chinese artistic conception. A string quartet from Vienna will perform for her alone on stage. He also personally contacted his aunt Gu Shui, his best friend Lin Fei, and several of his roommates. This is a party just for their closest friends and family. On my birthday. Gu Yunfei told Su Wanqing that he would take her to see a private art exhibition. When the Aston Martin stopped in front of the Shanghai Museum of Contemporary Art, Su Wanqing was still a little confused. Wasn't the annual exhibition cancelled? I have prepared a special exhibition for you. Gu Yunfei took her hand and led her into the private elevator, which took them directly to the top floor. The elevator doors slid open. Su Wanqing's breathing stopped. Before you is the Starry Sky Art Space, famous for its dome that can be opened to face the dazzling starry sky of Shanghai. But now, this place has been transformed into a dreamlike sea of flowers. Countless white and blue flowers surround a path leading to the center, with paintings hanging on both sides. Those paintings were done by Gu Yunfei himself. From their first encounter in the cafeteria to their fleeting glance on the basketball court, from their dazzling performance in the debate competition to their intimate embrace in the art studio. He captured every moment with his paintbrush. The melodious strains of a string quartet filled the air. It was Debussy's Clair de Lune, her favorite piece. Aunt, Lin Fei, Zhang Hao, and others emerged from behind the flowers, smiling as they said to her, "Wanqing, happy birthday." Su Wanqing instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes instantly filled with a layer of hot tears. She turned to look at the man beside her who had planned everything for her, her heart filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness. The party reached its climax. Under everyone's gaze, Gu Yunfei walked to the pure white Steinway piano and sat down. Long, slender fingers landed on the piano keys, and a series of smooth notes poured out. It was her favorite, Chopin's Nocturne. The piano music was gentle and affectionate, like a lover's whisper in the ear, bringing everyone present into a tranquil and romantic world. The music ended, but the applause had not yet begun. Gu Yunfei stood up and took out a letter from his pocket. His deep gaze pierced through the crowd and locked firmly on Su Wanqing. "This poem is for you." His voice was deep and magnetic, echoing clearly in the quiet space. "I have seen mountains and rivers rushing by, and I have also witnessed the brilliance of the Milky Way. But it doesn't compare to the glimmer in your eyes when we first met. The world is a wilderness to me, and when you came, even the wind became gentle. From now on, my 4 seasons will only be for you. Spring brings life, summer brings growth, autumn brings harvest, and winter brings rest." Every word became a brand, scalding hot as it struck Su Wanqing's heart, stirring up a monstrous wave. She could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her face. She never imagined that her birthday could be so romantic and full of surprises. Gu Yunfei's thoughtfulness made her feel like the happiest woman in the world. Gu Yunfei walked up to her, gently wiped away her tears with his fingertips, and then took out a velvet gift box. "Open." A necklace lay quietly inside. The platinum chain features a pendant made of a clear crystal, inside which is a miniature portrait of Su Wanqing. The portrait was so lifelike that even the tiny beauty mark at the corner of her eye was clearly visible. Her expression and eyes were exactly the same as her own. "This is..." Su Wanqing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. "Unique and exclusive to you." Gu Yunfei walked behind Su Wanqing and personally put the necklace on her. The cool chain pressed against her warm skin, and as his fingertips fastened the clasp, they lightly touched her sensitive collarbone, causing a slight shiver to run through her. After putting it on, he did not leave immediately. He lowered his head and gently kissed the cool crystal pendant with his thin lips. He also kissed her warm skin. Boom! The audience erupted in applause, cheers, and whistles. How romantic. Holy crap, Gushin has used up all the romance of his life today. Wanqing, you are so lucky. Su Wanqing could no longer control her emotions. She turned around abruptly, hugged Gu Yunfei tightly, and buried her face in his chest. Gu Yunfei. Her voice was thick with nasal congestion and sobs. "I love you, I really love you so much." Gu Yunfei gently stroked her soft, long hair and held her even tighter in his arms. The surrounding noise seemed to have faded away. He whispered firmly in her ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear. "Wanqing, will you marry me? Let me take care of you for the rest of my life." Chapter 36 Future Planning, Shared Dreams. That extravagant birthday party, like a diamond dropped into a lake, left a lingering aftershock in Su Wanqing's heart. Gu Yunfei's question, "Will you marry me?" was not a passionate confession made on impulse. It is a promise. A man's most thoughtful promise to a woman. A few days later, in the afternoon, at the penthouse of Thomson Riviera. Sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, spreading a warm golden hue across the floor. Su Wanqing curled up in Gu Yunfei's arms like a lazy cat. The two of them did nothing but quietly watch the clouds drift by outside the window. Her fingertips unconsciously caressed the micro-carved crystal necklace around her neck. That was her world. The man holding her was the one who gave her this world. "Yunfei," she said softly, her voice carrying a hint of the gentle warmth of the afternoon. "Whom?" Gu Yunfei lowered his head and rubbed his chin against the top of her soft hair. "What will we be like in the future?" This question carries with it a sense of anticipation for the future, but also a subtle hint of uncertainty. Her life, because of this man's intrusion, embarked on a brilliant journey she had never imagined. Too fast, too dreamlike. Gu Yunfei tightened his arms around her, making her lean against him more securely, as if he wanted to use his body heat to soothe the slight unease in her heart. He was silent for a moment, as if he were organizing the most precise words. "From now on, the Gu Group will be a part of my business, but not the whole of it." His voice was calm, yet it possessed a power that could soothe the soul. "I will build it into a more stable platform, but only so that we can live more freely, rather than be bound by it." He paused, then looked down at the profile of the girl in his arms. "I will spend more time with you. It might be in your studio, or I don't say a word all afternoon, just watch you paint. It could also be in the kitchen of Yunjian Shubuan, where I'll be wearing an apron and making your favorite sweet and sour pork. We will travel around the world to see the sunset over the Nile, listen to the wind of the Aegean Sea, and chase the northern lights in Iceland. When we get old, we'll find a small town where nobody knows us, open a small art gallery, and hang your paintings in the most prominent place. I'll tell everyone who comes in that these are paintings by my wife, and that she's the best painter in the world." In the blueprint he depicted, there was no coldness or dullness of a business empire, only every frame and every inch of warmth of two people relying on each other. Su Wanqing listened quietly, her eyes welling up with tears without her realizing it. She looked up and met his deep, earnest eyes. "And what about me? You?" Gu Yunfei smiled and lowered his head to place a light kiss on her smooth forehead. "You don't need to do anything. You just need to be yourself, be the genius artist who shines in front of the easel." Su Wanqing. The word artist was like a ray of light, instantly illuminating Su Wanqing's eyes. But the light flickered, and then a complex emotion flashed across it. "I think." She bit her lower lip, revealing her deepest ambitions to Gu Yunfei for the first time in a completely unreserved manner. "I want more people to see the beauty of traditional Chinese painting. It shouldn't just exist in cold museums or be regarded as the hobby of a few. It has vitality, and I want it to be seen by this era and liked by more young people." Looking into her eyes, at the pure flame burning for art, Gu Yunfei felt a deep tremor in the softest part of his heart. "Good." He only said one word. But the seriousness and certainty in his eyes were more powerful than any flowery words. At that very moment, the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! Host's partner has been detected to have a strong passion for the arts. Main quest updated. Task name, Dream Builder. Task description, support your girlfriend Su Wanqing's career development, help her realize her artistic dreams, and ensure her works gain recognition from both the market and the industry. Task reward, advanced art investment mastery. Accept. Instantly, a massive flow of information flooded into Gu Yunfei's mind. The trends in the global art market, the operating models of top galleries, art valuation systems, and the networks of renowned curators. Everything became crystal clear, as if he were the behind-the-scenes giant who had been immersed in this industry for decades. He released Su Wanqing, turned around and picked up the laptop next to him. "What's wrong?" Su Wanqing asked, puzzled. "Your dreams cannot remain at the stage of thinking. As Gu Yunfei turned on the phone, he spoke, his gaze shifting from gentle tenderness to sharp focus. "From now on, it's a project. Our project needs to be planned, executed, and realized." His long, slender fingers flew across the keyboard, so fast that they were just after images. On the screen, various data, charts, and analytical models that are incomprehensible to the average person are rapidly changing. Currently, the domestic contemporary Chinese painting market is mainly dominated by a few established masters, and the upward mobility of young painters is very narrow. However, there is a breakthrough point, which is the younger generation and trendiness of art consumption. Gu Yunfei spoke slowly, but every word he uttered went straight to the heart of the matter, like a precise scalpel. Your painting style is serene and profound, yet your technique incorporates modern aesthetics, which is a blue ocean in itself. We don't need to cater to the market instead, we need to create a market that belongs to you. Su Wanqing was somewhat bewildered. These commercial terms were completely foreign to her. Then, what should we do? The first step is that you need a sufficiently professional platform. Gu Yunfei's gaze was fixed on a name on the screen: Han Haichuan. The most prestigious contemporary art gallery in Shanghai is known for its keen eye and expertise in discovering and promoting young artists. The signing threshold is extremely high, but once a contract is signed, all resources will be used for packaging and promotion, making it a top-notch star-making force. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Han Haichuan is the sanctuary that all art students dream of. After Gu Yunfei finished speaking, he didn't give her time to react. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. Hello, Han Haichuan. I'm looking for your art director, Su Wen. Gu Yunfei's tone was as calm as if he were asking about the weather today. Tell him that Gu Yunfei wants to talk to him about a collaboration with a young artist. There was no request or discussion in that tone. There is only one unquestionable notification. Su Wanqing watched him strategize with such confidence, and her heart began to pound uncontrollably. A few days later, in Su Wanqing's art studio. She was facing a new painting, but her mind was somewhat uneasy. Han Haichuan has already responded. Art director Su Wen, that influential figure in the art world, actually agreed to meet her and see her work. This opportunity came too quickly and too suddenly. It made her both excited and under immense pressure. Suddenly, a pair of warm arms wrapped around her waist from behind. The familiar, crisp scent enveloped her, and Gu Yunfei gently rested his chin on her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Are you troubled? A little. Su Wanqing leaned against him, her tense body unconsciously relaxing. I'm afraid I'm not good enough and will disappoint you. Gu Yunfei remained silent. He simply turned his head and gently kissed her cheek. The kiss was so light, like a feather, brushing against the softest spot in her heart, instantly soothing all her anxiety. Su Wanqing felt a warmth in her heart, turned around, and took the initiative to hug him. She buried her face in his broad, firm chest, listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat, as if a drifting boat had found its safest harbor. It's so good to have you, Gu Yunfei. Her voice was muffled, with a slight nasal tone. Thank you. Gu Yunfei gently stroked her soft, long hair and chuckled softly. He whispered in her ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, word by word. Fool. You are mine. Everything I have is yours. Therefore, your dream is my dream. I will stay with you until you stand at the pinnacle of art in this world. Chapter 37: Family Dinner, Nervousness Before Meeting the Parents. Since that birthday proposal, Gu Yunfei and Su Wanqing's relationship has entered a tacitly stable state. That afternoon, the backyard of Yunjian restaurant was bathed in warm sunlight. Su Wanqing leaned on Gu Yunfei's shoulder, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough paper of the picture book, her whole demeanor languid, like a cat that had basked in the sun. Wanqing. Gu Yunfei suddenly spoke. Come home with me this weekend. Su Wanqing's fingers, which were turning the pages of the book, suddenly stopped. She looked up, a hint of confusion flashing in her clear eyes. Go home? Yes, go see my aunt. Gu Yunfei's voice was gentle, with a comforting quality. She is my only family, and I want her to meet you. My only relative. These words, as if imprinted with scalding heat, were directly branded onto Su Wanqing's heart. She instantly understood the weight of those words. This was not an ordinary visit. This is Gu Yunfei formally including her in his life's map in the most solemn way. Overwhelmed by immense joy and sweetness, she was immediately followed by a sense of tension that made her fingertips go cold. What, do I need to prepare? Su Wanqing suddenly sat up straight, and a rare expression of unease appeared on her usually aloof and indifferent face. Does my aunt, does she like me? What does she like? It looked like a small animal that had wandered into unfamiliar territory, its fur standing on end, but it didn't know where to put its claws. Gu Yunfei's heart softened at the sight, and the smile in his eyes almost overflowed. He reached out and gently tucked her slightly disheveled hair behind her ear, his fingertips tracing her warm earlobe. Nothing needs to be prepared. Your presence is the best gift. He paused, then added, "You've met my aunt at the company. Besides, I've already raved about you to her. She's incredibly curious about our talented painter." Hearing this, Su Wanqing's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally calmed down a little. It turns out that he had already paved the way for her. Looking at her still somewhat tense profile, Gu Yunfei's thoughts stirred slightly. Ding! Detected that the host is about to participate in an important family social activity, triggering a side quest. Gain the approval of your family. Task objective: accompany your partner, Su Wanqing, to visit her family, foster harmonious family relationships, and obtain the sincere blessings of the elders. Task reward: advanced interpersonal skills mastery. Accept. There was no warm current of emotion, but in an instant, countless optimal solutions for this meeting flashed through Gu Yunfei's mind. From the very first sentence of the opening remarks to the timing of each topic at the dinner table, and then to how to discern every subtle emotion of Aunt and Su Wanqing and guide it in the most harmonious direction. Everything was transformed into a crystal-clear blueprint. His smile deepened. During this meeting, he wanted Su Wanqing to feel completely accepted and warm. On Saturday, Gu Yunfei didn't drive his flashy Aston Martin, but instead chose a calm and understated Bentley to take Su Wanqing to the Gu family's old residence. The car door opened, and Su Wanqing looked at the simple and elegant courtyard in front of her, taking a quiet breath. Her hands, resting on her knees, unconsciously gripped the hem of her skirt, wrinkling the delicate fabric. Gu Yunfei walked around, opened the car door for her, and then took her hand very naturally. His fingertips gently caressed the back of her slightly cool hand. Don't be afraid. Today, all you need to do is smile and accept the compliments. Leave the rest to me. His palms were warm and dry, and an undeniable sense of security flowed through our clasped hands. Su Wanqing looked up and met his deep, smiling eyes, and the tension in her heart instantly dissipated. Aunt Gu Shui was already waiting at the door. When she saw the two walking hand in hand, her face immediately lit up with a sincere and warm smile. "Auntie," Gu Yunfei called out. "Hello, Auntie." Su Wanqing also greeted her softly, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Oh, okay. Wanqing, right? Come in, it's windy outside." Gu Shui warmly pulled Su Wanqing's other hand, her gaze gentle yet scrutinizing as she looked her up and down. The girl in front of me was beautiful and refined, with an air of scholarly elegance in her eyes and a gaze as clear as a mountain spring. Being stared at like that by herself only made her a little shy, but there was no trace of timidity or awkwardness. Yes, she's a good girl. She is worthy of her nephew, whose standards are so high they're practically sky high. The dining table was laden with a sumptuous spread of homestyle dishes, steaming hot. At first, the atmosphere was somewhat subtly awkward. Su Wanqing sat upright, her back ramrod straight, like a primary school student waiting for the teacher to ask her a question. Gu Yunfei picked up a piece of crystal shrimp with his chopsticks and put it in her bowl, then smiled and said to his aunt, "Auntie, how was the art exhibition you went to Suzhou and Hangzhou last time? I heard that some of the landscape paintings from the Song dynasty were genuine." Gu Shui's interest was immediately piqued. "Don't even mention it, it's packed with people, you can't even squeeze in." Speaking of which, Wanqing studied traditional Chinese painting, she's a real expert in that field. Gu Yunfei then turned his gaze to Su Wanqing, with an encouraging smile. The topic was precisely thrown at us. Su Wanqing was a little nervous at first, but she gradually relaxed when the conversation turned to her field of expertise. She discussed the styles of several renowned artists at that exhibition, the unique concept of blank space in Song dynasty landscape painting, and how contemporary Chinese painting can innovate while inheriting tradition. His insights were unique and his words were substantial, with a confident gleam in his eyes. Gu Shui nodded repeatedly. She had always been quite interested in traditional culture, and now that she had met a true expert, the two hit it off and the atmosphere quickly became warm. Gu Yunfei stood quietly to the side, perfectly playing the role of logistics minister. He would quietly serve them both hot tea. He would also secretly pick out the cilantro that Su Wanqing didn't like from the dishes next to her bowl when Su Wanqing got into the mood. His gaze remained tenderly fixed on her, as if her alone was the only person in his world. Looking at the scene before her, Auntie felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Looking at the unspoken understanding between Gu Yunfei and Su Wanqing, and seeing her nephew, whom she had raised, now find a girl whose eyes could soften so much, her eyes couldn't help but well up with tears. Yunfei has grown up. Auntie is so happy for you, Gu Shui said with emotion. She turned to Su Wanqing, her tone full of affection. Wanqing, if Yunfei dares to bully you in the future, don't be polite, just tell your aunt, and your aunt will teach him a lesson. Auntie, how could I dare? Gu Yunfei replied with a smile. Under the table, his hand quietly reached out and accurately found Su Wanqing's hand, then grasped it domineeringly yet tenderly. Su Wanqing's body stiffened slightly as she felt the warmth from his palm and the caress of his fingertips. Her heart warmed, and she quietly returned his grip, a charming blush rising on her cheeks. She secretly glanced up and gave him a grateful yet slightly coquettish look. All of this was observed by the shrewd and calculating Gu Shui. You too. Seeing their barely concealed little interactions, Gu Shui couldn't help but tease them. With such a good relationship, when are you planning to let your aunt hold her grandson? With a boom. Su Wanqing's cheeks instantly turned bright red, as if they were on fire, and even her fair neck and earlobes were tinged with an alluring pink. She wished she could bury her head directly in the rice bowl in front of her. Gu Yunfei smiled calmly, tightened his grip on Su Wanqing's hand, and gave her a reassuring touch. He looked at Su Wanqing, who was so embarrassed she had nowhere to escape, and his eyes were full of doting affection. Auntie, don't worry. Good things take time to develop. Chapter 38 Campus Life, The Troubles of Ordinary People. Since Gu Yunfei's identity was completely revealed on the campus forum, his daily life at Shanghai University has become anything but ordinary. Wherever he goes, he becomes the center of attention. What used to be subtle glances have now turned into undisguised stares, mixed with curiosity, envy, and even a hint of awe. The title Gushin has completely replaced his real name. But to Gu Yunfei, the noise from the outside world seemed to be just background noise. He was still dressed in simple casual clothes, walking leisurely through the campus. The only difference was that Su Wanqing was by his side. That noon, Gu Yunfei pulled Su Wanqing along and headed straight for the second canteen. Today I want to try that awful tomato and egg stir-fry you mentioned before, Gu Yunfei said with a smile. Su Wanqing was somewhat surprised. Since the two of them got together, they had been eating at either Yunjian Xiaoguan or those top-notch restaurants that required advance reservations. She had almost forgotten what the cafeteria food tasted like. As the two sat down with their trays, the surrounding chatter instantly subsided, and everyone stared at them as if they were rare animals. A multi-billionaire heir eating cheap cafeteria food costing a few dollars a meal? Gu Yunfei didn't care at all. He picked up a piece of tomato, put it in his mouth, and chewed it carefully. Indeed, too much sugar, it's a bit too sweet, he commented. Su Wanqing couldn't help but laugh at his serious expression. She also picked up a piece with her chopsticks, and the taste was indeed indescribable, but for some reason, eating with him, even the overly sweet scrambled eggs with tomatoes seemed less unbearable. She looked at the man across from her. He could strategize and debate with a group of experts at the board meeting. He could also calmly resolve a crisis in a life or death situation. But now, he was willing to put everything aside and stay here with her, tasting a meal that he disliked. This contrast warmed her heart. In the afternoon, Su Wanqing had her professional class. Gu Yunfei didn't attend to company matters. Instead, he followed her into the art studio. He didn't disturb anyone, simply finding a corner seat in the last row, like an ordinary auditor. Sunlight streamed through the huge glass windows, bathing the studio in a golden glow on every speck of dust. Su Wanqing sat before the easel, listening intently as the old professor explained the nuances of ink density and dryness, her eyes sparkling with a deep love for art. Gu Yunfei just watched her quietly, watching her listen attentively, watching her pick up her paintbrush and sketch lines on the paper, the tranquility and beauty that emanated from her very being. At that moment, everything around seemed to stand still. Ding! The system has detected that the host is experiencing the beauty in the ordinary, triggering a new mission. Task name, University Days. Task content, experience a complete typical university life, including but not limited to eating in the cafeteria, auditing a class, watching a movie, and taking a walk on campus. Task reward, beginner level life skills mastery. Gu Yunfei's lips curled up slightly as he silently said in his heart, "Accept." He enjoys this kind of task. It reminds him that no matter how much wealth and ability one possesses, the true essence of life is always hidden in these simple, everyday things. For the next few days, Gu Yunfei and Su Wanqing were just like any other ordinary couple on campus. They would stroll hand in hand along the paths strewn with fallen sycamore leaves on weekend afternoons. They would go to the cinema near the school to watch a newly released movie, and in the evenings, they would wander aimlessly through the commercial streets in the city center. The movie they watched that day was a fantasy animated film. Su Wanqing was extremely engrossed in it. When a fluffy anime character with big blue eyes appeared in the movie, Gu Yunfei keenly noticed that the girl next to him's eyes lit up. That kind of pure affection couldn't be faked. He remained silent, quietly noting down the character's name and appearance. An idea surfaced in his mind: he would contact the world's top handcrafted doll workshops to create a unique surprise just for her. It was another evening when the two of them came out of the library. The evening breeze carried the chill of late autumn. Gu Yunfei naturally took Su Wanqing's hand. Her fingertips were a little cold. He didn't say anything, but simply placed her small hand into the warm pocket of his coat. There wasn't much space in their pockets, and their hands were pressed tightly together. Su Wanqing's fingers curled slightly, and she could clearly feel the dryness and warmth from his palm, like a warm current that instantly dispelled all the chill and warmed her heart. She didn't speak, but simply rested her head gently on Gu Yunfei's shoulder. The action was natural and full of dependence. The streetlights cast long shadows of the two of them. People came and went on campus, but in their world, there was only each other. Gu Yunfei lowered his head and could smell the delicate fragrance of her hair. He couldn't help but lower his head and place a gentle kiss on the top of her head. "Wanqing," he whispered in her ear, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "I really like this feeling, this simple yet real happiness. With you here, everything becomes meaningful." Chapter 39 Charity Gala, Gu Yunfei's Social Responsibility. With the smooth transition of the Gu Group, Gu Yunfei's name began to truly enter the most elite circles in Shanghai. A gold-embossed invitation was quietly handed to him. An annual charity gala jointly hosted by several top conglomerates in Shanghai and international charitable organizations. This is a stage for fame and fortune, and also a touchstone. "Would you like to come with me to a dinner party?" Inside the apartment, Gu Yunfei's voice came from behind, his warm chest pressed against Su Wanqing's back. He wrapped his arms around her from behind as she looked at a picture book, his chin gently resting on the top of her head, his breath carrying the fresh scent of her shampoo. Su Wanqing paused her fingers as she turned the pages of the book, feeling the heartbeat emanating from his chest. "Is it important?" "Gu Yunfei's voice was soft, but it carried an undeniable solemnity. "I want to introduce you to my world." Su Wanqing's heart was gently touched by these words. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Gu Yunfei's mind. Ding! The host's influence has been detected to have reached the level of social welfare, triggering the main quest, the meaning of wealth. Task content: participate in charitable causes, demonstrate social responsibility, and convey positive values to the world. Task reward: advanced charity management mastery. Accept. Gu Yunfei's gaze deepened. He knew better than anyone that the wealth and abilities the system had given him would be a waste if used only for experiencing life. A truly perfect life is not just about possession, but also about giving back. On the night of the banquet, the Shanghai International Convention Center was brightly lit. Luxury cars glided in like fish, stopping in front of the red carpet. The scene was one of elegant attire and dazzling jewelry, a microcosm of Shanghai's wealth and power. Su Wanqing wore a moon-white off-shoulder dress, her face without makeup. Against this extremely luxurious backdrop, she exuded a pure and aloof air. She is like a quiet white lotus, blooming in a bustling golden pond. She held onto Gu Yunfei's arm, her fingertips applying slight pressure, revealing a hint of discomfort. Gu Yunfei noticed her nervousness, slowed his pace, lowered his head and leaned close to her ear, his voice low and reassuring. "Don't be afraid. Today, they are all just background figures to you." Halfway through the banquet, the host invited the special guests to the stage in an extremely solemn tone. "Next, please welcome Mr. Gu Yunfei, the newly appointed CEO of the Gu Group and founder of Yunjian Capital." In an instant, all eyes in the room focused on it. There was curiosity, scrutiny, and indifference. This young man, who has recently risen to fame, is too mysterious and too young. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Gu Yunfei calmly walked onto the stage and stood under the spotlight. He didn't look at his prepared remarks, his gaze calmly swept over the jeweled faces of the audience, and his voice echoed through the microphone in the silent hall. "Good evening, everyone. I am Gu Yunfei. Many people are curious as to why I'm standing here. To be honest, I've been thinking about it too. I'm just a lucky young man." His opening remarks were unremarkable, yet they silenced the audience. "I was once asked to experience the chill of the streets at 4 in the morning, and I was also tasked with listening to the voices of singers under overpasses. We live in the same city and breathe the same air, but the world we see may not be the same. What is wealth? Luxury cars, mansions, and constantly fluctuating numbers in your bank account? I think it should be more of a capability. A capability that gives us the opportunity to see more and help more people. His voice was calm and unhurried, yet it carried a power that struck straight to the heart. Those of you here today are the masters of this era. I urge you all, while enjoying the benefits of this era, to also spare a glance to pay attention to those corners forgotten by the light, to those children who yearn for knowledge, and to those families tormented by illness. With great power comes great responsibility. We should all contribute to this society. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Su Wanqing sat in the audience, gazing intently at the radiant man on the stage. He possessed not only wealth and talent, but also a compassionate heart. His courageous sense of responsibility filled her with unprecedented respect and love. Just as everyone was still immersed in the afterglow of his speech, Gu Yunfei spoke again, his voice firm and powerful. Hereby I declare. I will donate 1 billion yuan in cash in my personal capacity. One sentence silenced the entire room. He paused, and before anyone could recover from the shock, he dropped the second bombshell. At the same time, an additional 1 billion will be allocated in the name of the Gu Family Foundation. A special education and medical charity fund will be established and launched immediately. Boom! If the speech just now was like a gentle spring breeze, then this declaration is like a thunderclap from the heavens. 2 billion. This number was like a bombshell, completely igniting the atmosphere of the entire dinner. After a brief silence, applause suddenly erupted, starting sparsely and gradually growing louder, eventually merging into a thunderous roar that lasted for a long time. Everyone stood up and gave the young man on the stage a warm round of applause. After the speech, Gu Yunfei instantly became the focus of the entire audience. Celebrities, entrepreneurs, and philanthropists from all walks of life approached him to exchange ideas. With his already acquired advanced interpersonal skills, he handled everyone with ease, whether business tycoons or political figures, displaying a maturity and charm far beyond his years. However, after another polite conversation, Gu Yunfei's gaze cut through the crowd and precisely locked onto the quiet figure in the corner. He gave the other person an apologetic smile, turned around, and walked out of that dazzling center without looking back. He walked through the noise and towards his tranquility. He silently approached Su Wanqing from behind, wrapped his arm around her waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Su Wanqing stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, letting herself lean against his firm chest. Gu Yunfei's lips brushed against her earlobe, his warm breath caressing her sensitive skin. Everyone is looking at me. But in my eyes, there is only you. Wanqing, you look so beautiful today, you outshine all the jewels here. Intense love and possessiveness enveloped her tightly. Su Wanqing felt his warm embrace and the tenderness that belonged only to her, and a beautiful blush rose on her face. She turned her head slightly and gently kissed Gu Yunfei's cheek. Silence speaks louder than words. Gu Yunfei turned her around so that she was facing him, his deep eyes filled with an unyielding tenderness and determination. Wanqing, I want you to be the happiest woman in the world. His voice was deep and solemn. I will keep working hard to make you smile every day. Su Wanqing's eyes were a little moist. She nestled tightly in Gu Yunfei's arms, burying her face in his chest, her voice tinged with a sob and endless happiness. Gu Yunfei, I am already very happy. Because of you, my world has become so beautiful and complete. Chapter 40 Graduation Season, a new chapter in life. In June, the plane tree leaves in Shanghai shimmered with a golden green light under the sunlight. Gu Yunfei stood by the dormitory window, watching the students dragging their suitcases downstairs in twos and threes, when a system notification popped up on his phone screen. Ding! Detected that the host is about to complete the university stage experience, triggering the milestone mission, Perfect Graduation. Task objective, graduate successfully and begin a new chapter in your life. Task rewards, Perfect Graduation Achievement, Skill Points x5. Accept. Gu Yunfei put away his phone and turned to look at the neatly folded graduation gown on the bed. For years is neither a long nor a short time. From being the center of attention when he first entered the campus to his calm and composed demeanor as he prepares to leave, he has experienced so much. Most importantly, he met her. My phone vibrated. It was a message from Su Wanqing. Yunfei, the ceremony is about to begin, where are you? Coming right away. Gu Yunfei picked up his graduation gown and went out. The graduation ceremony of Shanghai University was held in the gymnasium, which can accommodate tens of thousands of people, and was packed to capacity. As soon as Gu Yunfei entered the venue, he felt countless eyes focused on him. In just 4 years, he has transformed from a low-key tycoon into a rising star in Shanghai's business world. From his lavish donation of 2 billion yuan at a charity gala to the successful transformation of the GU Group, his name is no longer confined to the campus. But at this moment, all he wanted was to find that person. His gaze swept across the crowd, and in the Art Academy's formation, he spotted that familiar figure. Su Wanqing wore an academic gown, her long hair slightly curled under her graduation cap, her cool and aloof demeanor standing out among the graduates. She seemed to sense something, turned her head, and met Gu Yunfei's gaze. Their eyes met, and the corners of her lips turned up slightly. Gu Yunfei walked over and sat down next to her. "Are you nervous?" he asked in a low voice. "A little," Su Wanqing replied softly. "After all, I'm leaving the place I've lived in for 4 years." Gu Yunfei took her hand, their fingers intertwined. "Don't be afraid, I'm with you." The ceremony began with a speech from the principal and a presentation by a representative of outstanding graduates. When the host announced the name Gu Yunfei, representative of outstanding graduates from the School of Economics, the entire audience burst into enthusiastic applause. Gu Yunfei released Su Wanqing's hand and calmly walked onto the stage. The spotlight shone on him as he stood in front of the microphone, his gaze calmly sweeping over the thousands of faces in the audience. "Hello, teachers and students." His voice resonated throughout the stadium via the loudspeakers. "4 years ago, I came here with high hopes for university life. Today, 4 years later, I stand here, about to say goodbye to this period of my youth. I want to thank the school for its nurturing and the teachers for their patient guidance, which has allowed me to grow continuously in the ocean of knowledge. But I am even more grateful to one person." Gu Yunfei's gaze fell on a certain spot in the audience, where Su Wanqing was looking at him. "She made me realize that true wealth is not money or status, but having someone by your side who is worth cherishing for a lifetime. She turned my college life from black and white into color." A burst of good-natured cheers erupted from the audience. Su Wanqing's face flushed slightly, but she did not look away. "During my 4 years of university, I experienced a lot. I drove sports cars, lived in luxury homes, did business, and did charity. But what I remember most is eating that overly sweet scrambled eggs with tomatoes with her in the cafeteria, reading with her in the library until closing time, and taking a walk with her under the sycamore trees on campus. These ordinary daily moments are my most precious memories." His voice carried a hint of gentleness. "Today, we are about to leave here and begin a new chapter in our lives. But wherever we go, I hope we can remember this period of our youth and those who accompanied us as we grew up. Thank you, everyone." The applause rang out again and lasted for a long time. Gu Yunfei stepped down from the podium and returned to his seat. Su Wanqing looked at him, tears glistening in her eyes. "Fool," she whispered. After the ceremony, the graduates walked out of the gymnasium and took photos on campus. Gu Yunfei pulled Su Wanqing along, and they walked through every corner of the campus. The cafeteria, library, teaching building, basketball court, under the sycamore trees. Every place holds their memories. Finally, they arrived at the school gate. A number of graduates have gathered in front of the giant rock engraved with the 4 characters Magic City University to take photos. Here, the last one. Gu Yunfei held up his phone. Su Wanqing stood beside him, and the two of them made a victory sign together. Click. The photo freezes in time. Just as Su Wanqing thought the filming was over and was about to leave, Gu Yunfei suddenly let go of her hand. The next second, he knelt down on one knee. Su Wanqing was stunned. The students taking photos nearby were stunned, and then burst into exclamations. "Holy crap! Gushin is proposing! Take a picture! Take a picture!" The crowd quickly gathered around them, surrounding the two. Gu Yunfei took out a velvet jewelry box from the inside pocket of his suit and opened it. A diamond ring sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight. It was a 6-carat pink diamond, surrounded by a ring of smaller diamonds, with a simple yet luxurious design. Su Wanqing. Gu Yunfei looked up at her. "4 years ago, I first saw you in the cafeteria. You walked past me with your tray without even glancing at me. At that time, I thought to myself, this girl is so special. Later I realized that you weren't just special, you were the only one." His voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. "In these 4 years, you have accompanied me through the most ordinary life and witnessed my most extraordinary moments. You saw everything about me, yet you still chose to stay by my side. Now, I want to make you a promise. Su Wanqing, will you marry me? Would you like to start a new chapter in our lives together?" The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the answer. Su Wanqing's tears finally fell, and she nodded vigorously. I do. Her voice was choked with sobs. I do. Gu Yunfei stood up, took her trembling hand, and put the ring on her ring finger. Then, he pulled her into his arms. Wanqing, let's get married. He whispered in her ear. Let's stay together forever and write the most wonderful chapter of our lives. Su Wanqing hugged him tightly and buried her face in his chest. Good. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the surrounding area. Together. Together. Gushin is awesome. The school beauty got married. In the crowd, Zhang Hao was snapping photos with his phone, Lin Fei jumped up excitedly, and even the security guard passing by smiled kindly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the milestone mission, perfect graduation. Mission rating, SSS. Rewards, perfect graduation achievement, 5 skill points. Host's life experience has entered a new stage, triggering a brand new main quest, the perfect wedding. Task objective, organize a wedding that everyone will never forget. Task rewards, advanced wedding planning mastery, mystery gift pack X1. The system notification sounded in his mind, but Gu Yunfei ignored it. At this moment, all he wanted to do was hold the person in his arms tightly. As the sun set, it cast long shadows of the two of them. The sycamore leaves at the school gate rustled, as if offering blessings to the newlyweds. In the distance, someone pressed the shutter. Click. This moment was frozen in time forever. Chapter 41 Pre-Wedding Preparations, a sweet and busy period. The scene of Gu Yunfei kneeling on one knee at the graduation ceremony became a more explosive news story than any financial headline. The videos and photos spread like a virus, instantly sweeping across the entire internet. The terms Gushin proposes marriage, the most romantic graduation season in Shanghai universities, and real-life tycoon and campus beauty have dominated the top of the trending search lists on all platforms. Overnight, the union of the Gu Group heir and the school's most talented beauty from the Chinese painting department became the hottest topic of the summer. The media flocked to the event, portraying the marriage as a marriage of the century between a wealthy family and a talented woman, with countless speculations and reports flooding the media. However, the towering waves outside did not affect Gu Yunfei, who was at the center of the storm, in the slightest. For him, the moment Su Wanqing nodded, the world fell silent. Only another voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's life experience has entered a new stage, triggering a new main quest, the perfect wedding. Task objective, organize a wedding that everyone will never forget, announcing your happiness to the world. Task rewards, advanced wedding planning mastery, mystery gift pack X1. Accept. Gu Yunfei answered without the slightest hesitation. In an instant, a massive flood of information rushed into his mind. The elegant protocol of royal weddings, the avant-garde aesthetics of top designers, the process control of world-class events, all the knowledge and plans about the perfect wedding instantly merged into his mind, as clear as the lines on his palm. What he wanted to give Su Wanqing was something uniquely perfect in this world. In the days that followed, Gu Yunfei turned down all business engagements and devoted all his energy to this sweet battle. Su Wanqing originally thought that preparing for the wedding would be a tedious and tiring task, and she had mentally prepared herself to be overwhelmed. But as it turned out, with Gu Yunfei around, all she needed to do was nod and smile. For the wedding venue, I chose Skyview Cloud Top. Gu Yunfei swiped through several real-world images on the tablet and handed it to Su Wanqing. The rooftop garden of that 7-star hotel is suspended atop the city, with the dazzling night view of Shanghai below and the boundless starry sky above. For the wedding dress, I've arranged with Vera Wang's chief designer, who will personally fly over to take your measurements. Of course, this is just a backup plan. I can get any designer from any brand to come, as long as you like. The wedding planning team is Preston Bailey, who has planned weddings for Hollywood stars. Their floral arrangements and set design are the best in the world. And there are photographers, pastry chefs, bands. As Su Wanqing listened to Gu Yunfei's clear and logical explanation, she noticed that he had considered every detail, from the venue and the weight of the invitation paper to the gifts and the music selection. His professionalism far surpassed that of top planners with decades of experience. She couldn't help but look up and ask, Yunfei, how come you know everything? Gu Yunfei put down the tablet, pulled her into his arms from behind, gently rested his chin on her shoulder, and spoke with a smile in his voice. Because this is a once-in-a-lifetime wedding for us. I don't want to, and can't, have any regrets. Su Wanqing's heart was soothed by those words, and she turned her head slightly to place a gentle kiss on his cheek. What Su Wanqing was most looking forward to was trying on wedding dresses. The most luxurious wedding dress customization workshop in Shanghai, spanning 3 floors, is open today exclusively for her. When Su Wanqing emerged from behind the curtain of the fitting room in a mermaid wedding dress adorned with handmade lace and rhinestones, the air seemed to stand still. She awkwardly adjusted her skirt, looking at herself in the mirror, familiar yet strange. Gu Yunfei, who was sitting on a sofa not far away, was flipping through a magazine, but he suddenly froze. He put down the magazine, stood up, and walked towards her step by step. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed under his focused gaze, and she asked softly, "Isn't this a bit too formal?" Gu Yunfei did not answer. He walked straight behind her, stretched out his arms, and embraced her in her pure white wedding dress. He buried his face in her neck, his warm breath falling on her skin with a slight tremor. "Don't move." His voice was a little hoarse. "Let me look at it a little longer." Su Wanqing's body went limp instantly, and she leaned against his firm chest with a sense of security. In the mirror, he, dressed in a sharp suit, and she, dressed in a pure white wedding dress, nestled intimately together, a breathtakingly beautiful scene. "Wanqing," he whispered, his voice filled with barely suppressed impulse, "I want to marry you right now." A beautiful blush rose to her cheeks, but she gripped the hands wrapped around her waist tightly, savoring this sweet yet nervous happiness. A week later, the wedding photos were taken. Our first stop was a deserted private beach. The sea breeze ruffled Su Wanqing's veil as she walked barefoot on the soft, golden sand bathed in the setting sun. Gu Yunfei took her hand and strolled alongside her. The photographer excitedly shouted from the side, "Yes, that's the feeling. Be more natural, get closer." Before he finished speaking, Gu Yunfei suddenly bent down and picked Su Wanqing up in his arms. "Ah!" Su Wanqing gasped and instinctively hugged his neck tightly. Gu Yunfei held her and spun her around several times. Her skirt and veil drew the most beautiful arcs in the air, and her laughter intertwined with the sound of the waves, becoming the most beautiful melody in the world. Click. Perfect. The photographer excitedly pressed the shutter. After putting her down, Gu Yunfei took advantage of her unpreparedness, cupped her face, and planted a deep kiss on her cheek. Su Wanqing's face turned as red as the sunset, and she shyly punched him, only to be pulled into an even tighter embrace. The photography team was already used to it. Mr. Gu never played by the rules, but the results were always more vivid and sweet than any deliberately staged photos. The second stop was a boundless sea of blue irises. This was a surprise that Gu Yunfei had specially prepared for her. He remembered her saying that, besides white lilies, her favorite flower was the blue iris. During a break in filming, the two sat on a white bench in the sea of flowers to rest. Gu Yunfei reached out and plucked a blue petal from her hair, his eyes gentle yet earnest. "Wanqing," he suddenly said. From now on, you will be Mrs. Gu." His voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable solemnity. "She is my wife, the most important woman in my life." Su Wanqing's heart clenched, and her eyes instantly felt hot. She looked at the man in front of her. He gave her the best in the world, but he still felt it wasn't enough. He showered her with all his love and tenderness, as if she were the only treasure in the world. Su Wanqing took his hand and gently ran her fingertips across his palm. She blinked, forcing the thin layer of mist back, and a bright smile bloomed on her face, carrying a hint of slyness and an equally solemn promise. "Mr. Gu," she said crisply, "I hope you will guide me for the rest of my life." Chapter 42: An Unexpected Challenge, the Budding of a Business Empire. Gu Yunfei personally finalized every detail of the wedding. He would even hold a transoceanic video conference with a designer in Europe just to find the curve of a single gold-stamped letter on an invitation. Regardless of cost. Only for perfection. Online, speculation about this wedding of the century has been rampant. But Gu Yunfei, the absolute protagonist, devoted all his energy outside of the wedding to another, even grander matter: the future of the Gu Group. The sweet preparations did not make him forget the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. His aunt entrusted him with the fate of the entire family. As night deepened, the top-floor study at Thomson Riviera remained brightly lit. Su Wanqing walked in carrying a glass of warm milk, and this was the scene she saw. Gu Yunfei sat in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, with the dazzling lights of Shanghai becoming a mere backdrop behind him. The table in front of him was piled high with various financial statements and market analysis reports. His fingertips swiped rapidly across the tablet, the cold light from the screen reflecting on his focused profile. "Still busy?" Su Wanqing gently placed the milk cup beside him, her movements so soft as if she were afraid of disturbing someone. Gu Yunfei looked up and saw her. The lines on his face, which was filled with data and strategy, softened instantly. He reached out and pulled her onto his lap. Did I disturb you? Su Wanqing shook her head, stretched out her fingers, and tried to smooth out the shallow wrinkle between his eyebrows. Is the group's situation very complicated? It's not tricky, just more old than I imagined. Gu Yunfei leaned back in his wide chair, his voice revealing a rare hint of weariness. An aging product line, a conservative management model, and a sluggish market response. It's like a giant ship that's slowly leaking water. If it doesn't find a new course, it's only a matter of time before it sinks. After a period of in-depth research, he discovered that the seemingly large business entity of the Gu Group was already rusty inside. This is not a problem that can be solved by throwing money at it. It requires a radical overhaul from the very core, and entirely new technologies and concepts. Just as he was pondering a way to break the deadlock, that familiar voice rang out in his mind without warning. Ding! The system has detected that the host is facing difficulties in the development of the family business, triggering a new main quest, the budding of a business empire. Task objective: successfully transform and upgrade the family business, revitalizing it and restoring it to its former glory. Mission reward: blueprint for building a top-tier business empire. Accept. Gu Yunfei's mind did not waver in the slightest. The next second, an indescribable, massive flow of information rushed into his mind with precision and ferocity. It's not just scattered pieces of knowledge, but a complete, sophisticated set of business strategies that are even more than a decade ahead of our time. From AI-driven global supply chain management to cross-industry capital integration models. From the commercial application path of virtual reality technology to the precise dimensional reduction attack strategy in the global market. A grand blueprint for an incredibly ambitious business empire unfolded clearly in his mind in a three-dimensional form. All deadlocks were instantly untied. All the fog cleared up. In the following days, Gu Yunfei went into high-speed mode. With the blueprint for building a top-tier business empire in his mind, he completed a bold development plan of over 100 pages on his own in just 3 days. This plan caused a huge uproar within the Gu Group. However, Gu Yunfei used irrefutable data and his unparalleled foresight to forcefully suppress all doubts. He then used his vast personal wealth and growing influence in the business world to begin searching for top-tier strategic partners globally. Wall Street's financial giants. Silicon Valley's tech upstarts. Established European conglomerates. Names that are rarely seen even in financial magazines became his negotiating partners. He is calm, professional, and has a keen eye. He can always pinpoint the core benefits of cooperation, making those arrogant investors willingly inject huge sums of capital into his grand plans. Su Wanqing didn't understand those capital operations involving hundreds of millions of dollars, nor did she understand what cross-industry integration meant. All she knew was that when Gu Yunfei opened the door late at night, he was always greeted by a warm nightlight and a bowl of soup simmering on the stove, still steaming. She would quietly take the briefcase from his hands, and when he slumped wearily into the sofa, she would silently sit beside him and place her hand in his palm. Silent companionship is worth more than 1,000 words. That afternoon, Gu Yunfei had just finished a multinational video conference and felt completely exhausted. He instinctively drove back to Shanghai University, back to Su Wanqing's private art studio. The studio was very quiet. The only sound was the soft scratching of the paintbrush against the canvas. Su Wanqing was wearing a loose white shirt, her long hair casually tied up with a paintbrush, and she was concentrating on the easel in front of her, making the final touches on her graduation work. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden glow on her. Gu Yunfei didn't say anything, but walked over quietly and gently wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. He rested his chin on her shoulder, the pleasant scent of ink and turpentine emanating from her body filling his nostrils. Gu Yunfei buried his face in her hair and took a deep breath of her familiar scent. His voice came through in a muffled tone, as if all the hard shell had been removed. Wanqing, tell me, am I being too greedy? I want everything, and I want to do everything to the best of my ability. Su Wanqing paused, putting down her paintbrush. She turned around and gently touched the pale blue shadow under his eyes with her fingertips, which still smelled slightly of paint. The action was as if he were touching a precious but fragile work of art. Her eyes were gentle, yet they held a resolute determination that seemed to see through everything. You're not being greedy. You just want to give me a better future, and you also want more people to live a better life because of the changes in the Gu Group. She paused, then spoke each word with perfect clarity. Gu Yunfei, you are taking responsibility. These words instantly struck the softest spot in Gu Yunfei's heart. He thought he had hidden it well, but little did he know, she knew everything. Gu Yunfei could no longer control himself and pulled Su Wanqing into a tight embrace, as if he wanted to melt her into his very bones. He buried his face in her neck, feeling her warmth and unconditional understanding, his voice hoarse. I just want you to be the happiest woman in the world. I want to have the ability to shield you from all storms. Whether it was that perfect wedding or the rising business empire, ultimately, it was all about building an absolutely safe haven for her. The person in his arms gently patted his back. She responded to his deep affection in an extremely earnest tone. Gu Yunfei, I am already very happy with you. You are my greatest treasure in my best life. Her voice was soft, yet it was like a warm current, instantly washing away all his fatigue and stress. Gu Yunfei's heart was filled with an unprecedented power. We have unwavering confidence in facing all future challenges. Because he knew. No matter how high he flies or how far he goes, there will always be someone here. It became his eternal harbor and his only refuge. Chapter 42. From this day forward, I shall be king. The top floor conference room of the Gu Group. The long, black lacquered wooden table, reflecting people's images, was like a cold river, separating the dozen or so group elders from the young man in the main seat. There was no arguing in the air, only a more suffocating silence. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complex emotions, a mixture of scrutiny and doubt which ultimately settled on that excessively young face. On the giant screen behind Gu Yunfei, the four large characters Phoenix Rebirth were striking. The phrases below, such as divesting traditional home appliance business, fully entering the field of artificial intelligence, and laying out in overseas new energy markets, are like cutting a hole in the record of these veterans' achievements. Yunfei. Sitting to Gu Shue's left, Vice President Chen finally broke the silence. He pushed up his reading glasses, his eyes behind the lenses heavy with worry. At the company, I call you President Gu. This plan is too radical. He pointed at the screen, his voice hoarse with worry. Home appliances are the foundation of our Gu family business. How can we just cut them off like that? Artificial intelligence and new energy are bottomless pits. We don't understand them. To rashly throw tens of billions into them is not strategic planning, but a huge gamble. Mr. Chen is right. Taking too big a step will lead to trouble. Mr. Gu, you've just taken over, so it's best to play it safe. A chorus of agreement arose, and the conference room buzzed with activity. All eyes eventually turned to Gu Shui. She was the anchor of this place. Chairman Gu, please try to persuade Yunfei. Gu Shui sat upright, picked up her teacup, gently blew away the foam on the surface of the water, and said nothing. She just looked at Gu Yunfei. The pressure from the entire audience instantly fell on that young man. Gu Yunfei let them finish speaking until the conference room fell silent again. He didn't look at the plan or his aunt, but instead focused his gaze on Vice President Chen, who was leading the opposition. Uncle Chen. He spoke, his voice not loud, but exceptionally clear. What was the net profit margin of the home appliance business last quarter? Vice President Chen was taken aback, not expecting him to ask such specific questions. Approximately 3.2%. What about the previous quarter? 3.5%. Vice President Chen's voice trailed off. What about our old rivals, Medea and Gree? Gu Yunfei asked again. Vice President Chen fell completely silent. Gu Yunfei answered for him, one is 7.8% and the other is 9.1%. They invest 10% to 15% of their revenue in R&D every year, while we invest 1%. He surveyed the entire room, speaking each word carefully. Uncles, the foundation we were once so proud of is rotting. We are not moving forward, we are turning into a commercial museum, storing up past glories. The entire conference room was completely silent. These words are more hurtful than any rebuttal because they reveal a truth that everyone is avoiding. Gu Yunfei did not stop. He turned to another vice president. Uncle Li, you said we know nothing about overseas markets. Have you looked at that McKinsey report on European new energy market access and risk assessment that took 3 months to complete? Vice President Li's face instantly turned red. And then there's artificial intelligence. Gu Yunfei tapped his fingers lightly on the table. We're not starting from scratch. This is the transcript of my video conference with the head of the MIT AI lab last week. They agreed to form a joint venture with us and license their technology. The cooperation framework agreement was sent to your email addresses half an hour ago. As for funding, he gestured to his assistant behind him, and the screen switched, displaying a series of equity transfer agreements and strategic investment letters of intent clearly in front of everyone. I have convinced Sequoia Capital, Hill House Capital, and Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds to participate in this transformation as strategic investors. What we need is not to gamble away our entire fortune, but to use their money to pave a highway for the future of the Gu family. With each word he spoke, a question was shattered. He didn't talk about dreams or ideals. What he presented were data, contracts, and resources that had already been deployed. This is not a business plan. This is a battle report from a war that has already ended. The meeting room was deathly silent. Those elders who had been speaking so vehemently just moments before now seemed to have had their spines removed, staring blankly at the screen and then at the young man sitting in the main seat. Clatter. The pen in Vice President Chen's hand fell onto the table. He stood up shakily, his lips trembling for a long time before he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. I'm old. He bowed deeply. Mr. Gu, I take back what I just said. I support your decision. It was like toppling the first domino. I support it too. President Gu, please go ahead and do it. Dissenting voices vanished in the face of absolute power. Gu Shui did not say a word from beginning to end. She simply watched quietly as her nephew used swift and decisive methods to completely subdue this group of arrogant and fierce soldiers within half an hour. In her eyes, there was relief, pride, and a hint of melancholy belonging to the old era. She knew that from this moment on, the Gu group had truly welcomed its new king. As the meeting concluded, the elders filed out, their expressions upon arrival and departure completely different. Gu Shui walked to Gu Yunfei's side and gently patted his shoulder. I've grown up. We have to grow up, Gu Yunfei said softly. He picked up his phone from the table, the screen lit up, and a WeChat message popped up. It was posted by Su Wanqing. The photo shows a grumpy cat drawn on a napkin with a ballpoint pen, accompanied by a line of crooked handwriting, humans are conquering the world, and cats are starving. Gu Yunfei's taut jawline softened instantly. A faint smile spread across his lips. Seeing the change in his expression, Gu Shui smiled knowingly. Go ahead, don't keep her waiting. Gu Yunfei didn't go back to Thompson Riviera, but drove directly to the art building of Shanghai University. It was late at night, and only the light in Su Wanqing's studio was still on. He pushed the door open without making a sound. The girl was standing in front of a canvas that was about half her height, standing on tiptoe, holding a paintbrush, trying very hard to reach the top of the canvas, her brows slightly furrowed, like a knight fighting with a windmill. Gu Yunfei quietly walked over, and just as she was about to lose her balance, he stretched out his arms and steadily supported her waist. Ah! Su Wanqing was startled, and the paintbrush in her hand almost flew out of her hand. When she saw who it was, her tense body instantly softened, and she leaned into his arms with a sense of security. Are you done with your work? She tilted her head back, a little paint still on the tip of her nose, like a little kitten. Yes, I'm done. Gu Yunfei buried his face in her hair and took a deep breath. That familiar scent, a blend of turpentine and her unique fragrance, instantly soothed all his tension. The fierce fighting in the conference room seemed like a thing of the past from the last century. Was it smooth? Su Wanqing turned around, stretched out her finger, and tried to smooth out his furrowed brows. It's all over. Gu Yunfei took her hand and kissed it. His gaze was calm yet burning. The last obstacle has been cleared. He leaned close to her ear, his voice low and deep, carrying a breath that sent shivers down her spine. Tomorrow, the wedding team will have their final rehearsal. He paused for a moment, watched the girl's earlobes slowly turn red, and then kissed them. In other words, tonight is our last night as singles. Chapter 43 Blessings from Friends, the Joy of a Singles Party. Back in the penthouse of Thompson Riviera, the noise of the party was completely shut out by the heavy doors. The world quieted down. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the night view of Shanghai is as dazzling as a spilled galaxy. Only a few warm yellow wall lamps were turned on in the apartment, the light was dimmed to the lowest setting, outlining the hazy and gentle contours of each piece of furniture. Su Wanqing's heart was still pounding from the chaos of the previous moment. Gu Yunfei's domineering declaration at the party, and that sudden, aggressive kiss, played on repeat in her mind like a slow-motion video that had been edited over and over again. Her cheeks are still burning hot. Still thinking about it? A cheerful voice sounded behind her. Gu Yunfei took a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet at some point. He didn't turn on the light, but walked to her side, wrapped his arm around her, pulled her into his embrace, and gently rested his chin on the top of her head. You've gone too far. Su Wanqing buried her burning face in his firm chest, her voice muffled. My girlfriends will definitely laugh at me to death later. What are you laughing at? Gu Yunfei's chest emitted a low laugh, the vibration of which was clearly transmitted to her face. What a joke! You found a man who loves you too much. He tightened his arms and made an unreasonable announcement. I did it on purpose. I want everyone to know that from today onwards, Su Wanqing is completely branded with my name, Gu Yunfei. His words were still so domineering, yet they gradually melted away the shyness in Su Wanqing's heart, turning it into an indescribable sweetness. She looked up, gazing at his sharply defined profile through the city lights streaming in from the window. This man, who can make a group of shrewd businessmen bow down to him, is sometimes gentle and sometimes domineering in front of her, like a child who never grows up, loving her clumsily and passionately in his own way. Who wants your brand? She protested softly, but the hands around his waist tightened involuntarily. Gu Yunfei didn't say anything more, but simply took her hand and led her to the French windows. Look, he said, pointing out the window. Beneath my feet, cars flowed like a river, and lights twinkled like dragons, making the entire city resemble a magnificent, dynamic painting. Before, when I stood here alone, I thought the view was spectacular, but also very cold. He embraced her from behind, his voice very soft. Now that you're in my arms, I feel that this scenery has warmth. Su Wanqing's heart was struck hard by his words. She nestled quietly in his arms, listening to his steady and powerful heartbeat, feeling a sense of peace she had never known before. From initial misunderstanding, to later curiosity, and then to gradually falling for it. This man, with his talent, his character, and his unique gentleness, completely dismantled all her defenses. Yunfei, she said softly, when I first met you, I really thought you were just a rich second generation who only knew how to show off. And now? Now. Su Wanqing suddenly turned around, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the chin. Now I realize you're a master liar who's been hiding his true colors. Gu Yunfei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and reached out to pinch the tip of her pert nose. Then this big liar is going to trick you into going home tomorrow. Mrs. Gu, are you nervous? A little, Su Wanqing nodded honestly, it feels like a dream. This is not a dream. Gu Yunfei cupped her face in his hands, his forehead pressed against hers, his eyes shining brightly in the dim light. This is a new beginning for us. No sooner had he finished speaking than a melodious waltz began playing from the living room stereo without warning. Su Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise. Gu Yunfei took a step back and gave her a standard gentlemanly invitation to dance, a charming smile playing on his lips. Beautiful Miss Su Wanqing, would I have the honor of dancing with you to celebrate our last bachelor night? Su Wanqing was amused by his serious expression. She gently placed her hand in his palm. There was no lavish dance floor, no onlookers. In this living room overlooking the entire city of Shanghai, amidst melodious music, Gu Yunfei's hand steadily rested on her waist, and he slowly spun her around. His dance steps were steady and elegant, every turn and every approach was filled with unspoken understanding. Su Wanqing wore a simple dress and walked barefoot on the soft wool carpet. The hem of her dress drew graceful arcs with her movements. The myriad lights outside the window became their only audience. The song ended, and the music gradually faded away. Gu Yunfei didn't let go of her. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. Wanqing. His voice lowered, taking on a slightly rough texture. Su Wanqing looked up and met his deep, ocean-like eyes, where a primal flame she could understand surged. He didn't say anything more. He simply lowered his head and precisely captured her lips. This kiss was different from the declaration at the party, and different from the tenderness on ordinary days. It possesses a scorching, irresistible force, like a long-accumulated volcano erupting completely at this moment. Su Wanqing's breath was instantly taken away. She felt like a leaf caught in a whirlpool, clinging tightly to him and letting him drag her down with him. The surrounding air began to burn. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Yunfei suddenly bent down and picked her up horizontally. Ah! Su Wanqing gasped in surprise and instinctively clung tightly to his neck, her cheeks flushed crimson. Yunfei. Shoo. He kissed her earlobe as he strode toward the bedroom. The party is just getting started tonight. He gently closed the bedroom door with his heel, shutting out everything outside the window. He gently placed her on the soft bed, then leaned over and encircled her in his arms. Wanqing, I love you. His voice was deep and magnetic, each word seeming to strike her heart. Looking at herself in his eyes, all of Su Wanqing's shyness and nervousness transformed into boundless love and the courage to take a gamble. She reached out and touched his cheek, then took the initiative to meet his lips. I love you too. The night outside the window is gentle and long. That night, they bid farewell to their pasts in the most intimate way, completely integrating themselves into each other's lives. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the gap in the curtains and illuminated the room, Gu Yunfei opened his eyes. He turned his head and looked at Su Wanqing, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Her face still had a blush of satisfaction, and her long eyelashes, like two butterfly wings, hung quietly. He couldn't help but lower his head and place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead. Su Wanqing seemed to sense it, let out a soft moan, and snuggled closer to him like a cat seeking warmth. Gu Yunfei hugged her tighter, looking at her sleeping face, his heart filled with an unprecedented, overflowing sense of happiness. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. 6 o'clock in the morning. In just a few hours, the most important day of his life would begin. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. Late at night, it's dawn. Let's get married. Chapter 44 The Wedding of the Century, A Temple of Love. On this day, the entire city of Shanghai was on the edge of its seats for a wedding. From the Bun's collection of international buildings to the skyscrapers of Lujiazui, the giant screens on all the iconic buildings display only the same line of text in a loop. Wishing Mr. Gu Yunfei and Ms. Su Wanqing a happy marriage and a lifetime of love. Countless people flocked to the streets just to catch a glimpse of the seemingly endless convoy of Rolls-Royce Phantoms. The online live streaming platform's servers crashed several times, leaving the back-end engineers in a state of chaos as the number of viewers reached a record they had never imagined. This is more than just a wedding. This is a grand announcement. A celebration that belongs only to Gu Yunfei and Su Wanqing, and that the whole world can witness. The wedding was held at Skyview Cloud Top. This place has been transformed into a true sky city, suspended above the clouds. Tens of thousands of white roses and blue irises, flown in overnight from the Netherlands, created a flower-lined path leading to the sacred temple, filling the air with a refreshing, cool fragrance. Above the dome, countless crystals and diamonds refract simulated sunlight, creating a play of light and shadow, and every inch of space shimmers with a dreamlike glow woven from money and love. The flashes in the media area created a blinding silver sea, and the rapid clicking of shutters was so loud it made your eardrums tingle. And Gu Yunfei stood at the end of this play of light and shadow. He wore a white tuxedo, handcrafted by a national treasure of Italian tailors, the cut of which accentuated his tall and imposing figure, making him appear almost divine. He didn't look at any of the prominent guests in the audience. His gaze was fixed on the tightly closed church door, which was carved with intricate patterns. His palms were even slightly sweaty. Even when facing the cunning and scheming board members of the Gu Group who wanted to devour him alive, he had never felt even a fraction of the tension he was experiencing now. Finally, the deep, resonant sound of the pipe organ filled the air, as if it came from heaven. The door that had shut out all his expectations slowly opened inward amidst gasps of amazement. Light poured in from outside the door. In the light, a slender and holy figure became clearly defined. Su Wanqing wore a pure white wedding dress, the skirt of which was adorned with tiny diamonds that flowed with starlight as she walked. Wearing a genuine antique crown, she walked step by step in her father's arms across the red carpet strewn with flowers and blessings toward him. Towards her whole world. Gu Yunfei's breath caught in his throat at that moment. In his eyes, he could no longer see the dazzling light, nor hear that solemn music. All that remained was the girl walking towards him. Su's father solemnly placed his daughter's slightly cool hand into Gu Yunfei's warm palm. The old man's eyes instantly reddened. He patted Gu Yunfei's hand heavily, and all his unspoken words were condensed into a forceful nod. Gu Yunfei gripped that hand tightly, as if he were holding on to the rest of his life. He took her hand and they stood together before the priest. Mr. Gu Yunfei, do you take Miss Su Wanqing to be your wife, to love and care for her, in sickness and in health, for richer or for poorer, in wealth and in poverty, until the end of your life? Gu Yunfei turned his head and stared intently at Su Wanqing. Those clear eyes now only reflected his own image. I do. His voice wasn't loud, but it penetrated the entire church, carrying a resolute determination that he would never turn back even if it meant being shattered to pieces. The priest then turned to Su Wanqing. Miss Su Wanqing, will you marry? Before she could finish speaking, Su Wanqing's tears had already burst forth. Looking at the man before her, scenes flashed rapidly through her mind, from the initial misunderstanding to her eventual fall in love. She nodded vigorously, afraid she would cry herself speechless. She took a deep breath and, with all her might, shouted clearly. I do. These three words, spoken with a sob in their voice yet with unwavering resolve, brought tears to the eyes of countless celebrities and socialites in the audience. Gu Yunfei placed the wedding ring, symbolizing eternity, on Su Wanqing's finger. The cool platinum touched the base of her fingers, causing her to tremble slightly. He lifted her hand and placed a deeply devout kiss on the ring. Then, under the gaze of the whole world, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. At that moment, thunderous applause filled the church. As night fell, the wedding banquet proceeded in a warm and romantic atmosphere. Gu Yunfei and Su Wanqing changed into their toasting attire and moved among the guests. Mr. Gu, Mrs. Gu, congratulations! Wishing you both a happy marriage and many children. Amidst the constant stream of blessings, Su Wanqing's cheeks remained flushed with happiness. Gu Yunfei held her hand tightly the whole time, blocking all the wineglasses offered to her, while accepting all the drinks himself, but his eyes remained clear and sharp. Among a group of friends, Zhang Hao and his friends were the most boisterous, urging the newlyweds to drink another cup of nuptial wine. Gu Yunfei smiled, raised his glass, and drank it all in one gulp. In the midst of the cheers, he suddenly leaned down and whispered in Su Wanqing's ear. The hustle and bustle of the entire world seemed to be shut out at this moment. His breath was warm, carrying a hint of cool alcohol and the sweetness of newlywed life, brushing against her ear. Mrs. Gu, you look beautiful tonight. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. He then added in an even lower, more magnetic voice, his voice brimming with almost overflowing doting affection. So beautiful. I can't take my eyes off it. Su Wanqing's face flushed red instantly, from her cheeks to the roots of her neck. She felt both shy and embarrassed, so she raised her hand and pinched his firm waist lightly. Gu Yunfei's body stiffened, and she let out a muffled groan that only she could hear, but the smile on her face deepened. Su Wanqing did not refute, but instead snuggled closer into his arms and gently rested her burning cheeks on his shoulder. She reveled in the happiness of being exclusively his, a joy that was unmatched by anyone else in the world. Chapter 45 Honeymoon Trip, A Corner of the World. The wedding that nearly set Shanghai ablaze with excitement lingered online for a full week. The two people at the center of the storm were already on the other side of the world. The Maldives, a private island that Gu Yunfei bought directly. As the plane landed, Su Wanqing saw the pure blue sky outside the window, and her breath caught in her throat for a moment. There are no tourists, no noise, only the most pristine sea breeze and waves. The snow-white sand is so fine that there is not a single impurity, like a thick, soft layer of salt. The seawater changes color gradually. Up close, there's a completely transparent jelly, through which you can clearly see the coral swaying underwater and the colorful fish. Further away, it's a clear mint green. Beyond that, there is an endless, deep blue that merges with the sky. Su Wanqing changed into a sky blue two-piece swimsuit, with only a loosely draped white knee-length shirt over it, which belonged to Gu Yunfei. She walked barefoot on the sun-warmed sand, letting the waves wash over her ankles again and again. The sea breeze tousled her long hair and lifted the hem of her wide shirt, revealing her flat, toned stomach and long, straight legs. She closed her eyes, savoring the absolute tranquility. Suddenly, a small stream of icy water slid down the back of her neck without warning. Su Wanqing jolted awake and suddenly opened her eyes. She turned around and saw Gu Yunfei standing behind her, holding water in his hands, with a smug grin on his face. Gu Yunfei! She yelled angrily, grabbed a handful of wet sand, and threw it at him. A childish chase unfolds in this deserted paradise. Su Wanqing ran ahead, her laughter as clear and crisp as a wind chime. Gu Yunfei followed at a leisurely pace, his gaze never leaving the captivating figure fluttering in the sea breeze. Finally, Su Wanqing was exhausted from running, and she put her hands on her knees, panting heavily. Gu Yunfei then stepped forward and pulled her into his arms from behind. Can't run anymore, huh? His chest was burning hot, pressed against her slightly cool back. Su Wanqing punched him lightly, but it was weak and sounded more like she was being coquettish. The two of them stood there, embracing each other, in the orange-red sunset, watching the sun slowly sink below the horizon. The sky and the sea were burned into a magnificent sea of fire. The world was so quiet that only the sound of the waves and each other's heartbeats could be heard. Gu Yunfei gently rested his chin on her shoulder, his warm breath caressing her ear. Wanqing. His voice was soft, yet carried an unprecedented solemnity. Su Wanqing responded lazily, surrendering all her weight to him. Look at this sea. Gu Yunfei gazed into the distance, where the sea and sky had merged into one, their boundaries indistinguishable. I used to think that even the most beautiful scenery would become tiresome after a while. But now, I suddenly want to live here for the rest of my life. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and she turned her head to look at him. His profile was sharply defined in the afterglow of the sunset, and his eyes were as deep as the sea at that moment. Because I'm here, I'm not tired of it, she asked softly with a smile. Gu Yunfei shook his head. He withdrew his gaze, looked down at her, his eyes filled with unwavering seriousness and longing. No. It's because I imagine that one day in the future, there will be a small figure, just like you, running barefoot here chasing the waves. Su Wanqing's breathing stopped instantly. She felt a boom in her ears, and the heat instantly spread from the base of her ears to her entire face. What is he saying? A daughter who looks a lot like you, with the same clear eyes as you. Gu Yunfei's voice was even lower, carrying a bewitching magic, each word striking her heart. Or, a son who looks a lot like me, who has followed me since he was little and is learning how to protect you. Su Wanqing's body froze completely, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of her chest. She turned around abruptly, broke free from his embrace, and her face turned so red it looked like it could bleed. What nonsense are you spouting? She raised her hand and pounded his chest, her eyes filled with panic, like a frightened fawn. How could you say such a thing? Gu Yunfei did not dodge, but simply let her hit him. He grabbed her fidgeting hands, pulled her back into his arms, and then lowered his head to kiss her lips. The kiss was light and gentle, with a soothing power. When the kiss ended, his forehead was pressed against hers, and the tip of his nose was against the tip of her nose. I'm serious, Wanqing. His voice was no longer mocking, but filled with boundless anticipation for the future. I want to have a home with you. A complete family with our children. Looking into his earnest eyes and listening to his steady, powerful heartbeat, Su Wanqing's shyness and panic were slowly replaced by an indescribable warmth. She knew he wasn't joking. This man is seriously planning a complete future with her, one with children. Her face was still burning hot. But the panic in his eyes gradually faded, turning into endless tenderness. Su Wanqing did not speak again. She simply stretched out her arms and hugged his waist tightly, burying her burning cheeks deep into his warm and firm chest. Gu Yunfei felt her response and hugged her tightly. The last rays of the setting sun disappeared. The night gently enveloped the beach and the two people embracing. The future is still long. But they knew that from this moment on, their future would include a shared expectation of home. Chapter 46 Business Development. The business empire begins to take shape. Shanghai, Gu Group Headquarters Building, top-floor conference room. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows cut the city skyline into a magnificent panorama. At the end of the long table, Gu Yunfei sat calmly. Before him lay a 300-page merger and acquisition plan. Across from him is Lin Guodong, chairman of Typhoon Group, a leading manufacturing company in East China. An elderly man in his 60s who has spent his life navigating the ups and downs of the business world. At this moment, his well-maintained face was filled with the arrogance of a tycoon from the old era. Mr. Gu, I have reviewed your proposal. Lin Guodong tapped his fingers lightly on the table, making a dull sound. 5 billion to acquire 70% of Typhoon's shares and to completely restructure the management team. He smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Young man, this ISNTA merger, you're trying to swallow my Typhoon whole. His executive team immediately echoed his sentiments, and a noisy discussion broke out in the conference room. Gu Yunfei remained silent. He simply picked up the teacup in front of him, blew away the floating leaves, and took a small sip. The noise in the conference room seemed to have nothing to do with him. Until he put down his teacup, making a crisp, light sound. All sounds ceased abruptly. He raised his eyes, his gaze calmly landing on Lin Guodong. Chairman Lin, Typhoon's net profit last year was 300 million. In the first half of this year, we suffered a loss of 120 million yuan. The company's cash flow is only enough to support your daily operations for 6 months. Gu Yunfei's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a scalpel, precisely cutting through Typhoon's shiny exterior. The aging rate of your production line equipment exceeds 60%. 40% of the core technology team left within 3 years. Our 2 largest overseas clients have already shifted their orders to Southeast Asia. With each word he spoke, the color drained from Lin Guodong's face. Gu Yunfei leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp and intense. Chairman Lin, it's not that I'm radical. The times have left Typhoon with very little time. You. Lin Guodong slammed his hand on the table and stood up abruptly. You're not convinced? Gu Yunfei interrupted him, gesturing for his assistant to push a document over. This is a survival probability model that our team built based on all of Typhoon's internal data. Without accepting capital injection and thorough reform, the probability of Typhoon going bankrupt and liquidating within the next 3 years is. Gu Yunfei paused for a moment, then clearly uttered 3 words. 87%. Lin Guodong's hand, which was holding the document, began to tremble uncontrollably. The 5 billion I gave was not to buy Typhoon, but to save Taifeng's life. After the restructuring, I will invest another 2 billion yuan to upgrade the production line and introduce an AI intelligent manufacturing system. Furthermore, by leveraging Gu's channels in North America, we helped Typhoon break into the high-end market. Gu Yunfei stood up, walked to the French windows, and left everyone with his tall and straight back. 3 years. I will make Taifeng's annual profit exceed 2 billion. Chairman Lin, the remaining 30% of your shares will be worth 10 times what you have now. The meeting room was deathly silent. Lin Guodong stared intently at the report, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He knew that what Gu Yunfei said was true. Typhoon, this great ship, is already riddled with holes and is about to sink. But to ask him to hand over his life's work to someone else. Just then, Gu Yunfei's phone vibrated very slightly in his pocket. He glanced down at it. In an instant, a corner of his eyes, which were as frozen as a lake, quietly melted. The corners of her lips curved into a barely perceptible, gentle arc. It was a message from Su Wanqing. Honey, the art exhibition was a great success today. I'd like to have your sweet and sour pork ribs for dinner tonight. Following behind was a Shiba Inu emoji wagging its tail. Gu Yunfei's slender fingers tapped rapidly on the screen. Okay, I'll cook for you tonight. Wait for me to get home. After sending the message, he turned around. The curve of his lips had vanished, and his deep eyes had regained the coldness and calm of a business tycoon. Chairman Lin, I'll give you 3 days to consider it. He sat back down in the main seat, his tone leaving no room for argument. If you still refuse in 3 days, I think the other shareholders of Typhoon will be happy to talk to me privately. This is the final warning. It was also the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Guodong took a deep breath, as if he had used up all his strength, and finally slumped down. Good. I agree. Gu Yunfei stood up and extended his hand to him. Lin Guodong grasped that young yet incredibly strong hand, feeling that his era had come to a complete end at this moment. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Gu. After the meeting, Gu Yunfei returned to his office. He stood by the window, looking down at the bustling traffic below, and dialed Su Wanqing's number. Hey, honey. On the other end of the phone, the girl's voice sounded sweet as honey. How was the art exhibition? Gu Yunfei's voice softened unconsciously. Absolutely fantastic. 3 paintings were immediately reserved by a French collector. The curator even invited me to exhibit in Paris next year. Then I'll have to clear out my vacation next year and go to Paris with my great painter. Hee, how did your negotiations go today? Did they go smoothly? Yes, we got it. Gu Yunfei chuckled. When I get home tonight, I'll make you sweet and sour pork ribs, and I'll tell you how I cornered that old fox today. Okay. I'll go home and wait for you right now. Even after hanging up the phone, the tenderness in Gu Yunfei's eyes had not yet faded. Just then, a red warning sign popped up on the encrypted computer on his desk. The Skynet module detected an abnormal data stream. Source: Typhoon Group's secret overseas accounts. Flow to: encrypted node codenamed Ouroboros. Gu Yunfei's gaze instantly sharpened. He strode to the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard, countless lines of code scrolling across the screen like a waterfall. Typhoon Group, Lin Guodong, Ouroboros. This acquisition was indeed not as simple as it seemed. A few minutes later, he dialed an encrypted number. Typhoon Chairman Lin Guodong used the Skynet access privileges, and I want all the overseas funds he has invested in over the past 3 years, as well as all his related parties that are not publicly known, to be sent to my email within half an hour. Yes, Mr. Gu. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yunfei looked out the window at the sky, which had been dyed golden red. He knew that an invisible net was closing in on him. But soon, he looked away, picked up his suit jacket, and strode out of the office. No matter what storms lie ahead. Now, all he wants is to go home. Make his beloved Wanqing a dinner she loves. When Gu Yunfei opened the door, Su Wanqing was curled up on the sofa watching a variety show. Hearing the door open, she immediately jumped up like a little rabbit and rushed over barefoot. Husband. Gu Yunfei opened his arms and steadily caught the warm, soft body that rushed into his embrace. Missing me? Su Wanqing rubbed against him tightly, like a spoiled cat. You smell of coffee, you must be very tired today. I had a meeting. Gu Yunfei lowered his head and kissed her forehead. I'll cook for you after I take a shower. Okay. Half an hour later, the sweet and sour aroma of sweet and sour pork ribs wafted from the kitchen. Su Wanqing leaned over the kitchen doorway, her chin resting on her hands, watching Gu Yunfei's skillful movements as he tossed the wok, her eyes shining with admiration. Honey, were you just as handsome at the negotiating table today as you are now? Use data and logic to crush your opponents. Gu Yunfei said without turning his head, in the business world, strength is the coolest thing. Wow, that's so cool. Gu Yunfei chuckled and turned to look at her. I'd rather hear you say something else than that you think he's handsome. Su Wanqing blushed and muttered softly, I love you. The sound is too low, the range hood can't hear it. Love you. Still can't hear. Gu Yunfei. Su Wanqing was furious and embarrassed. She rushed over, hugged him from behind, and punched him in the back. Gu Yunfei smiled and turned off the stove. The next second, he suddenly turned around, put his arm around her, picked her up, and placed her steadily on the kitchen counter next to him. All right, I won't tease you anymore. He pinched her puffed-up cheeks. He gazed at her intently. Wanqing, it's so good to have you. Su Wanqing looked at his handsome face so close to hers, and her heart suddenly started beating erratically. Me too, it's so good to have you. The two looked at each other, and the air seemed to become sweet. Just then, Gu Yunfei's phone vibrated again. He glanced at it was encrypted. Target confirmed. Lin Guodong received a $50 million investment from Ouroboros 3 years ago. The purpose of the investment is unclear. The contract was signed in the Golden Triangle. Gu Yunfei's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly for a moment. Ouroboros, we meet again. What's wrong? Su Wanqing keenly noticed the fleeting unease in his expression. Gu Yunfei put away his phone, a gentle smile returning to his face, as if his previous coldness had never existed. It's nothing, just work spam. He didn't want her to worry about those dark things. At least for now, I don't want to. Come on, let's eat first. Gu Yunfei lifted her off the kitchen counter and kissed her on the lips. We can't be late for our great painter's celebration banquet. The lights were warm and inviting that night. Gu Yunfei listened to Su Wanqing chattering about the interesting things at the art exhibition while watching a boring variety show with her. But he knew perfectly well in his heart. Beneath the calm surface, the undercurrents are already raging. He must build the strongest wall for the girl in his arms before the storm truly arrives. Chapter 47 Daily Life, Sweet Conflicts. The top floor of Thomson Riviera in Shanghai. The apartment was so quiet that only the ticking of the second hand of the wall clock could be heard. Each tick was like a drumbeat, striking Su Wanqing's heart. 1 o'clock in the morning. The study door remained tightly closed. This is the third time this week. She knew he was busy acquiring Typhoon Group, busy dealing with those unseen undercurrents. But reason is reason, and emotion is emotion. Su Wanqing looked down at the silk nightgown she had specially changed into, and then glanced at the cup of red date and goji berry tea on the coffee table that had long since gone cold. Her lips were slightly white from biting them. In the end, she did nothing but walk barefoot and silently back to the bedroom, throwing herself into the soft blankets. She curled herself up into a ball, turned her back to the door, and closed her eyes tightly. I'm ignoring him. Do whatever you want. In the study, Gu Yunfei finally closed his laptop. On the screen, the financial flowchart of the Ouroboros organization resembled a complex spider web. He pressed his throbbing temples and glanced at the time displayed on the wall. 1:10 a.m. His heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Gu Yunfei suddenly stood up, the chair screeching as he moved too abruptly. He strode out of the study. The living room was empty. His gaze was fixed on the cold cup of tea on the coffee table, the water droplets condensed on the cup wall looking just like someone's tears. Gu Yunfei reached out, his fingertips touching the cold glass, and paused for a second. My heart tightened. He turned around, his footsteps extremely light, and pushed open the bedroom door. On the bed, the blanket billowed into a stubborn arc, a small ball, as if declaring its dissatisfaction to the whole world. Gu Yunfei walked to the bedside and slowly sat down, causing the entire mattress to sink slightly. Wanqing? The person inside the blanket didn't move. He reached out and tentatively tried to pull the corner of the blanket. Stop pretending, your breathing is all messed up. Su Wanqing remained unmoved. Gu Yunfei felt both helpless and amused. Without further hesitation, he bent down, stretched out his long arm, and scooped the silkworm, along with its blanket, into his arms. Are you really angry? The person in my arms was ramrod straight, and their silence was the best answer. Gu Yunfei hugged her even tighter, resting his chin on her shoulder, his hot breath spraying onto the sensitive skin of her neck. I was wrong, I got too engrossed and lost track of time. Su Wanqing's body finally relaxed a little, but her voice was still muffled under the covers, sounding extremely aggrieved. You always say that. Yes, it's my fault. Gu Yunfei's voice lowered, carrying a hint of ingratiation that even he himself didn't realize. He buried his face in her hair, the fresh stubble gently brushing against her smooth, delicate neck. Su Wanqing felt itchy and numb from his rubbing, and her body subconsciously shrank back. Stop it. Are you still angry or not? His lips traced a path down her earlobe, finally settling on her neck with a very light and gentle kiss. It was as if they were handling a priceless treasure that had been lost and then found again. The kiss extinguished most of Su Wanqing's anger, but she still wouldn't let it go. Who knows if you'll forget again next time. Gu Yunfei hugged her even tighter, almost as if he wanted to melt her into his very bones. He chuckled softly, his chest trembling slightly. Then punish me. I'm punished to live the rest of my life, so that my heart can never hold anything else but you. Is this punishment enough? Su Wanqing's heart suddenly stopped. She finally turned around and, in the dim light, met Gu Yunfei's unfathomable eyes. Her figure was clearly reflected in it, overflowing with possessiveness. You. Su Wanqing's nose tingled, and her eyes instantly reddened. You just know how to bully me with sweet words. Gu Yunfei raised his hand and gently wiped away the moisture from the corner of her eyes with his fingertips. That's not true. He lowered his head, and between breaths, he used his lips to silence all her unspoken grievances. It's a guarantee. After a long while, he finally released her, and their foreheads touched, their breaths mingling. Wanqing, I know I've been neglecting you lately. His voice carried a hint of weariness. Things are more complicated than I thought. I have to swat all the flies around me before I can feel at ease. Su Wanqing sensed the blood in his words. She didn't ask any further questions, but simply stretched out her arms and hugged his waist tightly. It's not that I don't understand, she buried her face deep in his firm chest, her voice muffled, I just want you to look at me more. Gu Yunfei's heart felt as if it were being tightly gripped by a small hand. It hurts, and it's soft. I know everything. He kissed the top of her head and whispered in her ear, once I've settled all this, I'll take you to province. Just the two of us, with our phones off, nobody will be able to find us. Su Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly. Real? When have I ever lied to you? Gu Yunfei affectionately pinched the tip of her nose. Su Wanqing finally stopped crying and smiled, snuggling against him like a kitten. Then you go to sleep now and you're not allowed to think about work anymore. Yes, Mrs. Gu. Gu Yunfei held her and laid her down, letting her rest her head on his arm. As he listened to her breathing gradually become steady, the smile on his lips slowly faded. Just then, his encrypted phone on the bedside table lit up silently. On the screen, a line of cold text flashed by. The target has made contact with key members. Time, 8 p.m. tomorrow night. Location, abandoned dock in the eastern suburbs. Gu Yunfei's eyes became like an abyss in the darkness. He looked down at Su Wanqing, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and placed a very light kiss on her smooth forehead. Wanqing, wait for me. He silently recited it in his heart. I will clear away all the obstacles in this world for you. Tomorrow night. It's time to close the net.